I won't disregarding your gifts. I was just setting up the stuff in the stream. That's on me. That's on me. My fault. What is he doing on the ground though?
My Shayla. Look what they did to my carpet, Chad.
Huh?
Chad,
There was a carpet there?
Carpet. What the?
I thought they just
Everybody that knows
they took his whole carpet.
Everybody that knows me know all my mother's life. Word to my dad, I do not play with my room, my carpet. I like my shit to be nice. Now what the am I gonna do about this?
We gonna watch the other side of it, and then we can watch other streamers.
I swear to my mother's
You know,
life,
like I was thinking Rod, and then the other ones. I think I got like 3 more.
I'm the nigga that be trying to make sure this it's structured.
It's structured.
I'm the nigga that be holding shit down here.
None of this is
So
structured, bro.
disrespecting the crib is crazy. But then disrespecting my carpet, look at this. I don't give a matter of fact, take what my shoelaces off. I look too clean, Chad.
Aren't you already mod?
Let me take my shoelaces off. Let me mess these up a little bit. Let me mess these up a little bit. Put some dicks in me. You hear that?
Yep.
Let me get a move.
Gang, what is he? The Jays? He disrespecting the Jays, bro.
300 pounds with these on.
Majorette.
Let's go.
What's up?
Where's my mother? We gotta walk up there. We walking up there. My mother. We're walking up there.
Bro. That nigga was annoying. You said, see, I gotta go now because that hurt me. What hurt you?
We meet again. We meet again. It's hot.
I'm saying, bro, they just disrespecting the Jays for no reason. They could have did anything else. Disrespecting the man Jays, you can die behind that, bro, in GTA.
Sending us on vacation and 48 in us.
Huh?
Send us on vacation. 48. Yeah. Where my mother?
Majorette, girl, if you call me, bruh, girl or man or whatever you are, if you call me one more time and don't say nothing, you getting a timeout, bro. You getting sent to the corner. I don't care. Where are they attempting to go? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Naya, thank you for the extra heart, me. I appreciate you. I just saw it.
Look how dumb we are. We wanted to walk up the hill. That's how we get to APL road walking. What are we talking? We should know before we even started.
You say you talking about you posted the video.
Way sick. Huh?
You good, mud? That's what that nigga said. He said, you good, mud? Bro, I'm about to look, bro. Nigga, who you trying to prep? Hold up. Excuse me, everybody. Everybody that's watching the vid, excuse me right now. I'm sorry. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Nigga, you're not pressing nobody. You're not pressing nobody. Fat ass little lip.
That right there was crazy. That snake? No way, Jose. Look how dumb we are. We wanted to walk up to the commission.
Now I'm gonna look at your post.
That became too much.
You said you want to watch something else. I'm gonna need suggestions. You can't just say I want to watch something else. Who is this, bro?
Some water, bud? Whoa! No, bro, need some water. Whoa!
He said, "Go."
That's for you. Yeah, we just go to the basketball court. Just the basketball court. That's what play bowling. I promise we're not on. Yo, hey, hold on. Yo, Shane. Yo, Shane. Yo. We're coming. Let's run in.
Cairo, when people be spamming like that, hold up, I got you. Check your messages, bro.
We on a drill right now. We can't be arguing. Come on, bro. Tee up, bro.
I don't think it's that deep, though. It should never be that deep.
Right, these are the options. Yeah, well, and y'all choosing whichever one to do whatever.
Yo.
We won everything, nigga.
Okay.
Everything.
They're tweaking.
Everything. Let's speak up. Where's the speaker? Bang. Oh, we did.
Okay, gang. Bro. It should not be that foggy in the house. What's good, Mariah? Yo, y'all seeing this, bro? Now they trying to run out the house. Nah, don't run now. Oh, they not done. They not done. Major at, bro. You being annoying. Can somebody mute her? Nigga, nobody muted her. Crazy ass. Okay. Is he singing a Nicki song? Why? Yeah, they at Kyle house right now. Tearing it up. Apparently they about to OD, bro. I mean, 2 weeks, so if that's old to you, I guess. Girl, boo, bro. Shut up. You talking about stuff? Yes. Uh-huh. Bro, he too excited.
No, Davis.
Dang, the man cave, dog. Stop calling me aunt, bro. You're probably older than me. I know in fact you're older than me. The TV game? The flat, okay, flat screen. The flat screen is where we draw the line. You talking about something? It's talking about somewhere, where is it? Naya, I appreciate your heart puff you sent me. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And you've been doing it back to back. Four donations back to back though. Like you really pulling it. Who's smacking, bro? Dude, they breaking their glass doors though. What did they do to deserve this? No beef is that deep. They was dabbing each other up after this, bro. Like that. Bro. Straight scrap. Yo. Mind you, a whole setup is like 3K. And that's AMP, so they probably got some crazy stuff. Bro, the door can't open while you had to break the glass. Bro, they was over here like spray painting and stuff. It's a lot of stuff they didn't need to do. I feel bad. Yeah, bro. It's like afterwards, like who really paying your bills? Like you gonna pay for that mirror you just broke though, right? I don't get it. Exactly. And them just coming up like this already. And they got like multiple houses too, so I don't think they really care though. That's the thing. That's like 10 grand. And
on the floor, bro. On the floor. Stop ducking, bro. Pass it.
Stop ducking.
This is where Ass Cash was? This is where Ass Cash was? Ass Cash? Ass Cash? Ass Cash?
You said you would have called the cops.
Watch out. Yo, do it back.
Hold up. I just want to say appreciate Naya. She's saying another heart puff. Okay, bro. You gotta ruin the moment. No. Bro, Kai just he don't know what to do.
We also smell. Let's go, we out. We out, nigga.
Sometimes somebody just need a restraining order. You said, but Kai streams in his house. You talking about they stream in each other's house? They dunking. Okay. You just chose to jump into it. Might as well all jump in at it. Wait, was that Nicki Minaj chair still there after John Cena sat in it? What you mean? Yeah, that's some evil shit. They vandalizing them at this point. You said what was the reason? I don't know. That's a good question though. Good question, Mariah. I already modded you. I'm just yelling a whole bunch of random shit at this point. I'm not gonna do nothing. Naya said, what the fuck wrong with him? Girl. Hey, it's that rich people stuff. Must feel good, I guess, bro. They can replace that junk just like that. They don't be caring, because ain't no other. He said not them getting kicked out. Yeah, escorted. It's his new LeBron jersey that he was crying about. Bro, we is not worried about it. This point is Ray's room. Yeah, bro, they done all. They destroyed his old house. I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, Jeremiah. That's how you spin and get back. That's how you spin. That's how you spin. And you got that New York accent, bro. They about to go. Come on, bro. But I think Castanets was worse though, so I don't even know what was going on in the other house. I mean, Castanet literally Kai sent them on a vacation just so they can get out of their house, just so they can go in their house and break their house apart. So I don't know.
Nigga disrespecting, bro.
They even shot my cameraman. You good, mud? Yeah, he was going off in that video. That nigga was pissed. He said, "You good, mud?" I'm saying, bro, they gonna do that passive aggressive. They see each other around, they just gonna hit each other with the nod. Be like, what's good, bro? You good, mud? Okay, dousing the waters, OD. Is they back?
Yo! We out!
Tyler always just gotta be Tyler.
You right, bro, what the hell? Crazy shit about room. They violent, bro. We're not done. No, we're not done. We're not done. No, we're not done. No, we're not done.
Exactly, it's just destroying everything. And he's still throwing the water on himself, bro. That's the problem. He worried about the wrong stuff. Yo, they had 10 ninjas with paintball guns for me. Ten ninjas, bro. Was it really that deep though? You need 10 people though. They said they finna set the house on fire. They both got their houses set on fire too. That's the worst part about it.
What are you on,
And they gonna do it on stream too. It's like, bro, that's stupid. Why are they still there? They took too long. They was over there having the time of their lives.
You so bro think he in a comic book. Niggas out ripping up fireworks in the wall. Like, you 25. Who got a t-shirt? Now you know this receipt for. You just throw that shit. Real quick. That don't feel good. They get way more. Did you get everybody room or no? Yes. Y'all see that minimum, right? Yeah.
Wait, wasn't that Kai calling him and saying he put more in the walls? Bro. If y'all seen the clip of that, it's just bad. Like you can see the fire coming out of like the walls and just melting it too. I wonder if they still live in there. Nah, I ain't talking about it was funny watching them crash out though.
That's your room?
See? Yeah. Look at it, bro. They talking about I ain't worried about that. Look. He said now they want to get their get back, bro. He said, how's your room getting blown up? That's crazy work. They playing GTA IRL just for fun of it. Kyra, what you mean missed out?
That's a small house, small. Bro, what they got to do to spin the room? Or agent, bro? Nah. Yo, I violated that, bro. Bro. All of they rooms, bro. They started me not, nigga. What the game? Bro, game. I swear, dog, bro. Bro, game act like you're stronger than us, dude.
Mariah said call the police. I don't think that's fixing nothing, Mariah. Let's be real.
There's no way we done, chat. Y'all didn't do nothing. How is your room getting blown? What? Rusty cake fan. Oh my God, it's here. Raise that door.
Who back? They
Chat,
back door.
what you know? Go back where? Chat, go back home? No. Word of my mother. No, word of my mother. Phantom room, man. Phantom is raping whole trip. Phantom over. Get back there, no. Get back in, nigga.
He said get back.
Open that truck. Come on, open that truck. Open that truck.
That's not dumb, bro.
No. Hold it. No.
What's up, Kayla?
Somebody backdoored us.
Bro, cuz you was over here. You was being weird though. That was all that is. If I muted you the whole day, that means you was just being odd.
You talking about what?
You done lost the lighter now? Come on.
I what? No, what lighter? We need a lighter, bro. Not like that. Not like that.
Hey y'all, can we get the live to 5K? We already at 1K now. We finna at 1/5 of the way, so.
No. Not put no fire. We're gonna hit the center. That's gonna burn. That's gonna burn. I'm telling you. Don't do that. No, it's gonna burn.
Yo, it's about to set the house on fire. I keep playing like that.
Bro, I'm telling you. It's gonna set on fire, bro.
Appreciate y'all liking the live. Yo, they threw the bed. Leave the nigga bed alone. Bro, okay. They going over the They overdoing it. It's not a prank no more. It's not no prank. It's pure hate at this point. Nah, yeah, I appreciate you for the go. I see it. I saw it, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Kaylin said, can we watch the stories? Yeah, later.
Hey, Bone, I should as we speak. I know, Bone, you take care of your house before it gets you. But yeah, it's Bone to blow up in there.
Alright, now it's two cans at the same time. Though he just nasty, bro. He don't care. And Rakai he just look dumb breaking all this stuff, bro. This World War III at this point, bro. You're right. You're right.
We at war.
He said we at war. Like he ain't like it when his room was over there lit up in flames, though, right?
Dude, they still going about house.
Yo, they just been constantly blowing up their house. It's been like a gradual get back. It never stopped. They about to kill they fish in GTA, bro. Come on. You said he even said it. What you mean?
Where that apple tree at? Where's that tree? Yo, where's the tree at?
They about to do something to the tree, bro. Tighten up. Don't touch the tree now.
We out.
Yo, grown ass men running like this, man. Yeah, he did say it was war, but I don't think it's that deep, bro. Now they dapping it. After this, they dap them right up, so I don't know how it is beef, but. This. I'm saying they need to leave. Get back. Moral of the story, I guess. Good moral. Good moral. What other ones y'all want to watch next? Come on. Get the recommendations, man. You said you didn't mess with Duke. I mean, I felt like Duke was just trying to get that. Like, he was trying to make it worse than theirs, because, I mean, he felt like they was trying to play him. And they're acting like toddlers. But, I mean, they got money, so they can do it. They stupid because all that ain't more powerful, and then they can do more. I mean, it is what it is, though. It's like, not anybody can really stop him now, so. What y'all want to see? I'm looking in the chats right now. Did I see Rakai? I seen it get blown up by the firework machine, but other than that, no. Corey T. What? Like I said, I don't know, bro. Tough.
You hear what I said? Why everybody mad at me though?
Previously.
Nah, it's corny. You said it's not a room no more? What you mean?
Well, you know what I mean, though. You feel me, though. Alright, shit. Alright, y'all glazing me too much. Listen.
Chat, y'all saying. Hold up. Can we get the 3K? We halfway to 5K now.
First order of business. Yo. Got the song took down. Yo, Almighty J, I don't want no beef with you, gang. You got the producer so out that he got my song took down. That's a new low. That's crazy. I would I'd have pressed the wrong. My fault. Now, like I'm saying, that's a new low. I would never do no shit like that. That's crazy. My thing is with the producer, what we got going on has nothing to do with you, man. And in my defense, I'm not a broke ass. I would 100% pay for the beat if that was spoke about. Nigga sent the beat in the Discord. What the? And then the crazy thing about it, bro, this shit happen to anybody. So my thing is, shit crazy, man. Shit can happen to anybody, and the nigga won't do it to me. Shit, like, damn, you gonna get a song took down? That's a new
Yo,
one.
what's good?
But honestly, we can make a better song, bro. We can always make another song. Y'all never gonna forget on stream. It is what it is, bro. It get to a point where it's though like.
Appreciate y'all for the 3K, man. Y'all over there tapping. I feel it, bro. An eye for an eye. Dang, y'all be breaking people's doors open. I just got home from football practice. That's what's up, man, bro. Bro, yeah, them schools, they be having it earlier too now in the summers.
Dude, you recruited 6 security guards.
6?
6 guards. 4 that's 6'9", 2 that's 6'7". You and Dave with 6 other guards. Where the fuck with the rest of your D block homies at?
Bro, why he got the sinister 6 just to stop them though?
I don't respect that. You ain't spent with nobody. We spent 5 deep. Gave help to 5 deep. You spin back 6 guards. But now the war. But now the over.
Naya with the 5 love you so muches, and hold up, and then she did it with a goat too. I appreciate you, Naya. And then you been gifting all the time too. Then the whole stream, just starting it off. All right, I see how you doing it.
That shit really don't make no sense, bro.
Y'all, we see Baller, bro. We know Ball, bro. She got that money. She be pimping, bro. You say you got 10 heads at?
It does not make no sense.
What you mean?
It does not make no sense, bro. It don't make no sense, man. It don't make no sense. But I'm gonna show y'all everything. Listen. Y'all started. Just because y'all started, and just because y'all blew our crib up and violated our boundaries, just because y'all blew our crib up and violated our boundaries and got fixed, that mean we can't get back? No, that's not how it works. We don't got the money to violate y'all to pay for it. So that's why we don't want to go to war with you guys. You guys started with us. We not little boys, and we not. So y'all hit us, and we hit y'all back. Yo, that pulled up too deep. I was here dolo. Where my mother? I was here dolo.
I'm saying we all trying to get that paid now. I'm feeling it, bro. Waiting for that check too, bro.
It was two holding me. What the fuck can I do?
They had them both armed up, bruh.
So they tried to come through the front door. They didn't have it. They tried to come through the front door. Then I had it. Well, I'm gonna just listen. I'm gonna genuinely show y'all. Everything that they did. Once again, they started. Broke my door. And y'all know so crazy. I don't even play by my own. Broke my door.
Nah, yeah, I appreciate that. You feel me? You always trying to show love, bro.
Hold right here. Moving forward. Door right here. Look, Duke didn't do none of this. Security. Nah, security. It's just a lot. Yo, they tore my door off. My don't even got a door. Security. They tore my door off. No way in the world.
Y'all don't want to watch this no more? I mean, I wanted to ask y'all about it, but did y'all still want to watch the Love Island, John? Kaylin say you broke, I'm broke, you ain't getting nothing from me. Bruh, I ain't asking nobody for nothing. Mariah said you gonna be right back. Alright. Y'all wanna watch a horror movie? Yeah. Alright, so which I was about to say. Hold on, do a poll. Because now y'all niggas confusing me. Alright, bet. Start voting. The red one is for Love Island. The other one is for a horror movie, I guess. Come on, that's only one vote, bruh. Love Island for red. Horror movie for blue. Or the crying one. The crying one. The crying one is blue. Dang, now I want to come back. Alright, so now it's tied up. So what is it gonna be, bro? Y'all don't know how to pick y'all mom. Bro. Are y'all serious? A tie. Let's restart it. Alright. Love Island for red is gonna be a laughing one right here. And then it's gonna be a horror movie for the crying one. Hey, don't keep telling them. Just let everybody vote. Just let everybody vote. Okay. We got 4 blues. Damn. No reds though? We don't got no reds? I didn't think that was gonna happen. Alright. They said horse. Alright, so they want the horror stuff. Alright. Okay, leave me alone. I get it. They trying to rub it in. Alright, whoever pinned that, bro, we about to scrap. Okay, thank you. Boy, y'all stay texting me while I'm on stream. He got a set of balls on his face, bro. It's crazy work. Timmy Turner. See what this Walmart one about. Oh, this don't. What a whole video is an hour or so.
I've lived a long enough life to have heard and seen a lot of unusual things. Of course, having spent many of my years in it, in the state of Florida, I've seen firsthand on several occasions why the infamous Florida man is always making headlines across the country. Heck,
Hey,
I could have
Keanu.
been one of those Florida men back in the day. But I can tell you without a doubt that no matter how steeled you think you've become against the surprises life throws at you, you're never invincible. Life always holds the power to shock you to your core. I mean, take me for example. I spent my years in the military, and I've spent my years on the streets, drifting between one rock and another hard place. But no matter what messed up stuff I have to see go down or deal with, I always bounce back. Well, almost.
I always bounce back.
Out of everything I've seen, only one thing made me lose my cool. And I think it was just the sheer unexpectedness of it. Just that I didn't think anything like it could ever happen in broad daylight in the middle of the city. But there's no denying that this happened. Everyone knows about it these days. It was a nice sunny day in Miami. I was making my way across town down the concrete mess of a highway, just to get out of that part of town I'd been in for the last few weeks. I'd never owned a car, so I was taking my bike down the shoulder. Except I wasn't riding it. I hadn't been sleeping well, and the night before I didn't manage to catch any sleep at all. I was honestly too drowsy to pedal in a straight line, so I was literally just walking my bike down the shoulder of the road. There was a sidewalk next to me, but it was on the other side of a concrete barrier, like the ones they use to divide directions of traffic.
Not to brag, but I live on the same earth as these pretty girls. I mean, live. Dang.
Freeways.
How did I say
could have
live? What
hopped
is
in
wrong
on
with me?
foot, but
By the way, thank you for the "you're awesome," Naya. Go ahead.
not with my bike. I don't know exactly how I'd ended up sandwiched there between the cars and the concrete, but after what happened later, I'd take that way again for the alternative. The sun was getting high and bright. It was starting to hurt my eyes. I squinted ahead and saw that there was a bridge down the way, a nice wide overpass to provide some shade. I started to quicken my pace, which felt pretty silly given that there were countless cars flying past me. But between the deafening
Can we
whoosh
get
of
it to
each
5K
vehicle
right quick?
passing,
We almost
I
there.
kept thinking I was hearing something.
We almost there,
Something that
y'all.
sounded like the shouts of a heated argument between drunk people.
That's the problem with you. It's going out, it's down.
That might
tweaking.
not be something you'd expect to hear in the middle of the day in your town, but in Miami,
Would have turned my ass right around, bro. He talking to him. He yelling to himself, not even talking to himself.
it's more than common. But I couldn't help but think it sounded a little unusual. I figured that sleep deprivation was screwing with me and pressed on. But as I got closer to the bridge, the shouting grew louder. It sounded more like screaming, but there was some other tone in there, like a growling rabid dog. Every time I thought I was about to decipher it, a car would blow past me. Then, the sound would change. By the time I got to the bridge, my curiosity was piqued. I could definitely tell where the noise was coming from. Straight ahead of me, just a few more yards under the shade. I peeked over the edge of the barrier onto the sidewalk and saw two hairy pairs of men's legs sliding around together on the sidewalk. I
Ugh.
instinctively darted
He
my eyes
naked?
away, not wanting to see much more above the thigh level. As experimenting people need to get a room. What are they thinking? Doing stuff like that on the side of the road in the beating sun. Well,
Zen is
obviously
horror
no one cares
shorts.
because no one's stopping. Just another day in Florida. I did my best to keep my eyes to myself as I passed under the shade. I was thankful for the break from the intense light, but beneath the underside of the road above, some strange sounds began to echo, forcing me in for another look. This wasn't an active exhibition, but there were
Yeah.
two messed up looking dudes lying naked on the concrete.
He a cannibal
And one
though?
of them was crouched over the other, tearing into a man's face with
Fake
his
blood,
teeth.
bro.
There was blood gushing out and spilling onto the asphalt, bone showing through the bite wounds.
He
on the
biting
face,
on his lip, bro.
flesh in the attacker's teeth.
Imagine
as
somebody
he looked
pulling
up
on
to
your lip.
notice me, just to scream like a feral zombie as he looked me dead in the eye. It was at that exact moment that I jumped onto my bike and pedaled off at top speed. All prior drowsiness was erased by the shot of adrenaline. I kept looking back to see if I was being ran down by that psycho. But luckily, he'd been content with scaring me off. I rolled down the first ramp that I got to and immediately went looking for a cop. I found one not even a block away, surrounded by several other very concerned-looking citizens. The police officer, however, seemed annoyed, but I was in a panic, and I never panic, so I must have been a sight to see all on my own. I barged through all those people and got right up into the cop's face. There's a flippin' zombie on the frickin' pedestrian path. Up the ramp, just up that way. Come on, don't get hysterical with me, people. What do you mean by zombie?
There's a dude eating another dude's face off, man.
Finally, it seemed like something clicked in the cop's brain. He didn't say anything
Finally,
to us.
something
He
clicked.
walked straight to his
It was
car,
that hard.
speaking something into
Not even
his
that
radio.
hard for him to
Then he
believe.
drove up the off-ramp,
People don't
going
be
the wrong
going
way,
off about
out of
nothing like
sight.
that.
Me and those other civilians traded a few strange looks, all in an understandable law.
See, Cairo, why was I just about to ask that too, bro? Bro, you on my walls?
For words.
I'm
Some
about
of
to
them looked like
check,
avid
bro.
bicyclists.
Watch out
Others
for you.
just looked like people who had come out of their cars. I wondered how long that thing had been going on with all those people just driving past like that. Then we heard the gunshots. 5 of them in quick succession. Everybody
They
on
coming.
the street stopped what they were doing, dumbfounded.
They on that.
In just a few minutes, more and more cops came, followed by an ambulance, and then the army and press. News van after news van drove up to broadcast the scoop, live on the scene. Whatever. I heard some office building captured the whole thing on their security cameras. It was the talk of the town for weeks. I'm sure the name Miami was heard all across the world alongside zombie attack, cannibal eats face off homeless man, Florida man gets wasted and eats face. I don't care for any
And
of that.
eats face.
People who weren't there seem fascinated by it. But I know more than anything that I never want to see pictures of that horrible tragedy. Just from seeing it one time, I was shaken up for months. I still get hair standing up on the back of my neck whenever I pass under a bridge.
A person who was riding his bike here off the MacArthur Causeway yesterday afternoon says he saw one man eating another man alive. You're about to hear from the Miami man who had his face chewed off.
My face is all finished up. My eyes
That's some old crazy shit,
And
bro.
ignored the officer's orders to stop eating the other man's face.
I see the 5K. I see the 5K. I appreciate y'all. Truly, truly.
Out of every
We on the
day
road,
that I
though.
have
We on the
ever lived
road.
through, even
We
with
almost
so
at
many of
10K.
them
We about to
being
hit
so
it.
hard, there is one that stands out as the worst day of my entire life. It was my mother's 63rd
Hey,
birthday.
hold up. And y'all really blew that joint out, bro. It didn't even take y'all. Bro, we was watching that video for a couple minutes. 8 minutes at that, so.
The morning started just like any other. I helped my little girl get dressed and ready for school. It was supposed to be a big day for her. She'd been practicing for her school spelling bee for weeks, and today was the day. The two of us were about to walk out the door when my husband grabbed me on the shoulder and stopped us before the door. You can't let her go to school looking like that. She looks unkempt.
Oh, Nia, this one actually scary? Alright, let's see it. Look, don't spoil nothing.
People think when she's on stage. I was going to just accept that he was right and change our daughter into some different clothes. But my mother, who was living with us at the time, had a bit of a grudge against my husband, and she wouldn't have it. It was her birthday after all.
Who do you think you're talking to?
His
You think my
jawline.
granddaughter late for
Where's his jawline or his facial structure or anything?
school on the day of her recital? You got another thing coming. Go, baby, get out of here. Don't let that oaf tell you what to do.
My husband looked a little dumbstruck by my mother's resistance to his remark. He was usually the head of the household, and he would always get his way. But ever since my mother retired and started living with us, she had fought him for control over every little thing. I didn't want to be caught in the crossfire between the two of them on that day, so I just left like my mother told me to. I dropped my daughter off at school, then spent several hours running errands. Early in the afternoon, I got a call from my mother. For some reason, she was elated.
Huh. Today sure is a good day, dear. How's about you take your old lady out for some coffee and pastries for her birthday?
There wasn't really any way that I could say no. I might have married a controlling man, but I was born to an even more demanding and particular mother. So I put a hold on the grocery shopping I was about to do and met her at her favorite cafe in town.
I ain't messing with this,
Which
bro.
was, of course, ridiculously overpriced and overrated. She ordered the most expensive things on the menu on my tab, then told me to take pictures
On
of her
my
holding them up
tab.
to commemorate the occasion. When I asked for a bite, she said,
Oh, give it a rest, honey. I've done enough for you today. I deserve this to myself.
I
I
can't
was
believe you actually
confused
took
by
that
what
thing
she
out.
meant, but I didn't bother to ask. I
Hey,
heard my phone go off from my purse, and I welcomed the distraction. I'd gotten a text from my sister-in-law asking where my mother was. I replied that she was at the coffee house with me, but I didn't get a reply. Instead, about 15 minutes later, the police pulled up. They marched inside with forlorn faces and told us to follow them to the police station, but they wouldn't tell us why. Now, I understand that they didn't want to make a scene at the place of business. When we got to the station, we were met by a man in a suit who spoke to us softly. Hello, ma'ams. I have some very unfortunate news. If you would, I'd like to talk to one of you at a time in this room here. The other can sit in the waiting room with your family.
Oh, let me go first. It's my birthday.
Sure. Come with me, ma'am.
why is she so happy?
My mother disappeared into a windowless room with that man, as I was ushered into a larger waiting room, where I found my entire family of in-laws sitting in quiet, sobbing despair. I asked them,
Do any of you know what's going on?
but none of them answered. They just looked at me with daggers in their tearful eyes. Confused, I found a seat away from them. up against the wall that was shared with the room my mother had just been taken into. I was soon to find out that that room was purposed for interrogations and had an extremely thin wall. Something terrible happened today, ma'am. Your son-in-law has passed away.
Huh? What'd you say?
Your daughter's husband has been killed.
What was that?
Oh, Lord.
Why is she laughing?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
In that moment, my world collapsed. I just seen my
He
husband
talking about some
alive
white
a few
woman.
hours ago, but now he was gone. I couldn't think of a single person who would want to hurt him, but then it hit me. The last person I
Her
left
ass,
him alone
boy.
with was my own mother.
She does not mess
So
with,
he's
bro.
dead?
Yes, he was killed. He was shot 12 times in his own home.
Yay! Happy birthday to me. I did it. I did it.
Everything after that is just a blur. They called my
Who is this voice actor? She need to be on like an anime or something.
daughter out of school and made us go in the room
Not
with
no
my
grandma.
mother. I remember her saying something like,
Aren't you so happy, baby? You're free now. No more of that jerk hanging around.
but there was nothing I could say. I'm still struggling to recover from that day, almost 10 years ago. I just can't believe how deranged she became, that she would do something so despicable and then
She hella
celebrate it.
wrong.
She even made me take her out to lunch afterwards. I know I didn't marry a perfect man, but she had no right to do what she did. We could have worked things out, but now none of that is possible. But over everything else, it's my daughter I pray for. For her grandmother to take away her father like that and act like she was doing her a favor. I just don't understand what snapped in that woman's mind.
What did you think of him?
Mind you, these are real people. People are living these lives, gang.
I want to tell you that just within the last 30 minutes, the judge
This
did
is somebody's
rule
life
that
right
there
here.
is now enough evidence for Cynthia Sidabaka to stand trial for murder.
Did he did it? You tell me. Yeah, he did. He did. He did. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, thank you, thank you. Did you check to see if he was good? I didn't care.
I used to work at a Walmart before I got fired for a headphone-related incident. I worked in the clothing department, and since Walmart isn't exactly
He got the long slick back hair. I appreciate it, bro.
known for its hot fashion,
You know he
it was
play an
generally
instrument.
pretty slow. Aside from folding and hanging up clothes, there wasn't much else to do. That's why I picked up the habit of hiding my AirPods behind my hair and listening to music to get through the boredom of my shifts. I was fully aware that this was against company policy, but I didn't really care. I would have quit from the lack of stimulation alone if it weren't for my music. And it wasn't like my supervisor was around much anyway. I don't think they ever would have known if it weren't for the major incident which got me fired. The day started like any other. I finished the task left over from the previous shift and got settled into my usual spot by the fitting rooms, folding the same 10 articles of clothing over and over again, while tucked into a corner in which I'd only be seen by customers who were already in the fitting room aisle. It took almost an hour before I got my first customer. Hello, sir.
You
I'd like to
said
try
the
on these
store
clothes,
ones be the
please.
most scary.
He had about 5 or 6 articles of clothing.
Exactly, because, like, what if you gotta work there, bro, in the
down the
store?
aisle as I gave
That
him
shit
my
ain't gonna be
usual
funny.
customer service voice. All the rooms are available. Hang this outside your door to let others know your room is occupied. Well, thank you very much. After
Hey,
waiting a few
chat,
seconds
can we
for
get
a
it? We
response he
halfway
would
at
get,
5K.
he gave
We halfway at 5K. Can we just get it to 10K?
up and took the first door on the left. Even on slow days, the business came in waves, so it wasn't more than a minute later before the next customer approached me. At a glance, I could tell there was something a little off about the guy. He didn't seem like the type of person that would usually buy clothes, like, at all. But it didn't matter to me.
And he got the stubble beard on, you can't trust
I
him.
treat all customers with the same level of hospitality. None. Can I get in one of those rooms? The guy had far more than 10 articles of clothing, which is the limit per customer. But there was no way I was going to argue with him over it. So I just handed him a tag number 10 and sent him on his way away from me. All the rooms except the first one on the left are available. Hang this outside your door to let others know your room is occupied. He took the tag slowly, like he wasn't sure if it was some kind of trap or not. Then,
And I'm getting thrown off, a bro sweating a whole hell of a lot, bruh. It's like, what you trying to do, bro? Like, you're not doing nothing you shouldn't be doing.
he went into the second room on the left. I knew that was weird, because most people would put a little more space between themselves and the people changing next to them. The fitting rooms were more like stalls. The walls don't go all the way down to the floor, and they don't reach the ceiling. But there was nothing I was willing to do about it. That alone was not a good enough reason to interrupt somebody while they were changing. So I just went back to folding, waiting for them to come out and give me more clothes to fold. A few minutes in, my favorite song came on shuffle. I discreetly turned the volume up a few notches, just to jam out a little bit for the one song. Then I turned it back down so I could hear new customers approaching. That's when the weird guy came out. I thought it was strange how he came out before the other guy, considering he had so much more clothes. He had all the clothes jumbled up into one tangled mess, which he plopped down on the cart in front of me. Thank you. Have a blessed day. He sounded out of breath, like he'd just done a fitting room speed run. He gave me a good look at the bloodshot white of his eyes, then tore his gaze away and walked off in a rush. I shrugged. Oh well, just another day of dealing with Walmart shoppers. But as I was folding up the clothes he just dropped off, I noticed something I'd never seen before. Not even at Walmart. There were bloodstains smeared all over the clothes. Little ones at first, just an eye-catching dab or two. Then more and more towards the bottom, until the last shirt was nearly soaked in red. I began to panic, pausing my music to hear my quickened breath. I put aside the clothes.
Y'all, appreciate y'all liking the live up.
And walked down the aisle. The number 6 tag was still hanging on the first door. And beneath it, a thick pool of blood seeping out into the
Dang,
aisle.
it going through the door,
pushed
though.
open the door, revealing the source. The nice man from before was stuffed into the corner with his face torn to shreds.
And they done folded his knee back and stuff, bro. They disrespect his whole body.
Hanging off the bone. His half-naked body full of deep holes still spilling out with blood. The blood was everywhere. And on the mirror, a message had been written in it by hand. The writer's fingerprints visible in the coagulation. The parting words of the killer read, "The devil made me do it." Needless to say, I got fired that day. But I don't care. I don't even care that they caught the guy the same day. All I can think about when I remember that day is, how could I have let it happen? If I'd just been doing my job, if I'd only been paying just one little bit of attention, I could have heard that man being murdered. Maybe then, I could have done something to stop it. Maybe I could have intervened, or screamed, or something. I could have done anything to save that man's life. But no, I wasn't doing any of those things. I was lost in my own little world within my AirPods. And that man is dead because of me. Worse, he's more than dead.
These stories just be disturbing, bro. Dang.
I really shouldn't be talking about this, but I've been keeping the secret from everyone for decades now. And as I've gotten more old and withered over the years, I'm close enough to death that I no longer care if they find me. It was the early 90s, and I just hit flat broke and fell out on the streets. I consider myself a wise and seasoned hobo these days, but back then I was a rather hopeless case. I barely had any experience with living on my own, let alone without a home. Not only that, but the city was a lot smaller all those years ago, so finding money was that much harder. I would spend all my time begging and pleading, and by the end of most days, I wouldn't even have enough change to buy a hot dog from the convenience store. I tried everything I could think of. Busy streets, residential streets, kindness, crassness. I just wasn't getting anywhere. By the end of my first couple months, I was starving. My bones were protruding from my skin, and I could barely keep my eyes open from the lack of energy. It just goes to show the way people are, because many of them won't take pity on you.
Dang, but you sleeping on the street though, like literally. Not even on the street, you're sleeping in the alleyway, so it's like it's getting bad for you though.
Even if you look as bad as I do. I was sitting on the sidewalk, shivering from the first autumn wind and jingling my cup when some jerkwad in a cheap suit slapped it out of my hand, sending all my money flying into the air and tumbling down into the sewer.
Go get a job, you worthless bum.
Then he walked off. I struggled to get to my feet and tried to pick up my quarters, but people kept accidentally kicking me, so I gave up on it. I stumbled away from that no-good avenue to a more relaxing street. I already knew this particular street was popular among the homeless, and I will admit it, I had the intention of begging them for food or change, but without much expectation of that working. So you could understand my surprise when I saw a homeless couple sprawled out on a park bench all fat and happy, smiling and laughing and chatting. So this guy walks up to me and says, "Hey man."
They having a good old time, gang. Living life.
"Have you seen the newest Demon Slayer episode?" And I said, "I can't watch Demon Slayer, I'm homeless." Laughter was something I hadn't experienced in a very long time, and I certainly hadn't looked that well fed since even before I became homeless. I went right up to them and started to ask, "Excuse me, I don't mean to be a bother, but I'm having a really rough time out here, and I see that you guys are doing well. All I want to ask is, how have you been able to keep your health? Or how do you panhandle? Like, what's your approach?"
Get lost, buddy.
"Please, sir, I beg of you. Winter is coming and I haven't eaten in weeks. I won't survive if I don't get something to eat. I don't want anything from you but knowledge." All right, man. Keep it down. I'll tell you how we've been getting fed. But you gotta swear to God that you won't tell anyone about this. Or I guarantee that starvation
He
will
trying
be
to
the least of your
gatekeep it.
worries. You got that? "Oh, I do. I swear. On the Lord in heaven above, may he bless you and your lady. Thank you." All right, man, listen up.
Man,
I'm only gonna say
struggling.
this once. Walk 2 blocks west to the edge of the woods. On the far side of the street, there's a loose manhole cover. Enter and follow the sewer until you meet the old head, Manor. He feeds the homeless. Now, get lost. I heeded him and got out of there. My brain was so fried by starvation that when I found the manhole, I didn't even think about the stench of the sewer once. But I did make myself wait until sundown. It seemed obvious with all the secrecy that man had pressed upon me that you weren't supposed to be seen going in. Getting there in the early twilight, I heaved off the manhole cover with what felt like the last of my strength, then stepped down onto the ladder and dragged the cover back, sealing myself in the musky darkness. I carefully made my way down the ladder until my feet plunged into raw sewage. I didn't even flinch, let alone recoil, or I might have noticed what was off about the sewer water. Instead, I reached into my pocket and found a lighter, flicking it on to provide myself some meager guidance in the oppressive stench. There were only 2 ways to go, forward and backward, but on the wall of the tunnel was some writing, crudely smeared on in some kind of dripping red ink, or maybe it was blood. It read, "Manor's Buffet," with an arrow pointing down the tunnel. Seems like I'm in the right place.
G, hush up,
As I
bruh.
thought aloud,
You the only
I
one
heard
who
my
don't know
voice
what's going
echo
on
many
all the
miles
time.
through the corridors, stirring a number of creatures that were living within them. All of a sudden, I could hear the scurrying and chirping of rats that I hoped were running away from the sound of my voice and not toward it. But I didn't have the mental fortitude to linger on the grimness of my situation, not with all the ravenous hunger racking my brain. I pressed on, seeing not just more finger-painted signs directing me to the buffet, but also the size of the rats I heard. Monstrous things. But that's beside the point.
Them big ass rats, what? I don't even play about them, bro. Bro, they just walking around there. Yeah, you're tripping.
I must have trudged about half a mile through the muck of the sewer when I knew I had to be getting close, because I could hear the people eating. They sounded like animals, growling, lip smacking, hoots out of sheer celebration. I never heard such loud chewing, but even in the sewer, the sound of it made my stomach growl. I picked up my pace and tried to get there quicker, but pretty soon I found myself exhausted, forced to go on at a slow, steady pace. Eventually, I saw an intersection in the tunnel, and that's right about when my lighter ran out of juice. I pressed on, the sound of the feast growing louder and louder. But right as I was about to round the corner, I heard a snap, like a bone being broken in half.
A snap?
I stopped. A chill ran down my spine, trying my hardest not to stir the sewer.
Yeah, Kayla, we play
That I
Roblox.
could now clearly see was a dark turbid red and a light from around the corner. I crept up to the intersection, then peeked my head around the corner. Squatting in the stagnant drainage of a clogged culvert were 6 or 7 shirtless homeless men, all sat around a floating corpse of a man which they were devouring, ripping the skin from flesh, the flesh from bone, breaking the bones and sucking out the marrow, cracking the skull and scooping out the brains, chewing that bright crimson with tendon and sin.
I don't need all these sound effects, I'm not gonna lie. Appreciate y'all for the 10K. The 10K likes, I know it was a hurdle. I know it was a hurdle, but y'all hit that jump, bro. Let's get it.
And I would have recognized that cheap suit anywhere. I'd seen that jerk just a few hours ago. Right before
he has no knees, no elbows. It's like they took everything from him, bro. And I hope they didn't leave him alive. They look like they left him alive.
Crazy caveman killed him and dragged him down here. I turned and ran. I may have been on the verge of starvation, but I would have rather died than become one of them. 30 years later, and I've long since found out how to make a living on the streets.
He talking about they eating them raw. Don't say that.
I'm still traumatized by what I saw. It's my nightmare and every fitful sleep I managed to catch. But I think I've outlived all the faces I remember from around that time, so I can finally get it off my chest without worrying of becoming the buffet myself.
What the hell, man? What do you want? What do you want me for? I'm just a bum.
I'm a professional photographer by trade, but I've had a few side hustles in the past. I'm also sort of a fanatic for the paranormal, which has led me down a number of photographic rabbit holes, but strictly as a hobby. I never get paid for attempting to actually photograph real ghosts. However, some years ago, I did combine those interests into an obscure side hustle that ended up getting me into trouble. Basically, I take pictures of grieving
family you always gotta take it somewhere.
And Photoshop images of their deceased loved ones into the photographs. It was never my favorite gig, not only because it involved the fabrication of the ghost that I was trying to find proof of, but mainly because I always had the nagging thought in the back of my mind that said it was taking advantage of people who were struggling with the loss of their loved ones. But all those people willingly responded to my ad. I never charged them much, just enough to make ends meet, so I continued to do it. Unfortunately, there was one client who forced me to stop. From the very beginning, I was getting strange feelings about their request. But at that point, I was already starting to get the idea into my head that I was really helping these people with their grieving process somehow. She called me around midnight with a strange excitement in her voice. "You've reached Sunday Morning Photography. How may I produce your memorable photos?"
Hi, I saw...
Did anybody start checking their phone?
Saw your ad on Facebook. How much do you charge for a funeral photography session?
Well, the usual rate is $100 for an hour-long shoot. About 2 weeks until you receive your 5 finished photographs.
Can you get them to me by Monday if I give you $500?
Sure.
Great. I'll text you the details.
I was a little flabbergasted. $500 for an hour on camera and 4 hours in the Photoshop was better than my professional rate at the time. Didn't really question why she needed them so fast, but I thought it was weird that she didn't even tell me who had died. Though, within minutes, she'd send over a dozen text messages, really long and drawn-out blocks of text, detailing how distraught and depressed she was due to the sudden death of her 2-year-old daughter, and how she didn't want to talk about it over the phone. Before I even had time to type the words, "My condolences," she completely switched into business mode. She gave me a detailed list of the kinds of photos she wanted, how she wanted them composed, which pictures of her daughter she wanted to use, and how. Just a lot of very specific requirements that grieving people wouldn't usually care about. Most of the time, they're too preoccupied with grief itself to deal with the details. After all, a professional gets paid for the details. But this woman was something else. She had what she wanted in mind, and she wouldn't accept anything different in the slightest. All that said, because she was paying me so much, I ignored the feeling of suspicion in my gut and met her the very next morning. She told me to meet her at a certain cemetery, which led me to believe that we'd be taking photos at her daughter's grave. Then she asked me,
Which one of these gravestones would look best for the photo shoot?
You mean your daughter hasn't been buried yet?
No. I told you, I'm getting these photos for her service. Now, answer the question.
Hold up.
From that
Where's the daughter then? I'm confused.
point on, I didn't ask any questions. We walked together through the cemetery until she found a random gravestone that she liked. That's when I began the photo shoot. She was the most nitpicky, particular customer I've ever had. I nearly filled up an entire SD card with duplicate pictures because the tiniest thing was out of place, or she didn't have the right facial expression. The whole time I was just hoping that the family of whoever this gravestone belonged to didn't show up and start screaming at us. This woman even had a book as a prop. I think it was titled The Giving Tree. She made me take a photo every second as she read the entire thing to her dead daughter, who wasn't even there. Then, after the hour of the photo shoot was over, she held me up for another hour as she scrolled through all of the hundreds of photos and picked out the 5 that she wanted produced. After she was finally gone, I purchased a few energy drinks.
5.
Went home to pull an all-nighter to get all of her pictures done before the next morning. Honestly, I just wanted to be done with this client and claim my money. Thankfully, she didn't hassle me about the quality of the Photoshop upon delivery. That's what most people had issues with, but she didn't care. I saw the money hit my bank account, and I thought I was finally done with that horrible woman. I sure wasn't. A few days later, I got a knock on my door. The kind of banging that sounds like someone's trying to beat down your door, that makes you shoot out of bed in your underwear. I answered the door to 2 men in suits who held up their badges as they introduced themselves.
Oh.
Good morning, sir.
Set
We're
up.
homicide investigators from the state. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. You're not under arrest, but we'd like you to come into the local station. Sure. I haven't done anything wrong, so it shouldn't take long. But of course, I was there all day. My side gig had gotten me wrapped up in a murder case. That awful witch had taken advantage of me. She was under suspicion of murdering her own daughter. She had me take those photos to make her look innocent, like she was grieving and yearning for her lost daughter, when she was the one that killed
That was some sick stuff, bro.
her. That incident ruined my reputation. From that moment on, I never did another one of those gigs. I never should have done them to begin with.
She used my work to make people think that she's innocent. What did she want in the photos? She told me that her daughter's favorite book was The Giving Tree. And she said, I want me holding the book, reading it to my daughter, Macy, who passed away. And I want to be looking down at her while she's reading the book. She wanted this more than any other photo. When I look at that photo now, I see it. Mommy, why'd you do this?
See, bro, they get slimy. She killed her own daughter in GTA. How we feeling about that one? You say you kind of sleepy. You be sleepy all the time, and it's only
When I was still in college, I worked part-time
2:34, so you might be cooked, gang. She said that was, she ain't fucking with that one. I don't know. That's why I was saying we should watch some different stuff today. Y'all ain't trying to watch no, weren't y'all the same ones talking about y'all want to watch Love Island? That's funny. I remember a lot of people in here being the main ones saying, oh yeah, nah, we should have been watching Love Island yesterday. So lonely. Y'all play Roblox? Hmm. You know. You know. How many be on Roblox like that? Oh, hell no. Why do I actually have stuff on this account? Niggas don't know how knowing that QR code is to get, bro. You be having to crouch down, bend your neck and stuff just to get the QR. It's like, damn, bro, I know you see it. I can see it. It's not that far. You said the silence is crazy. I mean, I've been asking y'all stuff. Y'all just ain't saying nothing back. Well, I could play something in the back, though. I got you. Shit, in the back. It's over here acting up over there. Yeah, I play blade ball. I'll be whooping people ass up there though. They don't want to see me get back up. Like on a lot of the games, if I actually went back on ranked, it'll be bad. Bro, what y'all feel about this, bro? How y'all feel about this? You said it's quiet, so what you... That's insane. Kyra. Oh yeah, I be playing them horror games. Y'all like Doors and stuff? Bro, these effects. I said, I mean, you has at first said that it's quiet, so I said, what you think about this then, and I put this on. Bro. Alright, quick warm up, you feel me? I gotta get a couple bees though, I don't care. They had a little grudge against each other. Let me go on this pillar so I can just chill for a minute. Cause they doing too much running around, gang. I ain't got the energy for that. Bro, what? Did it? It let go right before it hit me, I guess. Whatever. It's that dinosaur one, bro. They always add some crazy stuff in this game. I'm gonna play a horror game after I eat. That do sound good. Horror games, then the oh, they fighting it out. The Monopoly games, I like playing those. Y'all like playing the Mario Party games? She said, I hate you so much. Chill out. It was not that deep, boy. She mad over this game. I'm gonna see if I can get my dub, though. Because my game acting pretty bad right now, so I gotta play like this. See, and they gonna come after me, too. It's like, I can't move because it's weirdos. You should play a war game. Alright. Which ones? I don't know any horror games though, so. Ooh, build your factory. I ain't seen this one, bro. I had this joint decked out. Bro, the Mimic is so ass, and that don't take too long. And I'm not doing the Mimic by myself for hours, bro. I don't really see no new games for real. What's the suggestions right now? What's on Roblox that y'all be on? Play an ink game. Dress to impress is crazy, gang. You're trying to set me up. You said you know a whole bunch of horror games, and let me know then. Alright, though, we can go back to the videos for right now. I was just saying.
To make it.
I don't know. This one is weird, funny, scary. If you don't like being chased, it's called Night Shift at Cheese. I think I've already played that before, if I'm not mistaken. Should I go steal people's stuff on what's this called, Celebrating Rock? Or I don't know. I don't feel like that's gonna be a good stream though. Let's see what these look like.
My name is Tom, and I'd like to share a story from my college days. As you can probably imagine, it's not a very nice story, but I like to think that it's something others can take something away from, be that a life lesson or whatever else. I was pretty wild in college. You wouldn't think it if you looked at me, but it's true. I did okay in my freshman year, tried to keep my head straight and focus on my studies, but then the sophomore party lifestyle hit me pretty hard. I've also always looked a little older than I was, so although getting carded was standard on campus, if I drove into the city, I could pick up a six-pack almost anywhere. And that was not conducive to a healthy study of party balance.
At all.
I would regularly find myself forced to walk home from some bar at 2 a.m., having spent all my money on shots with no charge on my phone to call a cab. A normal person might have...
I mean, gee, it just started, and then it's apparently it's supposed to be like true college stuff, so.
That happened not once, but me. It happened at least.
Because weren't you the same one saying this stuff ain't real?
The last time, I had just gotten back on the campus after walking maybe 2 or 3 miles completely drunk, and I was incredibly tired. I was sobering up, in a terrible mood, and all I wanted to do was get back to my dorm so I could get to that bottle of vodka that I kept hidden in my dorm. But then, I run into this kindly stranger. There's a guy smoking a cigarette outside his block, and he says something sort of softly to me as I walk past him. It was something like, crazy night, or wild night.
His eyes don't look right.
Until I saw him smoking. I asked him to bum
he looked cracked out.
Did so. Then we made a little small talk before he invited me inside for a beer and to charge my phone. This guy was still living in the dorms, albeit the nicer kind on the other side of campus, but having alcohol was still very much against the rules.
Dang, why is that? It's showing up weird on TikTok. Bruh. I can't do shit on TikTok. Alright, I'm gonna fix it. Alright, it's good now, y'all. And mind you, Roblox isn't even open anymore. So I don't know why it's showing. Alright, so I'm about to fix that jump. Lord have mercy, bro. That shit put me through. Just scoot that off to the side. I don't even know why it's here.
Most heavy partiers had something stashed away somewhere, but this guy had a mini fridge that had beer cans tucked behind sodas. He said no one suspected him because he was such a nerd, and he was kind of right, I guess, because he didn't give off party vibes, but I just found myself seriously impressed. Well, more just wanting to have another beer before I walked the final 20 minutes to my dorm, but impressed nevertheless. I go up to this guy's room, and there it was, beer, hiding in plain sight. I asked to use the guy's bathroom before we drank, and he showed me where it was. And when I got back, we talked and drank, and at one point, I knew I probably should have started walking back, but I figured that I could just rest
Nah,
a little
yeah, I
longer.
see you back. What's up?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last thing I remember. I woke up the next morning in the hallway outside the guy's apartment. I was fully clothed, but my shoes were out there with me. It must have been late morning because it was pretty busy outside, meaning people definitely must have stepped over me while passed out in the hallway. I felt like death, and I probably looked about the same too. I know I attracted a few looks as I sort of moseyed across campus and back to my room. I've been really drunk before, but never blackout drunk, and let me tell you, it was not a good feeling. I haven't even put it together why I'd been cruising along just fine before that one beer knocked me out completely cold. I honestly just figured that I was exhausted from hours of drinking
Said
and
bro
miles
got
of walking,
robbed.
but as I said, I had made that walk 5 or 6 times previous, probably having drank even more on some occasions, and I'd never blacked out like that until that night. I figured a lot of you probably have put it together already. Things are sometimes clearer from a distance like that, you know. But never underestimate the power of denial, especially when it comes to young men. I think a year went by before I was really faced with what had happened to me. I always knew in the back of my head, but like I'd already covered, I had that head buried firmly in the sand. In the 12 months or so since I blacked out, the same thing happened to multiple guys from our university and even some of the locals too. They were walking someplace late at night, ran into a kind of stranger who offered them beer or maybe a phone charge or whatever they just happened to need at that moment. They then went up to this guy's apartment or got
You
into
say
his
you
car or
bored?
whatever, and he offers them a drink.
I'm saying, bro.
And then boom, they wake up hours later with no memory of the evening's events. You might think that it'd be those with clear ideas
Just give me
or
a sec, give me a
suspicions
sec.
that'd be the first to raise the alarm. But in reality, the opposite is true. The more of an idea that they had of what happened, the more compartmentalizing went on, allowing our seemingly kind stranger to get away with his crimes for a long time. It wasn't until a dude went to a doctor, having no idea why he hurt so much, that the cops were even informed that something was going on campus. Then I don't know how, but they caught up with the guy, arrested him, and then the whole story was in the media within just a few days. The cops think this kindly stranger assaulted anywhere between 18 to 100 different assaults in the space of 2 years. And you read that right. 18 confirmed, 100 possible. And I heard almost a dozen were almost talked into testifying, but withdrew one by one in the run-up to the trial itself. Testifying would mean admitting what had happened to them, something that some guys just aren't willing to do.
That was DE.
I guess that
was
applies to both
DE, and you know
sexes,
it.
but it especially applies to men. I know that because I was one of those
You
who
say you
withdrew.
don't like it?
I figured if so many others were brave enough to say it out loud, I wouldn't need to. But that's not how it works. The kindly stranger who invited me into his dorm room that night got more than 500 years in prison on account of the 18 separate accounts that he was convicted of, plus a bunch of other crimes
And
thrown
she
in there
gonna
too.
pin it too.
It was
Crazy
good news
work.
to most, but to me, it meant facing up to what had happened to me, which honestly has been the single toughest thing I'd ever had to do. I've since worked with an organization called 1 in 6. Named so because statistically, 1 in 6 men will be intimately assaulted or violated at some point in their lives.
Intimately
But because
assaulted?
of how little we
That
talk
sounds
about
crazy,
it, you
gang.
think the number is much, much lower. Well, it's not. And if the issues I just discussed affects any of your viewers, I strongly advise them to go visit www.oneinsix.org. There's a lot of advice and information there. Just don't close yourselves off and suffer in silence. Because silence is the real kill. We drank. The more coffee, you get some space.
Let's try these horror shorts. Yeah, I saw. And this is it. She's listening.
Looks like the photos.
Yeah.
They gonna start it off with the strongest accents. Oh my god. Get ready for this one, y'all.
Dear Joe and Tim. Tim and Joe. Welcome. Thank you for choosing to stay here, and for the next few days, our home is yours. We hope you find everything you need, yada yada yada, and please get acquainted with Viola. She can help you with almost anything you need.
Who's Viola?
I'm Viola.
Oh, cool. I've never used one of these before. Hey,
I
Viola.
don't like that.
What's the time in Papua New Guinea?
The time in Papua New Guinea is 2:37 in the morning.
Brilliant. Viola, does the afterlife exist?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Useless.
Viola, when will my boyfriend stop me so annoying?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
See, I wouldn't have took no straight like that.
Recycling
He a
is
bitch
under
for
the
that.
microwave.
I can't even lie to you.
She's more useful than you are. I might trade you in.
Nah, yeah, I appreciate the love you so much. Is hold on, how many is that? 3. Anna, you're awesome. Bruh, I appreciate you, and you just keep going, man. You just keep going, bruh. I'm trying to get like you, bro, when I get up, bruh.
We could even walk there.
Caves? If I wanted to go somewhere dark and damp,
Why are they going to a cave? Hold on, what?
I'd go in the cellar.
They throwing me off.
There's a butterfly sanctuary.
Now you're talking.
Right. What's for dinner?
I don't know. Ask Viola.
Viola, what should we have for dinner?
Perhaps you could eat out. There's a highly rated gastropub nearby.
Nah, we're eating out tomorrow night. Oh, shepherd's pie.
Shepherd's pie. Good idea.
Viola, what did you just say?
Shepherd's pie. Good
Nah,
idea.
that's not what you just said, gang. Repeat it. That junk tripping.
What happened? You okay?
Yeah, I just cut myself on the bloody bastard knife.
I'll get the, Viola, where's the first aid kit?
Why
There
you?
isn't a first aid kit.
Why would the bot know about that?
Viola, are you sure there isn't a first aid kit?
I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. There's a first aid kit in the basement.
In the basement. It's very different from what they said before. Appreciate that, Naya. Appreciate y'all's support, man. You don't know how much it means. It's too much going on.
Tim, did you find it?
Yo.
No. No.
I'm gonna nip to the shop then.
Get out of there, bro.
Fiona, does the afterlife exist?
Yes.
How do you know?
Some things are obvious.
Who are you?
He said, "Who are you?"
I'm Viola. What's your name?
Did you used to live here?
No.
Yeah, ask some good questions.
I still live here, Tim. Not very gentlemanly of you, letting your bleeding partner go to the shops alone in the dark.
You're cooked.
Your
Deep
programs
fried.
have a very disturbing sense of humor.
Just threatened it with a pen. I'm saying it's time to go.
For Christ's sake.
You already knew that was gonna happen. And where's your wife, gang? Can we talk about this? I'm saying he treating this like it's a normal day in the hood. And I really don't know what his thought process is.
Tim? Tim? God, what's he up to? Tim! Viola, when will my boyfriend stop being so annoying? Very soon. Tim?
Nigga evil. That one bad though. I fuck with that one. You said that's all. No, there are more videos, but we could switch up and do something new. Oh, you talking about Crip? Yeah, it was a short one though. I thought they'll at least be like a little bit longer, bro. Let me put my camera bigger. So I can make it clear for y'all. In the meantime, though. Fuck. Dang, it's only 3 and I'm feeling like this. Is anybody else tired then? Because I know I'm not just tripping. See if this one or the chair.
Last year, my husband and I went to Six Flags to have some fun at the water park. We hit the pool first, then we rode a couple of slides. There were a few more to try, but right as we were getting in line for the next one, my husband had to use the restroom. I offered to wait for him, but he told me it may take a while and that I should go on the ride myself. I agreed and made my way in the line up to a water slide called the Bonsai Pipelines. As I stood there waiting, a very large man, and possibly the world record holder for fattest man alive, got in line behind me, pushing up against me with his disgustingly ballooning stomach. I asked him politely to mind my personal
Oh, y'all can't see. Hold on.
but talking to him was a mistake.
Hey, do you mind giving me some space?
Sorry, my belly's got a mind of its...
You say ego, we can't see. I'm about to fix it for you. I got you. Sweet like candy. I can feel it. What's good, Jeremiah?
So
Alright, now it should be
I think
working,
he likes
yo.
you. I brushed the weirdo off and minded my business. As the line progressed, I realized that Bonsai Pipelines was a two-person ride. Everywhere I looked in the line, I saw couples, siblings, and friends all paired up. And at the top, people sitting together in two-person tubes. That's when I noticed the plus-size man behind me smiling like a freak, showing me his rotten teeth from a lifetime of probably eating candy and washing it down with Mountain Dew, and also never being able to hold a toothbrush in his chubby sausage fingers. I was devastated. I knew I would be paired up with that fat creep. I considered leaving the line. That's what I should have. But when I looked behind me, I saw multiple pairs of people in line behind us. I knew it wasn't going to be the best experience, but I sucked it up and stayed. Of course, this made the massive loser in line with me think I was starting to like him. Every time we moved in line and went up a step, that creep bumped into me. He almost knocked me over a few times. He kept talking about going on other rides together afterwards, and even suggested we go home together. I kept shutting him down, but he was just as oblivious as he was obese. I wasn't worried about him.
As he
I
was
knew I could
obese.
easily outpace him at a casual walk if he tried to follow me. Eventually, we got to the front of the line. The employee tried pairing us up on it too, but I requested to ride the ride by myself.
Excuse me, but I would like my own too. I don't want to be paired with him.
Alright, that's better, y'all.
The two will be imbalanced if you ride it without a partner.
Yes, sir.
Imbalanced? He weighs like 100 times more than me.
Don't worry, baby. I'll show you what's really heavy later.
No, he looked like Peter
Fine.
Griffin,
Let's
too.
just get this over with.
I sat down first, and when he sat on the other side, I almost got launched into the air. I managed to hold on, but at the last second, I had a change of heart. That pig's bulging waist was spilling over onto my side and touching me. I couldn't stand it, but the employees pushed us down anyway.
Wait, no!
The next 30 seconds were the worst time of my life. His horrendous mask completely threw off the physics of how the ride was supposed to work. The tube repeatedly fishtailed, tossing me around so hard that my head was slammed into the wall of the slide again and again. Then, at one of the tight curves, the tube flipped over. Suddenly, I was stuck underneath the fattest man in the world, crushed underneath 1,000 pounds. I could feel my bones breaking and my organs being squeezed together. Water gushed out of his folds and into my mouth, drowning me. I prayed for it to end, thinking I was about to die. Then, at the bottom of the slide, the huge creep landed right on top of me. He shoved me to the bottom of the pool and stood on top of me.
He's standing on her head, bro.
Finally, he got off me, and I immediately struggled to swim up to the surface. I cried for help as I drowned because of my injuries, and that worthless, narcissistic mountain of a douchebag just walked away.
Help me!
Just left you in pain.
Thankfully, the lifeguard at the splash pool saved me from drowning, but everybody just let that fat piece of crap get away. I was taken to the hospital with severe injuries. I suffered a concussion, I had several broken ribs, my liver was ruptured, and my pelvis was broken. And the cherry on top was my broken nose, ruptured eyeball, and shattered front teeth. I had to be rushed into surgery. Despite filing a police report, nobody found out who the man was. I don't see how it
Nobody found
There
out,
can't
bro.
be that
Come
many
on.
men who weigh
We need
1,000
you some
pounds.
justice, gang.
Not to mention, my medical bills have financially crippled me for the rest of my life. A year later, my injuries have mostly healed, but I'm partially blind in one eye now, and I've been dealing with severe chronic pain. Due to the fact I can't sue a person I can't identify, I'm suing Six Flags for forcing me to ride with them. And what made things worse was how I wasn't able to have intercourse with my husband because of my injuries. And as a result, he's suing Six Flags for the loss of affection.
How y'all
The
feeling
case
about
is
the
still
vertical
ongoing.
scene, bro?
I don't know what will come out. All I know is that the freak of nature
Y'all like
is
this
still
more?
out there, and he might cause more damage if he decides to show up to another water park again. This story was inspired by a bizarre incident regarding a woman who was suing a water park because she was made to ride a flume with a fat person. Nakia Rizé and her husband are seeking damages from Six Flags over Georgia Hurricane Harbor Water Park, claiming the 250-pound guest caused her serious injuries on a raft ride near Atlanta. The couple believe the added weight of the obese passenger caused the ride to become overloaded and dangerous, and landed Rizé in the operating room. Rizé was taking on the Bonsai Pipelines ride in the water park, which requires 2 people to ride in an inflatable raft down the flume. The claimant says it swayed violently with the heavy load on board, and slammed her into the interior of the tube, causing what she described as severe injuries.
She said she was taken directly to the hospital in an ambulance. Rosé has since decided to ask for compensation, and so has
You
her
said that would
husband for
never
a loss of
happen either.
affection as a result of her injuries. The extent of Rosé's injuries are unknown. I was a lifeguard at a water park called Wild Waves for several years, but I was recently fired for a tragic accident. For the most part, the job was boring. I spent the majority of my time there watching over one of the pools where people would land at the end of the slide, one of the ones where they went down on the tube. I had my fair share of time where I had to save people, but it was fairly uncommon because most people would go to a water park and know how to swim, or they wear life jackets if they can. There were also 2 other lifeguards in the area. One day, on a particularly slow afternoon, I was sitting in the tower watching cute girls go by and looking out for drowners, when all of a sudden I saw something I wasn't used to seeing. There was a morbidly obese man slowly making his way up the stairs of the water slide. I could see him struggling with every step. He stopped after every single one to catch his breath for about a minute.
Why isn't there a damn elevator for the slide?
It was quite the show, even though it was a bit sad to see somebody so far gone. On top of that, the more likely it seemed that he would make it to the top, the more concerned I got. If he actually managed to climb all those steps, the attendants were most likely going to tell him to go back down because he was too fat to ride the slide. I can only imagine the entitled rage they would have to deal with in that situation, so I knew they might let him pass just to avoid it. In that case, if he was even able to reach over his planetary waistline and hold on to it too, he would have to fit inside the slide. I seriously doubted he would be able to, but I knew he would try anyway. If by some miracle he managed to get in and didn't get stuck on the way down, the resultant splash would be like a tsunami. It took the man over an hour to reach the top, which was honestly an achievement in itself. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but I was watching closely, admittedly not paying very much attention to the pool. I spoke with the attendants afterwards, and they told me what happened. Sir, your waistline exceeds the circumference of the slide. I can't let you in.
That's ridiculous. This is the
Your
one thing I came here to
circumference
do.
is wild.
It took me too damn long to climb those stairs for you people to tell me no. You better push me into that slide because it's the only way I'm going down. Unless it's on your mother.
He threatened to sit at the entrance of the slide and block
Oh,
it
you
for
would
everyone.
never get off talking to
Knowing
me
the
like
2
that.
of them would never be able to drag him away on their own, they gave up. The first 2
You
they
better
gave up.
drag
They
that
had to
nigga
partially
off.
deflate the next donut, so the pressure from him sitting on it wouldn't be too much. But I bet to a man like that, it was more like sitting on a Cheerio. Watching it all go down, I started to worry if the slide could even support his weight, or if maybe it would collapse. I heard him screaming at the attendants to help him get through. They pushed as hard as they could, but he wasn't moving. Then, one of them had the bright idea to use sunscreen as a lube. They used the entire bottle, but it was finally enough after a handful of irritated guests in line behind helped them push. It was a nail-biting few seconds hoping he didn't get stuck, but somehow he made it.
Ah! I haven't moved as fast since high school gym class.
As I expected, the splash was enormous. Everyone was in shock and awe. Unfortunately, when the initial tidal wave subsided, something had become painfully obvious. The man had sunk like a gigantic stone. I blew my whistle to evacuate the pool. Then I climbed down the tower and jumped in to save him. He was all the way at the bottom of the deep end, and my puny little flotation device wasn't nearly enough to lift him up. I tried everything I could
He's
to get
sinking
him to the
with
surface,
yo.
pulling him up, lifting him up from under.
How big
But
do
there
you
was
have
no
to be?
chance I could lift him. I had to come up for breath. I shouted for help from the other lifeguards, but when they came over, they didn't believe me.
Help me! This guy's like 1,000 pounds. I can't lift him up.
But he's underwater. Shouldn't he be lighter?
Are you kidding? Look at him. Just get in here and help me.
After wasting precious seconds arguing, they finally got in. With the help of 2 other lifeguards, we managed to slowly drag him back up. Tragically, by then, I could already see that the life had drained from his eyes. It took us a few more minutes to finally heave him up and out of the pool, but he wasn't breathing. I tried to perform CPR, but I couldn't do any effective compressions on him through the thick layer of fat on his chest. We couldn't even find the spots to attach the electrodes of the defibrillator among all the flaps and folds of his skin. By the time the paramedics finally arrived,
Flaps and folds of his skin, yo. Are they dissing him and trying to save his life at the same time?
The park was temporarily shut down. The owners of the park and all the employees who were present are being sued by the family. I don't disagree that there were several mistakes made that day. However, I don't believe I was part of the problem. He should never have even been allowed in the park.
Look at his stomach.
To ride the slide. Maybe if my coworkers
See that John jiggle?
Instead of helping immediately, we could have saved him. I already feel bad enough that he died on my watch. Now I have to deal with being sued for the pennies left in my bank account after losing my job. I don't need that happening. What I need is therapy. The story was inspired by a disturbing incident regarding a 33-year-old man who drowned at a water park in Washington State, raising questions about the competence of the lifeguards employed there. The tragedy occurred at Wild Waves, a theme park located a few miles northeast of Tacoma. The water park pool where the drowning occurred was closed to visitors on Sunday. The man was rumored to be near 6 feet tall and was described to have a heavy-set build. He was last seen alive in one of the activity pools. Witnesses say lifeguards on the scene were slow to react when it was apparent that the man was underwater and in danger. The lifeguards were said to have been combative, indecisive, and arguing amongst themselves about what to do next, wasting precious minutes as the man's life hung in the balance. When first responders tried to resuscitate the man, it was too late. The identity of the victim has not been released for publication. In 2016, my life changed forever. I live in Kansas, and my family is fairly well off because my dad works in the state government. On Sunday in August, my brother and I convinced our parents to go to the water park. The only water park in the area was luckily a really nice one. When we got there, our parents let us loose and chill at the pool with a submerged bar all day. We were both old enough to watch out for ourselves and each other, and we both had phones. The only conditions were that we had to stick together and call them when we were ready to go. My brother and I were good swimmers, but we decided to wear life jackets just in case.
Keanu.
We stashed our phones and stuff
What
in
you
a locker
shake
and
your
started
head
roaming
for?
around. Over the course of the day, my brother and I rode almost every ride in the water park. Then we got to the one we were saving for last, the Verrückt. The name means insane in German. It's a 17-story tall water slide that makes you reach 70 miles per hour. Then you go up a big ramp that makes you feel weightless. You ride in a raft with 2 other people, so my brother and I wanted to ride it together. However, when I stood at the base of the tower and saw firsthand just how tall 170 feet really is, I had a change of heart. Something just gave me a bad feeling. I noticed there were no height or weight restrictions. It just didn't seem safe, so I changed my mind. I'm not going on that thing. It's way too tall. Are you seriously pussing out right now? Whatever. I'll wait for you down here.
Bro, is this a ride
whip.
story
You know you
time?
can piss in the water if you're too scared, right?
Is someone about to get dropped on this ride on purpose?
It was a busy day, so it would be a while before we made it to the top. Every once in a while, my brother would look down at me from
What's
the
up,
stairs
Jeremiah?
and shout at me. Mostly just some stuff about how I was a wimp, and that I was losing out on the most epic thing ever. I wasn't bothered by what he said. I was freaked out by how much higher he was every time I saw him. I just felt like there had to be a reasonable limit to how high you could go down a nearly straight drop like that on a water slide, and this was clearly past that limit. I watched dozens of rafts go down the slide, and I thought each one was going to kill the people riding it. Minute by minute, my anxiety got worse. I was trying not to be paranoid, but it's like I had this feeling of total certainty that the ride wasn't safe. I don't know how to explain why I knew. I just did. Finally, I snapped. I started screaming at the people in the line to walk back down. I didn't care if they thought I was crazy. I called my brother's name and saw him getting into a raft at the edge of the drop. I knew there was always a few minutes of delay before the raft actually went down to the slide, so I ran to the nearby lockers to get my phone and call my mom. I told her to come to the slide and to tell my brother not to go through with it and to hurry, but she seemed really drunk. She wasn't taking it seriously. She told me to calm down and that she'd be over in a few minutes. She didn't understand the urgency of the situation. She thought there was more time. There was only seconds left.
Hey, do y'all wanna after this video, do y'all wanna join the TikTok joint and I'll talk to y'all? Y'all don't gotta turn y'all cameras on if y'all want to.
All I could do was watch as the game.
Y'all just about to talk, like I could talk to y'all and y'all can ask me stuff.
The raft
man.
slid over the edge, and then the unthinkable happened.
That scream, bro.
I started panicking. My brother didn't survive. When my parents arrived minutes later, pushing through the crowd, they were devastated. As the raft tipped over the edge, there's usually a brief
That's the only
moment
thing
where
about
it's
the
not
rafts,
fully
they be
touching the
flipping over,
slide.
bro.
But at the same time, the leverage of the people in front hanging over nothing for a moment caused the back end to elevate slightly, causing the tragic mishap that involved my brother. It was mentioned that the raft rotated catastrophically incorrect. Half a second of free falling later, and my brother's head slammed into the metal safety net as the raft he was strapped into kept falling straight down, which ultimately ripped off his head.
Oh.
Every day I close my eyes, and I see that moment happen in exact detail. It doesn't help that the news story
I'm
became
saying, it
nationwide
was just the noise
I
from
couldn't
it.
escape it for months, and even now, it resurfaces occasionally. When summer comes around, and I think to myself that I should go swimming to cool off, I'm reminded of the tragedy. My parents won millions of dollars.
Alright, we about to do a taco.
No amount of
Not a
money will ever
taco.
be justice
Stop
for
saying,
brother.
stop talking about tacos in the chat,
This
bro.
story was inspired by a horrific incident regarding a
But we about
Kansas
to do a
City male
talking
named
segment
Caleb
right quick.
Schwab, who was decapitated in a 2016 water slide accident.
I'm
This
saying.
led to criminal charges of recklessness and second-degree murder against the owner, designers, and builder of the slide, which was billed at the time as the world's tallest water slide. However, a state court judge threw out those charges,
I remember that joint.
as the dismissed charges were based upon improper, illegal
That joint was in my
evidence
city
presented to a
too. I
grand
wanted to
jury,
go on it.
ruled by the judge.
Well, I
Last
didn't
year,
want to go on it, but I
Caleb's
saw.
family was awarded nearly $20 million in settlement payments from 2 companies associated with the opposing parties. Since then, a court gave approval for the
Cause
slide
she's
to be
such a
demolished.
good kisser. Alright, y'all. TikTok, I'm about to open the multi-guest thing up, so start inviting, bro. Got lipstick on my lips. Oh, baby. You said what? Who wanna get up here? Or is it nobody right now? See, I told you on the scary stuff, bro. Y'all not trying to what you call put it on TikTok.
The next story was inspired by a notorious case.
He talking about some Taco Bell. Exactly. That be the bomb though, but you feel me? It's gonna fuck your stomach up. It ain't no point. It's gonna come right back out you. I don't know what you expected.
My name is Pascal. I'm 22 years old now, but this event happened 3 years ago when I was 19. It happened in the middle of the night when my parents were away for an important company meeting. The company was kind of far away from where we lived, so I stayed home by myself while they were gone. One time, while I was at home alone, I looked out the window randomly and froze. There was a tall man, almost dressed entirely in black. He was wearing a tuxedo and holding a kitchen knife. This guy was standing right outside of the door, looking at me. He wasn't laughing at all, and his head was twitching continuously. "Sir, please get off our property, otherwise I'll call the police." I opened the window and told him. Then the man replied, "No, you can do that if you want, as long as you don't look away."
Huh?
Because of this
Oh
strange
no.
attitude, I felt
Get away
anxious.
from him.
So
He a
I grabbed my
weirdo.
cell phone and called the police. But when I
You
looked
don't
out
need
the
to be
window
nowhere near
again,
him,
he was gone. At that very moment, I heard footsteps coming from downstairs. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to lock my garden door, so it was still open. I thought I was gonna die at first, but then I pulled myself together. I got my bat and looked down the stairs, slowly, trying not to make a sound. There he was. He was just staring at me. He didn't move, but said, "I told you not to look away." A few moments later, we heard sirens.
Who we're feeling like?
The man still did not move. But then he suddenly changed his mind and walked over to me. I tried to swing my bat towards him, but I was so scared. I couldn't do anything except scream.
But
The
I was so
police broke down the
scared.
door. One policeman tried to arrest him, and the other one tried to take the knife away from him, but the man resisted. He was strong. Even though he was outnumbered, they couldn't stop him. They threatened to shoot him in the foot, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he attacked the two policemen, and they tumbled down to the ground. I ran to one of the rooms and slammed the door shut. He kicked in the door. When the door opened, I could see his face, and I will never, ever forget that moment. However, at that very moment, the police caught up to him and shot his foot. The guy started screaming in pain. Shortly after that, he managed to jump outside of a window and disappeared. The policemen chased after him, but unfortunately, they failed to
Running
arrest
for
him.
it, bro.
I never saw that guy again.
Oh, hell no.
I'm glad that I survived that incident, but I also feel nervous that he'll come to my house again. From that day on, I always made sure I locked all the doors and windows.
You said you don't play about that shit. Hell yeah, bro. People be acting like they ain't got no manners or
When I was a
sense.
teenager, I would often explore the deep web with my friends, specifically weird stuff on Hidden Wiki. There were definitely a lot of links to choose from. I never clicked on the violent links because I'm not into that. My friend Latrice told me to click on one that says, "New best friend." After doing so, it takes you to a page where you have to make a profile. I put the name Lisa on my profile. My real name is Susan. Once I made the profile, you are directed to a main page that has categories. They were silly, serious, smart, and smothering. We clicked smother. I thought it was funny. After choosing, there was a list of people with their pictures, male and female. I clicked on a profile of a guy that had the name 5, like the number 5. I entered, and it didn't seem like someone who would be a smothering friend. When I was searching through his profile, I received a message from him asking if I were looking for a friend. I looked at Latrice, and she laughed, but also told me to respond yes. So we're messaging back and forth for maybe 30 minutes, and then Latrice had to go. I told him I'll be back on tomorrow, and he said okay. Maybe a week went by where I would talk to him every night. He seemed very nice, so we exchanged
You
numbers
said
so we could talk
being
more.
on the dark web was the first issue. I'm telling you, bro,
Everything
that's how it
seemed
all
fine
starts.
until I clicked on another
All of a
profile,
sudden now,
and someone else messaged me.
big black dude at your door. Not even black, bro. Might find a Russian dude too. Hang you up by your balls. Cooked.
I started talking with this other person, but still was texting the guy 5, which I knew his real name now as William. The new guy had the name Bill on his profile. A day went by, and he seemed cool, but then William randomly asked me why I was talking with Bill. I didn't know what to say, so I never responded. He kept texting with angry messages, so I blocked him. I didn't receive any texts, only a single message on that site, and it said soon. One day after school, my friend Latrice came over to have a sleepover. We got comfortable, went to my room, and did our usual of surfing through the web, being nosy. I brought up that guy. Then I received a text message that said, "Why'd you block me?" from a random number. I replied with a question mark. Then it replied, "It's me, William." He texted me from another number after I blocked him. I told Latrice how creepy this guy is. Then Latrice stopped me from talking because she thought she heard something. Then I heard a voice. "I'm not that creepy." We both responded by screaming and looking around. I saw someone coming from under my bed, so we ran screaming out of my room, and my mother called the cops. They didn't get him because he left through my window, and nothing could be traced back to him. I'm starting to think that he was both of the people I was talking to. That definitely opened my eyes to the dangers of the internet. I would never visit the dark web again.
He said he was one of the people I was talking to. He was doing different personas for me.
A few years ago, me and my family went on our yearly holiday to Madeira, which is the birthplace of my parents. It was pretty normal for us to go annually, as our grandparents were living there. We would sleep in one of our grandparents' home, and during the day, we would go to festivals. If you do not know much about Madeira, then this story will probably give you a better idea. It's not that a physical thing occurred that holiday. It was just this nightmare that became very real for me as a child. As I said before, I was staying at my grandparents' house while in Madeira. I had a room to myself on the upper floor. It was pretty creepy.
You say you
my
only see a
grandmother
white
loved
screen?
Victorian-style dolls. Once I was able to fall asleep, I had a creepy dream that I can't forget. I woke up, and from my bed, I could hear movement on the floor. I looked down to see that the floor was covered in black insects, just crawling around. I could not see the almond brown wood floorboards, and began to yell for help. Someone opened my door, and I saw my little brother come in, but behind him was a woman in a hideous purple dress. I never saw this woman before, but before my brother even came closer to me, I saw the woman force her hand into his back
now
and
you know he
his
dead,
heart.
bro.
I remember screaming in the dream, and all the woman said was, "Your parents aren't here."
Look at her
and
chin.
I woke up. I was so scared that I went into the next room where my brother should have been asleep. But because it was dark, I couldn't see him. Well, I was a dumb kid.
He not
My
there.
anxiety level rose even higher. I ran out, went downstairs, and none of my parents were around. I started to panic more because of what that lady in my dream said, and I started to cry even more. Then I heard my older brother call my name from up the stairs. The stairs I just ran down. I told him I had a bad dream, and he stayed in my room, after showing me that my little brother was snoring away in his bed. The next morning, my brother told my parents how I behaved, so my mother asked me what happened. I told her about the dream with the lady in the hideous purple dress. My mother's face became serious, and she looked worried. I didn't know why, since that was unusual for her. About 2 years later, I was going through my parents' wedding album in our home in Madeira, while I was sorting out the top floor of the house with my younger brother. I noticed that one of the pictures was ripped in half. I thought it was unusual, so I began looking through to see where the other half was. It wasn't in the album. I brushed it off. About an hour later, I was going through one of the drawers in the living room cabinet. I saw this picture of a woman in a purple dress. She looked almost identical to the woman in my dream. It was the same dress.
Yeah,
I
no.
began to get goosebumps, so I put the album on top of a table and opened it to the page with the teared up picture. I began to shiver once the tear of both pictures fit perfectly well together. With worry, I began to ask my
And they're
mother
trying to
who was
hide it.
in the image. All I know to this day is that she is perceived as a witch and fled with my maternal uncle from Madeira. Soon after, the whole community began to
So
believe
she
it.
cursed.
This is possibly all just a coincidence, but it does send a shiver down my spine. I've never met this woman, but she appeared in my dreams. I have no idea on whether or not I will forget the specific details of that dream, especially since I found out more about this woman, who is my aunt-in-law. This happened to me when I was 17 years old. I live in Canada, and this situation took place during a snowstorm at around 9 p.m. It was extremely dark
Kyra
outside,
said that looked like
and
something
I
I
was
know.
waiting inside a
What
bus
you mean?
stop shelter after my part-time job to get home. Although I live in a crowded city in Toronto, it was very quiet that night, and there were barely any cars on the road due to hazardous weather conditions. I was waiting all by myself for about 10 minutes until one man, who looked like he was in his 50s, entered the shelter. He had a disgusting smirk on his face, which made him a bit creepy looking, and that pretty large guy started making small talk with me.
And you can't see
He
his
had a
eyes,
creepy
bruh.
low
Never
voice,
trust somebody
and
like
he
that.
kept asking me what I was doing out in this weather and where I was going. I was feeling anxious, but there was only me and that man, so I told him I was going home after work. He smiled and said to me that the buses are going to be delayed because of the weather and won't be coming in for a really long time. I took out my phone to check the bus times. However, due to the deadly cold weather,
You say he
my phone
funds her?
died completely. Then he
Oh, you're
came closer to
wildin'.
me. He smelled awfully disgusting. "Hey, you want to come with me for 5 minutes?" he said.
For
I
5
said, "I'm
minutes?
sorry, sir. What do you mean?" He said,
What you got
"Let's go
going
hang
on,
out for
brother?
a bit. Don't worry, you won't miss your bus. I will bring you back safely. Come on."
She don't need to be
I
standing there.
wasn't stupid and was aware of pedophiles, so I stepped back and refused. But he kept insisting that I should go with him. I was so afraid that he would do something bad to me. However, luckily, one lady came into the shelter, and the man immediately closed his mouth. After waiting for some time, the bus finally arrived.
So you acted fake
It
when
was
she
me,
got...
the
And
lady,
he gonna get on the
that
bus
creepy
with him,
man,
though?
and
That's
2 other
weird.
people on the bus. He sat all the way at the back of the bus where he could watch me clearly, and I noticed that he kept staring and staring. I was so nervous, and when it was my stop, I got off along with the lady.
He said, run them
And as I
man.
kept walking, I saw that the man got off with us and was right behind me. I freaked out and thought there was no choice at all, so I grabbed the lady's
Bad
arm
stab
and
his
asked her
junk.
if she could walk me home because a man was following me. She also noticed that the guy was acting strangely, so she whispered that she would take me home. I walked with the lady, and when I looked back, he stared at me
What if
for
you
a
get the
while
lady?
and disappeared. When I arrived home, my parents and I thanked that lady repeatedly, and after that, I never saw him again in my life.
She a strong chin motherfucker, though. Alright. Next
I
story.
work as a nurse in a hospital, although I can't reveal exactly where because of privacy reasons. Recently, a fairly popular celebrity came to be treated here, although I can't reveal who due to the aforementioned privacy reasons. Honestly, I was pretty surprised he was coming here. Not to shit talk my place of employment, but this place has a bit
Dang,
of
his
a
lips
record
was
of being
dry
really
fuck.
bad in caring for people. Not that I'm a bad nurse or anything, it's just that a lot of the surgeons seem to fuck up their job and not get fired for some reason. This made it all the more confusing to me that this celebrity came here for surgery to remove a late-stage brain tumour. Speaking of, my friend Patricia was a huge fan and really wanted to be the one assigned to him post-surgery. She was even thinking of asking him for an autograph, which seemed unprofessional to me. Anyway, he was flying in for treatment tomorrow, but my current job was to assist a surgeon with the surgery of a little boy who swallowed a bunch of his toy marbles. I was surprised they decided to opt for surgery though, because they were previously recommended to wait for him to pass them. It was me, the anesthesiologist, and the surgeon in the room. I was staying nearby to the site of the surgery, and everything seemed to be going well. Then, the surgeon slipped and cut the kid's stomach lining open. It was horrific. The smell of stomach acid almost made me vomit as it began to dissolve his intestines. Despite our best efforts, he was dead within 10 minutes. What disturbed me was how unfazed the surgeon was. After we failed to save him, the surgeon left to break the news to the parents almost immediately after. I thought I heard the anesthesiologist mumble something under her breath, but I couldn't understand clearly. It was something about food. My shift was over though, and I walked to the subway to grab some dinner, then caught the bus home. I was pretty tired, so I watched some Netflix in bed until I fell asleep. That night I had a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare. I was in the hospital, and that kid was there in front of me. Only his whole body was hollow and his chest cavity was open and bloody. His eyes were gone too, but still, he stared at me, and the entire time he pointed straight down. I finally woke up, and with relief from being free of that dream and more guilt from the failed surgery, I started my day. I got to work and Patricia was fairly bubbly. She spent almost the whole morning talking my ear off about the celebrity. When he finally came in, she started freaking out and tried to walk up and talk to him. His bodyguard pushed her away though, and she returned to her duties dejectedly. Just before my lunch break, I was called into my supervisor's office. He said he had something very important for me to do, and that it needed to be done ASAP. He told me to go to the transplant center and get 10 hearts, then go to the basement. I was pretty confused and wanted to ask some questions, but he cut me off and yelled,
Either you can do this shit right now, or you can walk out and kiss your job goodbye.
I was pretty pissed. He would fire me daring to ask a question, but the management would avoid firing the incompetent surgeons even though they should. I left in a huff to go collect the organs, and found them waiting in a case there already, with a note signed by the doctor that gave me access to a restricted room in the basement simply called Room 60. I didn't have the slightest clue what was in there, and marched onwards to the elevator and went down to the basement. I walked to Room 60 and showed the security guard my note. He looked me over and said, "Oh, this is your first time doing this, huh? Feel sorry for you. Try not to panic if you know what's good for you." He then unlocked the door, and I stepped in. Immediately I was hit with a smell I would describe as rotten eggs, pennies, and a corpse. The ground was slick with something and it was dark in there too, with only one dim overhead light. The room was pretty big, and in the middle I saw some nondescript blob. Then I heard what sounded like a deep breath in, and the blob started moving. The thing, which I now started to realise was a body, was walking towards me with stumpy, fat legs. I screamed and tried to run away, but I slipped on the ground. As my face got smeared in it, I realised the stuff on the floor was blood, and as I turned onto my back, I was face to face with the thing. It looked like a very pale, morbidly obese man, although it was much taller and much fatter than any human could be. It had large curled horns, as well as no mouth. Instead, where its mouth should be, there was just a row of pitch-black, pointy, needle-like teeth surrounding a hole. It paid me no heed, and reached out to pick up the box of organs. It opened the box, and ate all the hearts and handfuls.
I'll be back, y'all.
It
Hold
stuffed
on.
them 3 at a time in its mouth. I was terrified and ran out the door, slamming it shut behind me. The security guard looked me in the eyes and put a reaffirming hand on my shoulder. It looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. He told me that he would walk me out of the building, and that I could have the rest of the day off. Now I'm at home, still shaking and typing this up. I got a text from Patricia, and apparently the celebrity's surgery was a massive success. I'm wondering what I even do now. Is this the type of thing I can report? Would anyone believe me?
This happened when I was about 11. My 2 friends and I, all of us male, were swimming in my friend's backyard one night around 10 p.m. My friend's house borders the junior high school property and is separated by a chain-link fence. As we were swimming, I look over and I see a tall man dressed in black and a baseball cap, just standing there like a zombie, just watching us. For some reason, I didn't get scared. I just thought it was weird. I mentioned him to my friends, who both look over and immediately start screaming their heads off and start swimming away to get out of the pool. Their reaction woke me up to the situation, and I started swimming out of the pool too. We are one by one trying to use the ladder, and I was in the rear, so as I'm waiting, I look over and the guy is scrambling up the fence as fast as he can. We made it to the house and managed to slam the door and lock it just as he reaches the door. This was the back door, which was like 80% clear glass, so he just stood there looking at us as we screamed our heads off. I even noticed he was holding a baseball bat. We run and hide behind the living room couch, and he keeps jiggling with the doorknob. But luckily, he never used the bat to break the glass, which would have been really easy. He walks away, and my friend runs and turns the security alarm on and calls his dad, who was off running errands. My friend's dad said he was almost home and to stay inside. We turn the TV on and start to calm down, when all of a sudden, the alarm goes off. I almost shit my swimming suit for the second time, and our stupid 11-year-old minds decide just standing there screaming was the best option. My friend's dad happened to get home while this is happening. He gives the operator the secret password that everything is okay, grabs his gun and searches the property, but he didn't find anyone. We still swam at night after that, and we never met that crazy guy again. Also, I'm 25 now, and I don't know why we didn't just call the cops or why my friend's dad didn't call the cops.
This happened around the year 2011, when I was 13. One day my friend was planning on throwing a party at his place, so my older cousin drove me there. It took about 4 hours to get there, and when I finally arrived, it was around 8 p.m. A few hours later, we were having fun, but out of nowhere, I had to use the bathroom really badly. About 5 minutes had passed, and while I was in the bathroom, I heard a crunching noise coming from the woods. At first, I thought it was someone who arrived late to the party, but all of a sudden, I heard loud banging on glass. I started to think it might be my friend just looking for me, so I told him that I was inside the bathroom. However, it wasn't my friend. It was a guy who looked like he was in his late 50s. He said that his car broke down. He then asked me to help him, but I was already paranoid about strangers, so I simply told him that I couldn't help him. He nodded his head and walked away. When I was done using the bathroom, I went back to the room where my friend was. I told him what I saw and what the man said to me. My friend looked like he just saw a ghost. Then he finally said that for almost 2 months, this man was stalking his entire family, and also saw him from the bathroom window tons of times. They asked the police to check their area several times, but they couldn't help his family. When he said that, I thought he was overreacting, until I heard the same banging noise now coming from the door. It was more violent now. Everybody paused what they were doing and looked at the door in shock. One guest broke the silence and said it was probably only the pizza delivery man. But my friend told me not to answer the door at all costs. I looked through the peephole, and there he was. The same guy I saw through the bathroom's window. He had a psychotic-looking face, and was licking his lips nonstop. We all just stood there in silence and hoped that the man would go away. But after a few minutes, the loud noise came from the basement. The guy threw a brick at the basement's window and crawled through it. Suddenly, it sounded as if a gunshot echoed through the entire house. My friend and most of the partygoers screamed and ran out of the house. I stayed behind along with a few others. One of the older kids was trained in martial arts, so I saw him assault and attack the man until he was shot. Afterward, the man escaped and ran into the woods. The whole scene was chaotic now. An ambulance and police car arrived soon after, and fortunately, the kid that was shot survived. After a few days of intense investigation, the police went to my friend's
Gee,
house
what happened?
and told him that they caught the guy. It turns out that he was living in the woods. He also kidnapped 3 kids, but luckily they were found in time and set free. But they also found out that he had already killed a few kids already. So after that, he was condemned to death for murder.
Nah, the kids though. He devilish, bro.
This happened a while back when I was 11. We used to live in a 2-story house with the second floor being a wooden floor. There's a slight crack on the floor, so if anyone steps on it, it creaks. And one night, I woke up at around 1 a.m. The moment I opened my eyes, I heard heavy footsteps behind me as my body was facing the wall. My bed was next to the wall, and my computer was by my head. My door was always open since I never close it when I go to bed. At first, I was confused about why there were heavy footsteps with chains dragging on the floor. The heavy steps sounded as if it stepped on the floor's crack. I heard the floor creak. The footsteps seemed to fade away to the end of the hallway to my uncle's room. It creeped me out and I couldn't move my body. I just stared at the wall in fear, then closed my eyes. Soon after, that noise came back to my room.
Baji.
I heard the creak again, and all of a sudden, the chains whipped the floor door. That sound was so loud, so I opened my eyes for a few seconds in fright, but closed it again. I said to myself that it was all a dream, and it was nothing. It became silent until I heard a loud smash on the keyboard that's right by my head.
I'ma sit up, it's cool.
I screamed, but kept closing my eyes forcefully. Suddenly,
I'm not getting
one
sleepy,
of the
y'all.
deep voices started murmuring loudly just above my head. Its sound was so low beyond recognition, so I couldn't understand
Y'all mess
what
with
the
the
thing
angle.
was. Then I started to pray to God. I was not honest and trustworthy back then, but praying was the only way to erase my fear. So I kept praying, and surprisingly, the voice faded away. The next day, I told my family about what happened, and they were surprised. I was given a rosary by a relative as protection, and she told me not to take it off. So ever since then, I've been wearing it. However, just a month after that, around 3 a.m., I was sleeping, and suddenly, my rosary fell and shattered into pieces on the floor. I jumped out of my bed immediately when it happened. I was so confused, but I didn't want to check on what could have caused it. So I decided to go back to sleep and just collect the scattered pieces of the rosary when I woke up. The next morning, I told my family about it again, and they got really scared because it was really unusual. But they couldn't do anything about it, so they just tried to cheer me up. Nothing has really happened since then, but I always wonder what would have happened if I opened my eyes to look right above my head to see who or what that deep voice was. This happened a couple of years ago. One night, my mom decided to hang out with her friends at a casino, and my dad was at work. So my 2 older sisters and I were home by ourselves. My sisters were 14 and 15 at the time, and I was 11. After my mom left, it was pretty exciting to be home by ourselves. But an hour later, it got boring, so we decided to play a game. We ended up playing hide and seek. At that point, I was a bit scared because it was 11 p.m., almost midnight. But then I kind of brushed it off since I thought my dad would come home soon. I didn't want to admit that I was scared. Also, I don't want to be home alone, so
Why
I
is
decided to play.
just
Let's just play
my
hide
stuff
and
fucking
seek in the
around?
backyard, I suggested, but she refused. There are no hiding spots back there. Let's go to the forest.
1 minute,
My
y'all, I
sister
got it.
said. After my sister said that, Shivers went down my spine. But anyway, we stepped into the forest that's nearby. Go count, my second older sister said to me. I decided that I had to be brave. My other sister gave me a blindfold. What is this for? I asked. Put it on and try to find us, my sister said. While my sisters used flashlights to find a place to hide, I put the blindfold on and then counted to 30. When it was time, I said, ready or not, here I come. After walking around, touching every tree I walked
Alright,
about,
my fault.
10
There we
minutes
go.
had already passed, and I still hadn't found my sisters. Even while I was walking on this trail, I could barely see anything, so I tripped on a twig and fell. My clothes got dirty and my knees started bleeding, but I had no choice. I got up and walked around some more. I came across a tree and knew I finally found something. It felt like a person.
You said your screen is black.
Haha, found you, I said. I then heard my sisters walking by behind me, saying, hey, how did you not find us yet? At that moment, I froze. I took off my blindfold slowly and saw an old man sitting there, smiling at me while holding a knife. Can't I play with y'all? He asked, with a cracking voice. He wore a dirty shirt, and his hair seemed like he didn't shower for a long time. My sisters and I screamed and started running out of the forest as quickly as we could. While running, I looked back and noticed the man chasing after us while holding the knife, swinging it in the air. He was laughing like a mad person. I've never felt that kind of fear before. But after running for a while, the old man couldn't keep up. He stopped running, stared at us, and then he turned around and went back into the forest. We got closer to our house, and then we saw our dad pulling into the driveway. We ran to him and told him what just happened. He was shocked, so he called the police immediately. The police went to the forest, and they searched those areas for a few hours. After a while, they found and arrested the old man. The next day, we learned that the old man killed 4 female children.
That's a good
and
question.
Their bodies in the woods.
I don't know why they wanted to play hide and seek in the woods, but it's like they got what they played. You feel me? They played themselves, so
I felt sick to my stomach.
at the end of the day, what happened, man?
I'm glad that we are safe, but now I pray for the 4 souls of the children. May they rest in peace.
I have a sister who got married when she was 18. She had a daughter named Susie. Her husband was unemployed. She had to work 2 jobs to support herself, her daughter, and her husband. Every day, she left the house at 8 a.m. and she only returned around 8 p.m. every night. Around this time, Susie had an imaginary friend. She told my sister it was a little girl named Jessica. Susie would talk about her all the time. My sister even overheard her talking to Jessica. It creeped her out, and after a while, she told Susie she was forbidden to talk about the girl. We weren't allowed to mention Jessica when we came over to visit. One day, Susie told her mom, Jessica is mad at you because you don't believe she's real.
I appreciate you, Royal Boy, for following.
Door after you leave. And he
Welcome
lets
to
us
the
out
family.
before you come home. My sister had no idea this was happening. Her husband was supposed to be watching Susie during the day. Instead, he would lock her in the closet with a box of cereal and leave her there all day. When my sister discovered what was going on, she kicked her husband out. The poor little girl spent so much time all alone.
I'm saying he got a nice soothing voice.
She had conjured up an imaginary playmate for herself. My sister divorced her husband and got custody of Susie. She decided to move out of the house they were renting. When the moving van came, the old man who owned the house came over to help them. He was talking to my sister and said, I was always worried about your little girl on those basement stairs. My granddaughter fell down those basement stairs and broke her neck. She died in front of the closet down there. When she heard that, my sister got the chills. What was her name, she asked. It wasn't Jessica, was it? The old man looked at her and said her name was Jessica. She was only 4 years old. She couldn't say it properly. How did you know that's how she said her name, Jessica? How did you know? My sister was in denial. She told him she didn't know what he was talking about. She refused to talk about it, grabbed the last of her things, and left the house for good. Even today, we're still not allowed to talk about Susie and her imaginary friend, Jessica. My sister remarried a few years later, and Susie got her a great new stepdad. But Susie, when we speak alone, she always brings up that little girl and what she looked like. And it still creeps me out to this day, because I don't really believe in that type of stuff with ghosts and paranormal, but there's no way that Susie could have known about that little girl. But who knows? Maybe they are real, and maybe not.
Every night, I hear my mother through the walls, but she never talks during the day, only at night. Like clockwork, she begins at midnight and abruptly stops at 6 a.m. I've heard everything, from harsh whispers, playful talking, cackling, and even screaming. Some of the things I hear her say frighten me. It's about
What's up, 3?
dark and dreadful things. Whenever I enter her room to check on her, the silence is there. She just rocks in her chair. This is enough. I can't take it anymore. My mom has been suffering from seizures for the past few years, and they're getting worse. The doctor told me that she needed full-time care, so I volunteered. Even though she
Chat,
has
how we
been
feeling,
so
chat?
changed and I hadn't seen her in a decade, I knew she needed me. So I kind of thought it might be my last chance to stay with her. But it's gotten too much. She scares me. She doesn't even eat. I've tried and tried, but she doesn't open her mouth. I've tried to get her out of her bedroom, or at least out of her chair, but she gets aggressive. So whenever she needs a bath, I bathe her right where she sits. She just rocks in her chair, mindlessly smiling at her closet. She does this all day. I have no idea what I have to do next. I'm about to go insane. I can handle caring for her during the day, but at night I can't anymore. So I finally went to the doctor for some help. I told him that she's been keeping me up at night with her whispering and talking. And I also told him that it's getting too much and she's starting to scare me. But his facial expression while looking towards me was weird. He stared at me like he didn't understand what I was talking about. And what the doctor said next scared me even more. Well, I think you had a bad dream. Your mother bit her tongue off a few years ago. She can't talk at all. It happened when I was around 11 years old. One day, I was at my friend Kenzie's house. My other friend Emma joined us too. It was a lazy weekend, so we decided to kill some time by baking cookies and doing other things. We all gathered in Kenzie's room and did our geometry homework, which was the main reason we were all there. But soon after, we got bored doing it since we were young teenage girls. So we jumped on the bed, watched YouTube and Netflix, and told each other scary stories. The one I'll never forget is Kenzie's story. She told me a story that kept me paranoid for the rest of my stay at the house.
Dang, what she
told
said
us
I was
the
that
owner of
bad,
the
bro.
house was found murdered in this house, and she sometimes feels like someone lives in her closet. A few hours later, Kenzie's parents said that they were going to a party and wouldn't be back until 6 in the morning. Kenzie didn't want to spend the night with her grandma and little sister, so she suggested that we should have a sleepover. It sounded like a great idea, so we just called each of our parents, and it took a lot of convincing to have the sleepover. When we got permission, we all changed into Kenzie's pajamas, got in bed, and watched something scary. It was almost 8 p.m. Kenzie's room was so messy, it almost looked like a pig's pen, so we decided that we would record a time-lapse of us cleaning. We were in the...
Y'all want more of IMR Scary Tales?
middle of cleaning the room when the doorbell suddenly rang. It was our pizza delivery. We all forgot to turn the camera off and left to eat. We just sat in the living room, ate, and talked for a while. After we finished eating the pizza, we went back to her room. I realized that we left the camera on. But as I reached to grab my phone, I felt something. I was anxious, even though her room was very silent. So I told my friends to come closer. We all stood there and watched the video. As soon as we left, the window opened slowly. There was a man who came inside, and then he ran into
Dang,
the
y'all
bathroom.
going crazy for that, right?
We all...
Y'all won't do a poll about it, though. I'm just saying. There's a lot of mixed emotions. And let's get it. Alright. Laughing. Red for the what you call. Okay. It's 4-1, dang. Dang. Damn. Okay, I ain't even about to let it play out. My fault for even making sure, okay? I won't even double check no more. Y'all said what y'all said. Okay. Bruh, y'all trolling in the chat. I can't. Alright, let's get into the first one.
I personally felt weird about clowns, but dressing up a Ronald McDonald paid me well. Handling fake smiles and balloons all day to the kids, I barely got time to sit or even go to the washroom that night. So, when it was just 10 minutes before closing, and the restaurant had emptied, I quickly rushed to release myself. Once I came back, the cashier told me a woman was looking for me. I thought it would be just another parent waiting to pose their kid with a hideous-looking clown. I asked the cashier where the woman they pointing at the exit. A frail, middle-aged woman was standing outside the McDonald's. She was looking at the sky with a smile on her face. I walked up to her and asked, ma'am, you were looking for me? She slowly looked down, and we made eye contact. In that very moment, a rush of discomfort flowed down my spine. I don't know why, but the woman's stare gave me the creeps.
You don't know why. How about her thinning hairs? Her face is gray. Red eye.
She blinked twice, then said,
My son. He wanted a photo with you. He just loves Ronald.
I looked around awkwardly, smiled. So where is he? She thought for a second, then asked,
You said we seen this before? Hold up. Did we see? I think we seen the snapshots.
I always hated school, ever since I was a little kid. I hated the idea of it, being trapped in a room with a bunch of annoying kids for several hours every day. Learning
Did we see this one? This one too. Y'all don't tell me y'all done made me watch all of IMR. Talking about y'all want to see more. Y'all some funny little people. Y'all done drained IMR's channel out.
My name is Lisa, and like a huge number of people in the United States, I am a very Catholic person. I've been going to church since I was very young, and I can't remember the last Sunday I didn't go to. There were many moments in my life where my belief was tested, even moments where I told myself that nothing
Nah, I
was
know
real,
there's more.
but none of these moments tested my faith. They just taught me that just as there is something up there watching over us, there are also cruel and merciless beings who want to drag us down to hell with them. It all started one tragic day when I lost my husband and children in a train accident. Depression took hold of me. My heart was filled with doubts, and none of my friends could lift me. The only thing that remained sacred to me was church, and over time, Father Thomas became the only person I listened to. Father Thomas was a man of faith, a good and generous man who always wanted the best for all those who attended the church. He was also a person of wisdom. It was as if his advice brought my soul back
I'm
to
really
life.
about to change the
I had no
lights.
interest in him as a woman, and he had no interest in me. Not in that way. To me,
What color
he was
the
a
light
guy.
should be?
I quickly became obsessed with that church. My friends would tell me that I spent too much time there and that I did nothing but talk about the church or Father Thomas. Part of me thought they were jealous, but I lied to myself. They knew they were right. I just didn't care. I only cared about spending
Drop it
time
in the
in
chat.
church.
What color
As
should the
time
light
went on,
be?
I realized that Father Thomas was behaving much more strangely than I thought. Every time I went to pick him up, he would come to me. At first, I thought it was a gesture of kindness, but as time went on, I realized that he didn't want me to come into his office. At the time, I thought it was probably for something good, something
Red, I'm
beyond
seeing
my
red.
comprehension that Thomas didn't want me to get involved with. I thought I didn't have to distrust him no matter what, but after what happened a few days later, I realized that there was a big difference between being devoted and being innocent. Lisa, my daughter, yesterday I noticed that you were spying on me coming into my office. Is there something bothering you? As always, Father Thomas was very attentive, but at the same time imposing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must admit that I'm a very curious person, and I always wanted to see your office. It won't happen again.
Must be careful with curiosity, child, since that's the way the devil usually separates the sheep from the flock.
Yes.
Alright,
I'm
messing
sorry,
with
Father.
it.
Don't worry, Lisa. You know what? I can show you my office if you come tonight.
Bruh. Look. I can do it like this, okay? You just told me that you said you wanted red. Come on now.
You've proven you're a child of God several times, and I'm sure you're ready to know a little bit more about this church and what its walls hide.
Oh, you think so? I don't want to be invasive.
No one is invasive in God's house, Lisa. See you tonight. Excited, I continued with the Mass that Sunday, and in the evening, after lunch, I went into the church. I was afraid it might be a little late, but Father Thomas was there, waiting for me as always, with a huge smile on his face. He pointed me in the direction of his office as if he didn't know it. All the way, we walked in silence. Thomas was still with a huge smile, but I felt very uncomfortable. I felt something was wrong, but I refused to follow my instincts. I was in God's house, after all. When we arrived at the office, I entered with great curiosity, and with the door closed, I thought Thomas had come in with me, but to my surprise, I was alone.
Father?
With no answer, I began to examine the office. It seemed totally normal. There was nothing about it that caught my attention, except for one thing. On one side, there was a huge, terrifying painting. I never liked horror movies, but even so, I knew where it was from.
This painting was from that movie. Was it The Nun? What is it doing here?
The picture was terrifying. It seemed that the pale and terrifying nun was looking back at me. I stopped looking at it and headed for the
Appreciate
exit.
you for
but
the
from 1 second to the next,
for the road.
lights went out and then came back on. Terrified, my eyes darted around the office until I came across something I would not have liked to see.
No. This can't be possible. This can't be possible.
The nun's painting was still in front of me, but it was empty. The lights went out once more, but the light didn't come back on.
The light switch. It must be here somewhere. Here it is.
Did my eyes see what I saw?
Bro,
No, this has to be a mistake. I had to be hallucinating. I ran towards the exit door. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
My body. It hurts.
As I looked up in the direction of the attacker, I saw not the nun, but Father Thomas with his characteristic smile.
Father? What is happening?
I warned you, Lisa. Curiosity is how the devil drives the sheep away from the flock.
Are you the devil?
No.
I'm pretty sure at this point, bro.
Just like you.
He been
it's just
hitting.
that my faith is placed elsewhere.
What do you mean?
You see, Lisa, I'm not Father Thomas. Father Thomas suffered a small accident several years ago, and although it was very easy to take his place, no one ever met him. Very convenient that the people who knew him also had some accidents, wasn't it?
Why?
He an imposter,
Why
bro.
are you doing this?
You see, I believe that the only God that is in contact
What's that on his head, bro?
Lisa.
Oh, now he a freak.
I prefer to be devout to him.
What are you drawing on my head? My
Don't let him draw that jump.
so much.
Oh,
I can't move.
I noticed. I think you have a broken leg.
She about to be cursed for the rest of her life and her generation, bro.
None has given you a real beating, but this is a good thing. With these marks, she will come looking for you for sure. Excellent sacrifice, Lisa.
This cannot be happening. The nun is a fictional character. She's from a movie.
Yes, from a movie based on a true story, dummy. Didn't you know the Warrens really existed? Oh, she's close. Time to say goodbye, Lisa.
No!
Suddenly, I felt a cold sensation near me. I turned my head, and the nun was standing next to her painting, staring at me.
Oh, yes.
Look at her.
Time to wrap it up, y'all. Yeah, y'all wanna go?
Nun, this is my sacrifice to you.
Why
With
she
these
just
words said,
staying
the nun
there?
approached me, but suddenly her head turned away.
Huh?
What? No! Get away from me! Get her! The nun stepped in front of Thomas, while the fake father was frozen, unable to move. The nun embraced him,
Oh,
and
she
with
might eat
impossible
his
speed
ass.
carried him out of the room.
Nom, nom,
I still
nom.
didn't understand
Say that,
what was
John.
happening, but I knew it was my chance to escape. With difficulty,
Yo, his
I
arm,
went
though?
to the exit.
Was it that deep to
That
leave
was
his
the
arm
last
up
day
like
I
that?
went to that church. I never had much more
He
detail
said, I
about what I
rebuke.
experienced that night or told anyone what
Yes,
happened.
sir. I
I'm
feel the
still
same way,
very
bro.
much a believer, but I'm less innocent now. That day, I realized that God's house may be sacred, but inside it, there may be unwanted guests. When I was 13, my parents moved to a pretty rural area. I'd lived in the Bay Area my whole life and was pretty used to the city, though moving out into what felt like the middle of nowhere was quite a switch for me. One day, I decided to go exploring the woods. My parents told me multiple times not to go out there alone, but at that point, I had to get out. It was a hot day, and about 15 minutes into my walk, I was sweating like a pig. Little deer trails were carved out in the brush, snake skins, and old tire swings someone had set up in one of the trees, and beer cans. I finally reached the top of the hill and found an old abandoned church. The place looked like it had not had anyone in it for decades.
Hey, y'all, make sure to share out the live.
I reached the front of the church and stepped up onto the porch. A set of wooden double doors with silver crosses embedded in the front of them greeted me. I grabbed the rusted handles and pulled. The heavy doors swung open, and my nose was immediately assaulted by a terrible smell. The best way to describe
Hey,
it
Junior
would be
can
decay,
too.
the smell of rotting wood and flesh mingled together with a musty weight and summer heat. At this point, I should have just walked back up the hill and headed for home. Instead, I decided to power through and check the place out. I grabbed my handkerchief out of my pocket and tied it around my face. A pile of animal carcasses was heaped in the corner. A constant sound of metal rubbing on stone could be heard from inside the church. Suddenly, I heard a humming chorus coming from a close distance. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but the voice thoroughly scared the hell out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language, because I couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something,
Mariah, what you
and a
mean,
bunch
Bat?
of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. It stopped. I peeked into the chapel and my stomach dropped. Inside the chapel, there stood a group of people wearing white cloaks, humming this weird tune all together. Maybe a dozen or so candles were placed on shelves lining the stone walls. On the altar in front of them laid down a dried human body. There was no doubt the corpse was months old. I couldn't tell if it was a woman or a man, but the sight gave me chills. I could tell the disciples of this abandoned church are the followers of the Dark Lord, or else why would they sing ominously in front of a dead body? 5 huge white goats were tied in the corner. One of the followers picked up a bowl from the altar and walked towards those goats.
That's some demonic
The bowl
stuff
had
right
some
there,
thick,
bro. You can't
darkish
even lie.
liquid in it, which seemed like blood to me. One by one, the man smeared the goat's white fur with that liquid. The
Oh
poor
my
animals
God,
pleaded
bro.
in fear. They could probably sense something bad was about to happen to them. Once the goats were marked with that suspicious liquid, another man picked up a human sight and started chanting in some weird language.
Sanguis bibibus corpus edibus. Sanguis bibibus corpus edibus.
Yeah, they speaking some demonic tongue right here, bro. This is what we don't mess with.
The entire group then screamed,
Hail Satan! Hail
Huh?
the Dark Lord!
in front of my eyes. The man
Nah, we don't even want that playing through the speakers right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
with the scythe slaughtered the goats one by one. The floor of the church drowned in blood. I was horrified by this scene. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind.
Do you like what you see?
Turning around, I was face to face with this old woman on the floor. She only had her upper torso, balancing on her frail, skinny hands. I tried to answer, but my voice froze in my throat, and my instincts told me to try and run. Without a word, I broke into the fastest sprint I could muster. The woman chased me like some unknown
What?
creature. She was running on her hands.
He said that's a
She was
code.
fast.
Stop! Don't be afraid.
Join us. Whatever I did,
What
I
you mean,
did for
don't
him.
be afraid?
He may have taken half of my body, but I still survived. Believe in his miracle. The Dark Lord taketh. The Dark Lord giveth. Stop, you foolish kid.
But I didn't.
Bro is not finna take my esophagus just because you over here trying to give me an extra arm. Come on now, lady.
Flinch. Once I was past the gate, I turned around one last time and saw the woman panting and watching me with creepy eyes. She wasn't chasing me anymore. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, she said,
He will decide your fate.
I ran down the hill at some point.
Huh?
My sight went black as I slipped into unconsciousness.
Kyra talking about Lord help us. Like, nah. There's some weirdo stuff they got going on in this cult.
It was 2 days before I woke up in the hospital. My parents and the police questioned me endlessly, asking what had happened. I told them the story I just told you. They, of course, didn't believe me, at least not the part about the thing I had encountered in the church basement. The police did go looking for the church and the woman I described. They found the empty, abandoned church. Nothing else. But the story doesn't end here. A week after this incident, when I was finally getting back to being normal, I saw that woman again. I was sitting in my backyard watching the sunset.
Yeah, it's time to move out the country, feel me?
I turned my head.
Try just Japan just for a little bit. Wouldn't hurt.
Only she was different this time. She had a complete
sounds
body,
nice in the summer.
Young. She wore a red gown with her hair all curly.
She don't even look good either. It's like, what is she doing this for?
Her glassy blue eyes hardly blinked. She waved at me and said,
I told you, the Dark Lord taketh, the Dark Lord giveth. There's still time. Join us.
I screamed for my mom. Mom! Mom, she's here! She's back! In a wink, she was gone. I didn't know if she vanished or dissolved into the ground, but she was gone.
Yeah, buddy got that trauma, bro. He's still reminiscing.
It's been 15 years now. I don't understand how she regenerated her body and her age, but I pray I never see her again. No one believes a word I say regarding this, but my memory of the event will never change. The door is locked right now.
Yeah, he's just all the way messed up right now. I don't blame him though, cause of what happened, but it's like, whatever, bro. You gotta get over it. Next video.
Now, I'm sitting here, all alone, with nobody to help me, and I know my end is near.
Hold up, before we get into the next one, y'all messing with it, bro? Everybody like up and follow if you liking the live.
Still, I want as much of this information to be available to the public.
I'm trying to make it to at least 20K.
Answers. I went to that town on a vacation as a tourist. I should have never visited that town, but it seemed quaint and quiet. The perfect place for a writer like me to get some peace and quiet and work on my latest book. Or so I thought. The day I arrived, everything seemed to be perfect. It was a Saturday, and I spent my time visiting the local shops and getting to know the people. The Sunday that followed was perfect as well. Nobody acted off, and everybody seemed to be genuinely happy. They all mulled through the streets, particularly the main street, and engaged with me, just as they did with the multitudes of other tourists who flocked to the town. It was Monday when I first noticed something strange. Sure, you expect the weekdays to be quieter, I thought, as I drove through town and stopped at a local diner on Main Street. This was different. It was eerie, the way that all the shutters were down, and there wasn't a soul to be seen. I decided to ask the waitress about it. She was the first person I'd seen all day. Where is everyone?
Why, at the church, hon. Where else?
On Monday?
Look at her face. She look like a snake, gang.
Day?
Oh, we practice a slightly different religion here. Why don't you head up and watch? You might.
That's a Orochimaru, bro. Don't make me pull up a pic on it.
Convert, you know.
She grinned at me, her yellow and crooked teeth showing, and went back to wiping down the counter. I shuddered and decided to leave. I went back to my hotel and thought about what she said. I had always made it a point to study religion, and I had a great deal of respect for it, so I decided that...
Is she worshipping like a great snake or something? I'm confused.
Maybe she was right. Maybe this would be interesting. I got in my car and drove down to the church. The sign outside read "Welcome" in big, friendly letters. I walked in, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. It was amazing.
Bro, imagine walking in with a welcome sign and then this thing and it smell like shit. Is that welcoming to y'all? I don't know.
Mixture of blood and incense, and it made my stomach churn. I almost turned to leave, but something made me stay. I sat down in the first pew, trying to make my presence as unobtrusive as possible, and looked around. The altar was draped in a red cloth.
Oh, nah. It's two dudes at the end just standing there, and you're telling me you still... Why are you even in church at night, though?
And there were candles
Your
burning
eye.
everywhere. On either side of the altar were two men, both clad in black robes. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, but they spoke in loud, booming voices.
We welcome you, O Lord, into our presence. Now, heal our sickly brother of his sins and his fleshly heirs.
And with that, a man walked forward, placing his
sorry?
head on the altar. The two men in the robes began to chant a sort of...
You shouldn't trust anybody that has this little pimple thing at the bottom of their chin, okay? They're ultimately like some type of witch, I'm telling you.
song, and I realized with a start that it was in Latin. As they chanted, they and the rest of the congregation began to file out of the church one by one. Turning to the woman next to me, I asked quietly what was going on.
God will heal him. He takes him away onto the next world to be full of good. Soon he will return.
Bro, if they over here surrounding you and stuff, you think you just about to stand there like, no, what's going on? You gotta push them off, get out, something, bro. Just try. That's all I'm saying. Just try.
Healed of his earthly ills.
She smiled at me.
Like, at this point, you want it. You just gonna take it, bro. And like, that's fine if that's your thing, but alright, I'm gonna let it play out. Let's see what he do.
Before she too filed out of the church. I sat there, however, till nobody was left but the man who still had his head placed on the altar. And then I heard a noise. It was deathly silent.
Why is his head there?
Went through the church and the candles to flicker out. I turned around and saw something standing next to me. It was tall.
She said she's sprinting. I'm jetting.
Glowing red. It had a gigantic unhinged jaw and teeth of molten lava. It had the body of a human despite these deformities, and he was wearing some sort of torn robe. What was perhaps the worst thing about it, however, was the smell. It
They don't even know I got my my Uber outside, bro. Like, you would have never saw me in that situation.
reeked of death and rotted flesh, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. The man raised his head from the altar, saw the beast, and screamed. But it was too late. It lunged towards him, knocked him.
Ew. Bro, it fly like a bat. I don't know, bro. Nah, and that jump big, too.
I stumbled to my feet, terror filling my body, and ran toward the door. As I did, however, I saw the creature raise its head from its feast and turn toward me. Its eyes, glowing red with hunger, locked onto mine and began to stalk toward me. I ran even faster out of the door and through the crowd that stood there. Get away! It's coming for you! But nobody listened. They just stared at me as if I was...
Look, I wish one of them niggas would have tried to, like, pull me down if I'm trying to run out the door. I would be like, just get off me, nigga. Bro. I would have tried both of them at the same time.
Crazy. And watched me get into my car.
That's weird, though. Why they just letting them get away? Something ain't right.
The beast to be standing there, but it was empty.
Is that thing about to follow him?
As fast as I could, not looking back till I was out of town. But it wasn't over for me. That's why I'm documenting this. The first hotel I stayed at seemed to be peaceful, and I had almost put the entire experience behind me. But as I sat in my room, my computer opened in front of me. I heard a soft flapping noise outside my window. I got up to close the curtains, but when I looked down, I saw the beast hunched up into the room.
Oh, nah. Yeah, that's when it's time. That's when you gotta move out the country, bro. You're never.
Eyes glaring at me through the glass. I stumbled backward, tripping over a
What you
chair.
talking
In
about?
an instant, the creature had leapt from where it stood on
Look
the
at
roof
his
to the window
teeth,
of my
bro.
room, its red eyes boring a hole in my mind. It stood there, staring at me, and I felt an immeasurable amount of hatred and rage directed at me. I had ruined its plan, its happy life which it had lived. I was a threat to it, and I had to be removed. Screaming, I called for management, which burst into my room seconds later. But then, however, the creature had gone, vanished into the night. I tried telling them what had happened, but the manager looked at me as if I was crazy. I know he thought I was insane, and even when I left the hotel the next morning, I know he was glad to have me gone. I'm writing this from a different hotel now, one in a different state. I don't know how long I can stay ahead of it, because I know it's been following me. It's intelligent. It knows I saw it. It wants me dead. I can hear its wings above me even now, circling my room like a vulture. It follows me when I'm driving, just waiting till I'm alone to strike. I can't go on like this. I'm running out of money, and I'm running out of time. Soon it'll catch up to me. It does.
He doing everything but actually running, though. That's it. I don't get it. Well, that was an interesting one. Why is he over here downing the whole sandwich? I don't like that. That looks wrong. Crazy as hell. See what they got for this one.
This happened way back in 1972. I was 5 years old and I was invited to a neighbor's birthday party. We lived in the quiet suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. The boys' parents pulled out all of the stops to make their son's party one to remember. There was a slow-moving, sad-faced donkey that the smaller children were permitted to ride. I was not allowed to ride the donkey. I was a fat boy, even at age 7. Aside from the usual paraphernalia at a 7-year-old's party, there was a clown.
What?
He introduced himself as Pogo the Clown.
We're not about
he
to
walked around silently,
just slide
dancing
over
and
that.
smiling. He would laugh silently too. He would do the old "I got your nose" trick and pull coins out from behind our ears. He made balloon animals and attempted to ride a unicycle. The other kids laughed, but I hated the clown. Everything about him made me uncomfortable, and because of this, my fat 7-year-old self decided to give the clown a hard time. Birthday Boy announced out loud that it was time to head inside to see the special clown magic show. All the kids went into the living room and sat on the hardwood floor. I stood in the back.
You
The clown
a big
proceeded
body,
with the
bro. You
magic
better
show.
slam
He
him
pulled
or
a fake
something.
rabbit out of his hat and performed other hat tricks. As I stood in the back of the room and catcalled him, "You suck!"
You
Boo!
catcalled him, what?
I would yell out how
Time
the
out.
tricks were done. The clown continued to silently smile, making no sound as he went about his magical presentation. His face said happiness, but his eyes screamed in rage at me. This went on for
He
20
look like he about
minutes.
to touch you,
The
bro. You
kids
gotta
laughed
run.
as the clown fumbled through some crappy dime store magic tricks. I don't know if it was an act of mercy, but the birthday boy's parents shouted "Pinata time."
He said,
and all
"Leave
the
me
kids
alone or
ran
I'm calling the
outside to smash
cops."
a cardboard donkey stuffed with candy. After a few minutes outside, all of the fruit punch I drank throughout the day wanted out. I scurried back into the house in search of the toilet.
I forgot which
The house was quiet, and the
animation
sun had
that
shifted
came
in
from.
the sky. leaving the kitchen and the adjoining hallway bathed in a gloomy evening light. As I walked through the kitchen and into the hall, from a room in the hall. Hello. Ah!
Ew.
What the?
I don't like the way he just cocked his neck like that.
Fella. I stood there holding my heart in my throat. My breath was erratic due to the sudden shock I wasn't expecting. He tilted towards me. His painted smile was unwavering, but his eyes were bloodshot and filled with burning hatred. What's your name? If you tell me your name, we might become friends. Stupid clown. I cussed and started walking away, ignoring him.
You might become
right
friends.
Then, I felt a large hand land on my shoulder. I was spun around forcefully and fell to the floor. The clown stood above me for a moment before putting a giant clown shoe on my fat chest. I struggled and wanted to scream for help, but it never happened. He stood over me, pinning me to the floor.
Yeah, you should at least try to roll over,
from his
gang.
pocket and jerked it open, making the bubbles form on the top. He proceeded to spray them on my pants while singing a creepy nursery rhyme.
What kind of freak shit is that?
It's pouring, the old man is snoring.
Chat, is this what we're into now?
Bed and bumped his head and
This what y'all be doing in y'all free
in the
time?
morning. He continued until the contents of the bottle were drained. When he removed his foot from my chest, I lashed out with my feet, kicking at his shins and trying to run away at the same time.
There we
I
go.
rushed into a pantry and
Now we
slammed
locking
the
in.
door. It was really
Big
a terrible
boy
hiding
magic.
place. He had to see where I went. The pantry was about 4 feet away from where I was lying on the floor just moments ago. It was dark in the pantry and smelled of old junk. There was no lock on the inside to protect me from the clown. In the dark pantry, I slid to the floor and tried not to sob. Minutes passed. Those minutes felt like hours. I placed my ear on the pantry door. Let me in, you little piggy! I will show you
Yo,
what I do
piggy
with
is
kids
crazy.
like you. I think we will be great friends, you know? I will take you to my home. I will bathe you. I will clothe you and also feed you like my child with a silver spoon. We will have the best times of our lives. Just let me in. I started crying and did my best to stop him from entering, but he had way more
He has some
strength than me.
serious
His
issues.
half-torso was already inside the pantry, and I could see my life
What's
flashing
wrong,
in front of
y'all?
my eyes as he kept laughing and struggling. Just then, I heard another kid's voice. The clown stopped. He moved away, and I slammed the door closed behind him. He was now talking to the other kid. A few seconds later, his footsteps faded away along with the kids. I heaved a sigh of relief, thinking finally he's gone. After coming out to the party area, I went straight to my dad and told him to take me home. I didn't come out of my room
Yeah,
for
Dad,
3
take
days,
him home,
and
bro.
on the 4th day, I heard it from my mom. A kid from the party had gone missing. It was a 6-year-old boy who was last seen playing in the backyard with a clown. The creepy thing was that no one knew the real identity of the clown that attended my friend's birthday party. His parents thought the agency sent him, but the agency told the cops someone hammered their guy on his way to the party, and then hid his body behind the bushes after stealing his clown costume. The boy who went missing was never found. 6 years after that horrible encounter with the clown, I saw his photos on the news. In those photos, he was wearing the same costume he wore that day, but he was no birthday clown. He was a deranged serial killer named John Wayne.
Bro, if his lips ever be that fat, bro, don't trust that nigga. I don't care who he is, if he's your classmate, if y'all friends, bro. Be real.
Gacy, who abducted kids from birthday parties by appearing as a funny clown. My parents were numbed with fear once I told them everything the man did to me and said to me that day. I got saved by an inch from becoming the victim of a notorious serial killer like John Wayne Gacy. The story you just saw is inspired from the horrible crimes done by John Wayne Gacy, more known as the Killer Clown. To many people, John Wayne Gacy was a friendly man who loved to entertain young children. He frequently dressed up as his alter ego, Pogo the Clown, at parties that he hosted for his entire neighborhood. The first warning sign about Gacy appeared in 1964 when he was found guilty of abusing 2 young boys. Gacy was arrested.
And that's sick though, cause they'll act like they normal too. That's weird, bro.
Arrested and spent 18 months in prison. On 1978, Gacy murdered a 15-year-old boy who had gone to Gacy's home asking for a job. This time, the cops got involved and searched Gacy's home. They found a class ring, clothing.
See how it took 2 times for them to actually go and look for something?
For much smaller individuals and other suspicious items. Upon further investigation, officers discovered that the ring belonged to a teenage boy who was missing. Later, they found a witness who claimed Gacy had admitted to killing up to 30 people. Gacy was arrested and used an insanity plea in the hopes of a not guilty verdict. The ruse did not work, and he was found guilty. On May 10, 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection.
I don't know what's wrong with them. They do this and then they know what's going to
I'm
happen
9
too.
years old. My family has this really cool house. I love it. There are 2 acres that me and my friends can play on. It's all fenced in, and the rules are we can go anywhere we want, just as long as we stay inside the fence. Then there's the river. It runs right behind the house, and there's a neat sandy area where we can go wading. But we're only allowed to do that if a grown-up is with us. Dad says the house used to be a farmhouse. I love all of it except for my closet. I hate that. Actually, I guess I should say that I used to hate it. I don't hate it anymore. Not after what finally happened. See,
What
this
finally
clown was
happened?
living in my closet. But now that I think about it, he didn't actually
no.
live there. He just showed up there from time to time. And he wasn't a regular clown. Oh, he wore clown clothes, but his face, it still scares me to think about it. He wore this long, distorted white rubber mask, kind of like Michael Myers from Halloween. It was really scary. I mean, really, really scary. It was Saturday night. Mom and Dad had just tucked me in. I was just starting to fall asleep when all of a sudden, my closet door started to open. Then this hand reached around and got hold of the door and opened it some more. I saw a face. I'm not sure, but I think my heart might have stopped beating. It was a clown. He didn't do anything, though. He just put his finger to his lips, you know, like...
Look at his nails too, they painted.
Then he looked around.
He a weirdo.
I guess he didn't see what he was looking for because he just waved at me and closed the closet door.
He just waved at you and closed the closet? Yeah, no.
Julia, honey, what's wrong? I had trouble talking. I was so scared. What is it, baby? I pointed at the closet. What? The closet? What about the closet? Clown! I saw a clown. A really, really scary clown. Mom laughed.
Look.
Julia.
Look, me and my niggas, we running out the room, throwing a match at the wood and just letting it burn. That's just me though.
Honey, there's nothing in the closet. You had a bad dream.
Smart
that's all.
niggas though.
I ignored the matter at that time, but I saw him again 1 week later. I was rolled over onto my right side. I always go to sleep on my right side. I was just starting to go to sleep when the closet door squeaked. My eyes shot open. I pulled my blanket up over my head and then lowered it just enough so I could peek out. It was him again, as ugly as always. He looked at me again, went shh, looked around my room, then smiled and waved and closed the door. I didn't scream. I didn't do anything. While I was laying there trying to calm down, I thought of something. In all the times I'd seen that clown, he never once tried to do anything bad to me. He never tried to scare me, never tried to hurt me. So what the heck was he doing? And why was he in my closet?
I'm saying, it's
After
like
that
he's
night,
just sitting there for
things
no
got a little
reason.
better. He still showed up. In fact, he started showing up more often. But every time he did, it was exactly like every other time. It actually got a little boring. I even started waving back at him. One night, it was raining
He
heavily.
talking about if you go in
I
his
fell
closet,
asleep
you
fast
can't
that
come
day.
back out. What?
Around 2 a.m.,
What does that
I
mean,
woke up
sir?
hearing my closet door creak. I looked over, and there he was. He raised his finger to his lips. Shh. Then he stooped down to look at something, just like always. But tonight was different. Way different. He froze. His eyes got wide. Then they got wider. The clown threw the closet door open and came rushing into my
Hey,
room.
y'all want to watch some
His mouth
Darman
was
after
wide
this?
open, and his teeth looked like something from a monster. He was squinting, and his hands were raised over his head.
We could try
His
reacting
fingers,
to the
with their
Darman
long, pointy
videos.
black nails, were curled like claws. As he ran toward my bed, he opened his mouth and screamed. I knew I was
What?
going to die. I just knew it.
He just randomly
He was going
switched
to rip
up
me
on
into
you?
tiny little bits and then eat what was left. Yet I couldn't move an inch in shock. The clown raced to the side of my bed and stopped for a second. Then he dropped to his knees, shoved his arms under the bed, and came out with this huge, wiggling, slimy snake, which must have climbed in from the window at the sides of the lake. The clown smashed its head on the floor, then raised it up and smashed it down again. And again and again. He kept smashing the thing on the floor until it melted limp. After a few seconds, he looked up at me.
You okay, kid?
He said, in a deep voice that sounded kind of like he had gravel in his throat. I couldn't answer him. Heck, I couldn't even think.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry
His
about
face
this.
don't even look real.
Don't worry about the mess. It'll be gone before your mom comes in the morning. It just dissolves itself away. Might leave a bit of a stain on the rug, though. Sorry, but nothing I can do about that.
I was shaking really bad. All I could do was say, what? The clown reached into his funny colored jacket and came out with a cigar. He held it up.
You mind?
I just stared.
Oh, don't worry, I don't smoke them. Just sucking on one gives me my nicotine fix. Calms me down. I gave up actually smoking
What
them
is
about
up with
20
this?
years ago, but I just can't kick them entirely. Bad habit, I know, but
Is this guy just like the whole opposite? Was he like a comedic reverse or something?
hey, nobody's perfect, right?
The clown peeled the plastic wrapper off the cigar and stuck it between his pointy teeth. I kept staring, my mouth hanging open.
I guess you're a little weirded out, huh?
I slowly nodded.
Yeah, typical. Don't feel bad. Pretty much every kid I've ever saved
Understand and act clown, bro.
just reacted the same way as you.
Who are you? He said, shaking his head.
I'm Wrinkles. Wrinkles the clown. I'll have to leave now.
Wrinkles is a good name for him, I can't lie. Y'all thinking the same thing?
After that night, I saw Wrinkles only once. One day, a homeless man tried to abduct me on my way to school. The moment the man grabbed my hand, something happened to him. He started coughing blood and died on the street, choking.
Dang, do you see that boy Wrinkles? I mean, not the wrinkles. Do you see that vein popping?
When the cops were taking me back home, Wrinkles came out of this alley and waved at me. One last time, he put his finger on his lips and said,
Ew, hit that. Oh, he nasty. What's good, Featherhead?
The story you just saw is loosely based on this home security footage found on Reddit. In this footage, you can see a little boy sleeping on his bed. The first few seconds,
Where
nothing
we going
happens,
with this?
but then, slowly, the storage box attached to his bed starts moving. Slowly, the box opens up.
Yo?
A weird-looking clown can be seen hiding inside it.
Gang. I'm stumping anybody that pops out that junk. I'm not gonna lie.
The clown lays like this for a few seconds, trying to configure if the kid is awake or not. Once he's sure, he comes out.
That's some sick shit right there. I can't even lie to you.
He then watches the kids sleep and then walks to the home security camera.
And he just creeping over her bed too.
Before his motives could be understood, the clown disables the camera and stops the recording. People who have seen this claim the clown is named Wrinkles, and many kids are scared of him. There's various urban legends about this clown, but no one knows if this video is really some guy playing a prank or a killer hiding in a clown costume.
I was 12.
You talking about how you get in there? It's how did he get in her drawer though? It's like he's in her room basically just waiting until she like it's in the nighttime.
Across from our house was an old church.
That's some serious stuff right here.
I saw it. A clown. Now when I say clown, I don't mean some weird dude dressed up hiding out somewhere waiting to scare any passerby. No. It was one of those animatronic ones people put
Y'all,
out
can we get the
Halloween.
live to 20K?
I couldn't make out any of its
We almost there right quick.
being far from my window, but from where
I
was
appreciate
standing,
y'all, all the support too.
my mom saw what I was looking at as we both stood next to the car parked in our driveway.
You know, when I was a little girl, that was the church I went to with Grandma and Grandpa.
She said,
Why is that clown in there?
Who knows? Probably just forgot it there after Halloween.
When I got home from school the next day, I was alone at the time.
You forgot it there after Halloween. Okay.
Mom wasn't back from work yet. I was about to let myself in when I looked back over at the church. The clown was still there, but it wasn't where it had been the day before. It was standing in front of the middle window now. It had moved.
If I see any, hold on, no, go back to the clown. Go, stop playing me.
It was
It's looking straight at you, gang. You can't hit it with the, hey, you don't see that shit right there? The thing looking straight at you? They aren't real people. I'm convinced the people in these stories cannot. They gotta be NPCs. Alright, let's play. Let's play.
The middle window now. It had moved. I walked across the street and got a better look at the clown. It was about average height, with a rainbow-styled suit alternating red and white stripes that shined like silk in the daylight.
Hug me with blood on its teeth.
It
Good
wore
luck
a
with
white
that
bow
one.
around its neck, with 3 large red pom-poms in front with massive red ruby shoes covering its feet.
Oh yeah,
Its
K3.
face and
He
hands
is
were gray
tweaking.
and looked like they had been fashioned out of modeling clay, with bumps and wrinkles all over. Its scraggly red hair exploded out of the back of its head except where it was bald on the top, and it had a piercing stare to its jaundiced yellow eyes, like it looked right into my soul. It stared and smiled with its mouth full of square.
His teeth is cracked, yo. And y'all see the hairs, bro? They thinning.
Teeth. It wore a cardboard sign on its chest with words that looked like they had been written in
He
red
do
marker.
look like he need a hug, bro. He ain't getting one from me
A
though.
single
Telling you
thought
right
went
now.
through my mind at that moment. Why the hell would anybody leave this in a church? The next day, while I was waiting for the bus to pick me up, I stole a glance over at the church. The clown had moved again. This time, it was in the window closest to the church's front door. The next few days passed without any extra excitement. School went by quick. It wasn't until Friday after school that I noticed something was different again. I had gotten off the bus when I did what now had become routine for me. I looked over at the church and saw the clown, still in the same window. But even from the edge of my driveway, I could tell something.
Appreciate y'all supporting the
I
live.
cautiously walked over, and as I got closer,
Thanks for liking the live.
stood out even more. It looked a foot taller, maybe more so. Its once normal legs
Now it's getting taller. Yeah, no.
Looked like long stills.
Nah.
Its
All I'm
arms
gonna
and
say is
fingers
no,
looked
bro.
like they'd grown with its wrist, and knuckles bent at odd angles.
It's
Now
changing,
pointed at the
gang,
window, but its face was the worst
and
part.
nobody's saying
Its
nothing
eyes
about this.
looked wider and its
I'm just
teeth looked more
confused.
knife-like and
He the only
pronounced.
one saying this.
My subconscious brain was picking up all of it. It looked meaner. A shiver ran down my spine as I turned with haste to make my way back home. Never looking back once, I decided to stay up that night and watch the church, watch the clown. I wanted to see if it
But
was
he
moved
knows
by
something's
someone.
wrong, though.
I had to catch that person in the act. I faked going to bed and sat down quietly by my window. Even in the dim lighting of the night, I could still make out the shape of the clown. I don't know what time I had fallen asleep, nor did I remember laying down on the floor up against my bedroom wall. I woke up slowly with my head in a semi-daze, and I instinctively peered out the window. It took me a few moments to focus.
He said he needs to start giving that thing attention.
Into panic mode. The front door.
Realistically, I don't think he has a choice. The thing is literally coming after him, staring at him through a window.
The church was open,
it's like,
and the clown was nowhere to be seen.
He could act like he don't see him or something. Though I get you what you're saying though.
I went to get up and I heard a noise that sounded like stairs creaking. The steps that lead to our upstairs did creak, albeit not enough to wake someone up if they knew where to step. My first thought was maybe my mom had stayed late and was finally making her way up. I hadn't checked the actual time yet. Then I heard it again and again. Someone was coming up the stairs. Not Mom, not Dad. Then who was it? Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. I sat. A few silent seconds passed. What is he doing? Soon I could make it.
So bro lets all this happen before he says anything, to let it get to his house. Smart moves, can't lie. And he's just standing there, by the way. He's shivering in place.
The doorknob to my room was being turned. I sat there on the floor, my gaze now focused and eyes better adapted to the darkness. I could clearly see the knob being turned and my bedroom door being inched open. My heart skipped a beat. Someone's trying to get inside my room. I screamed. Who's there? Whoever was on the other side of the door stopped.
Is it the clown you ain't go whip his ass yet? You've been stalling to just go scrap him with for some reason?
Pin dropped silence. I turned my head towards the church. I must have fainted. When I woke up, my mom was on my side. She asked me if I had a bad dream last night. I didn't tell her anything because who would believe me?
I'm saying, Featherhead, it's like, I just can't think of, like, who will want to get you when that clown has just been staring at you all week.
After that night, I never saw the clown again. The creepy animatronic was also gone the next morning.
Ain't no damn animatronic, bro. Come on.
But something at the
Come
back
on,
of
bro.
my head keeps telling me the animatronic had become alive. Beware of finding it hanging outside your window tonight.
Alright. I fuck with that one. Park Ranger. No. Well, actually, Park Ranger is cool. Y'all want to do this one? Yeah, let's do this one.
I was working as a seasonal park ranger in a national forest in Washington State last fall. It's the type of location where your radio crackles more than it speaks, and fog thickens between the trees. It was just another usual afternoon. I was the only person assigned to Firewatch Tower 9, a distant observation post situated
I'd rather be Labubu than that. What's that?
atop a ridge, and utilized only during seasons with a high danger of wildfires. Things had calmed down, and the weather had cooled by late October. I mostly just patrolled a few hiking paths and recorded any wildlife observations. After long walks, I was taking a short break sitting inside the tower when I heard a furious knock on the door. I looked at my watch and saw it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I opened the door and saw a sweat-soaked woman with a panic-stricken face. She told me she was hiking down the trails and saw something that made her fear for her life. When I asked her what she saw, her hands started trembling. In a shaking voice, she replied,
There's a woman along Ridge Trail. She's screaming, but not yelling.
What? What do you mean?
Just an update, y'all. TTS getting added, y'all. Alright.
Her mouth, it's wide open in a scream.
Just for the people that actually watch me and the people that don't.
I don't know.
Just an
Please
addition.
come with me.
I thought she might have spooked herself while venturing in the woods alone, which is why her traumatized mind wasn't making sense. It was going to get dark soon, so I grabbed my flashlight and started following the hiker into the woods. On our way, I asked her if she got hurt. She responded no. I was a little relieved that there was no medical emergency at the moment, because paramedics would take time to reach here for help. We walked for about 10 minutes until we reached a clearing. She pointed to a tree and said,
There. This is where I saw her.
But there was no one around. The soil in this area was pretty soft, so I started checking for footprints. I scanned the area with my flashlight, checked the tree line, and called out a few times, but there was no sign of any person around. I looked back at the hiker and asked, Are you sure? Maybe you saw a shadow or an old tree. It happens sometimes when you roam alone in the woods. She started crying.
I swear to God, I saw her. She was just standing right here.
I told her I believe she saw something, maybe even someone, but there was nothing here now. I encouraged her to take the trail back down and head home.
Exactly. Escort her out.
These woods play tricks. She didn't say much else, just walked away. I watched her walk back as she talked to herself. She was trying to convince herself that maybe it was something else, but deep down she sounded terrified. I was glancing back down the trail every few seconds until the fog swallowed her. Woman or no woman, as a park ranger, it's my duty to inspect suspicious activities.
Exactly. We don't want that thing over here anyway. Skinwalker.
Before heading back
Witch.
to the tower.
Wench.
I wanted to double check what the hiker said. Sometimes deranged criminals also hide in these forests.
Imagine she actually needed help though, and like he just turned her away though, and like she's about to die in GTA.
So maybe, just maybe, the hiker actually saw someone. I was walking down the same trail, flashing my light at every shrub and bush. The first few minutes all felt normal, but then suddenly I started getting an uncanny feeling, like someone was moving just behind me. I heard a crunch of dry leaves to my right and spun around right away, but saw no one. I could sense someone following me, but every time I turned back, it was just me in that trail. Once or twice, I caught what looked like a figure slipping between the trees, but it was always gone before my flashlight could land on it. By the time the sun dipped behind the trees,
why is it moving
my
that fast and
nerves
it's
were
not
frayed.
human?
The
Hold on.
forest had gone too quiet. No wind, no bugs, just the sound of my boots and that spine-chilling feeling. I picked up my pace and headed back toward the tower. When I reached the clearing, I felt instant relief. Tower 9 stood ahead, the only silhouette above the trees. I climbed the hill quickly, eager to get inside, but as I got closer, I stumbled and stopped. A woman was sitting under the stairs. Her tangled hair was hanging over her face. Her clothes were torn in places. Her skinny arms wrapped around her knees. She was rocking back and forth.
Chat, am I wrong for saying that's bad? No? Alright, let me go.
Breathing loudly.
Dang, why she breathing like that?
It was so loud that it almost sounded like she was growling. Ma'am, are you okay?
He talking about run up the stairs.
Answer, didn't even look up, just kept rocking. I stepped closer, aiming my flashlight at her. Ma'am, is everything... She slowly lifted her head. Her mouth was open, not just a little, but rather too wide. Her jaw was locked in a scream, but no sound was coming from her. Her body trembled with each breath like she was trying to scream, but had forgotten how. She stayed like that.
Bro, notice how she had no molars, bro. That's how you know something ain't right about her build.
For a few seconds. Then her body jerked. She stood up like a puppet, controlled by something invisible. She tilted her head to the side, mouth still open wide, and locked eyes with me. Her eyes didn't look human. They looked copied. It was as if someone had drawn eyes onto skin. She watched me for a minute straight, then scrambled backward on all fours like a spider and disappeared behind a tree.
Cut it.
In the cold, sweating like a pig. All I could hear was the owl hooting and my nervous breathing. Later that night, I locked every latch and window in that tower. I even called the base station, but the line crackled and died before I could finish explaining. They thought I'd imagined it, but I know what I saw. And now, I keep hearing knocks on the tower door every night around 3 a.m. And when I look out, there's never anyone there. Just the tree.
So it just keeps coming back? Yeah, it's trying to get you, buddy.
And the fog.
You gotta quit. Go ahead, apply to as near as Mickey D's or something.
I've been a park ranger in western Montana for over 8 years. In that time, I've seen my fair share of strange things. Missing hikers showing up miles away with no memory, distant howls that didn't sound like a familiar animal, and shadows that moved just out of sight. But nothing compares to what happened near Devil's Hollow last September. It began with a normal call from the main station.
Hold up. It's called Devil's Hollow. You work there and it's called... Okay. I'm gonna let it slide.
Around 2 a.m., one woman said she heard someone say her name. Someone else said she saw a man in the woods yelling and running behind trees, but they never saw his face. Devil's Hollow has always been known for its eeriness. Many locals believe it to be cursed. There are many old stories about ritualistic sacrifices and evil spirits lurking there, but I never really paid attention to them. Most of it sounded like made-up stories told around a campfire to scare tourists. So, when I got to know about the campers, I figured I'd check it out. It took me an hour to reach Devil's Hollow. It's a low-lying stretch of woods surrounded by thick pine. I patrolled it dozens.
Bro, featherless hat. Devil's Hollow. What do you think is gonna happen at Devil's Hollow? I'm just confused.
I could walk it blindfolded. Things were not the same.
He talking about he not paying attention. He not paying attention to the wrong things.
I saw a narrow path I had never seen before. It went off into the trees and was overgrown, but had footprints on the grass. It looked like someone had walked on it that morning. I looked at the map one more time, and there was no trail there. It was strange not having it mentioned on the map. It might have been an old game trail or a path that a hunter had used. I decided to follow it for a bit. Right from the start, it felt off. The air suddenly got colder, heavier. The trees grew denser, like they were closing in, and it was too quiet. Not just normal forest quiet, dead silent. No wind, no birds, just the sound of my boots and breathing. Then I started noticing carvings on the trees, tally marks, groups of 5 scratched into the bark at shoulder height. Some trees had dozens. It looked deliberate, like someone was
trees look ugly as hell,
and then stopped all of a sudden.
Them cursed ass trees, bro. You would not catch me nowhere walking between them, bro, because they might grab your ass and stab you.
About 20 minutes in, I started hearing footsteps. At first, I thought it was just an echo, my own steps bouncing off the trees. But then I realized it was slightly off, just a beat behind mine. When I stopped, the footsteps stopped too. When I moved, it began following again. I looked back a few times, checking the tree line, but saw nothing. I tried the radio, and only static was heard. I was thinking about heading back when I found this old camper van, half sunken into the earth and covered in moss. It looked like it had been there for years, but there was no reason for it to be out here. It wasn't on any record, and no one can just abandon vehicles in the woods. As I went in, I saw a man curled up on a dirty mattress inside of it. He was sickly and thin. His skin was filled with rashes. I thought he was dead at first. Then his eyes popped open and he quickly sat up. He gasped, seeing me. "You found me!" You can see me? I stood dumbfounded. Why wouldn't I see him? He was
First chance to go away. That's your first chance to run.
dressed in a worn-out, torn park ranger outfit. His tag was hard to read. I recognized his name, though. He worked as a guard, someone who wasn't seen or heard from in 6 months. Everyone thought he got lost on a snow patrol. For weeks, search teams looked. They didn't find anything. There were no tracks, gear, or even boot prints. I helped him get...
Oh, nah, and he got scratches, but it's healed. Something ain't right about him. We obviously know
he was so weak that
he got some evil demonic
His face showed
something
both
about him.
fear and happiness at the same time. I couldn't find the way back. Every time I tried, the forest moved. Trails led nowhere. I thought I was dead.
Look at all those pimples on his face, bro. Them red ass eyes. He hit a whole 3.5.
We started walking back together. He leaned on me the whole way, stumbling. We were heading back when a faint, whispering voice echoed from the trees. Help me. We both froze. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Then the voice was heard again. Please, help me. I turned, aiming the flashlight into the fog. The man grabbed my arm hard. Don't answer them. They're not real. It mimics people. It pretends. What do you mean?
So he knew all this, mind you, but he'd been playing dumb, though.
I don't know, but it's in the forest. It watches, and it
ain't saying nothing.
Before he could finish his sentence, his body started shaking.
Then got caught up.
He fell to the ground, coughing. Blood poured from his mouth.
Yo, he coughing up blood, though.
I backed up, yelling, What's happening to you? Oh my God! His back arched, and then his head twisted around completely.
Oh, nah.
Backward.
Not the... Yo, not that 360 neck, though. No, his neck snapped.
Still looking at me. He stood like that for a few seconds, then collapsed on the ground.
And then he just stand there for like his back bent, bro. Like he ready for it to get clapped.
Again. This time the signal cut through. Rescue arrived an hour later. They took his body. He was declared dead on the scene. No visible wounds, no cause of death identified. When I gave his name, the officer looked stunned. I told them about the trail, about the truck. They sent a search team.
No, he was definitely arching. Don't worry about it.
On return, they said they couldn't find any trail.
Hey, who tapping that?
They chalked it up, saying I found a dying drifter, and my mind filled in the rest. But I know what I saw.
Was I proud about that? Yeah.
Was. Locals say the forest near Devil's Hollow is cursed. That something in those woods builds false paths, makes voices, pulls people in, and once they realize they're trapped, it won't let them leave. I don't patrol that area anymore, and ever since that night, I keep hearing a voice outside my cabin, just past the tree line. Every few nights, it screams for help, but I never open the door. I'm a seasonal park guard in Utah. It's one of those big, open state parks with sheer cliffs, majestic views, and lots
Morgan,
of people
thank you for
taking
following me.
selfies at the edge of
Welcome
death.
to the family.
Last year in August, we got a chain of reports of hikers going missing in the park. Within 2 months, 3 cases raised suspicion because there had been no storms or reports of wild animal attacks. All of the hikers
Lana, you
disappeared
said,
like fog into
am
the
I your
park.
bestie?
The authorities didn't
Yeah.
even find their shoes or equipment, and no bodies were ever discovered despite extensive searches. Inside the visitor center, we had a missing persons board with laminated printouts of names, ages, and their last known locations. Every day, I glanced at that board. I've memorized all of their faces, but had no idea what had happened to them. But something happened last week that left me in shudders. It was just after noon on a warm Tuesday.
Hey, y'all, welcome
I was on
to
patrol at the park's most photographed location, the Canyon View Overlook. Imagine expansive cliffside vistas,
What's good,
barriers
Giselle?
to prevent foolish people from plunging, and a large number of tourists posing as National Geographic with DSLRs. I was keeping an eye on the visitors when I saw this elderly man. Perhaps he was
People
in his
start
late
getting
50s,
off at
dressed in a
5:30.
trekking vest and muddy boots. He had
Then
this
y'all
gray
working at
camera bag hung over his shoulder.
9 to
His
5 life
well-groomed
over there.
beard
That's
gave
what
him
it
the
is.
appearance of a granddad. He was pointing a huge
Luckily, I
zoom
got the
onto
later
thing
shifts,
while
bro.
standing
But
near
we
the
still
railing.
struggling
It
over
felt
here too,
good
bro.
to see a
It's
man
cool.
of his age still craving nature. I walked
Little
up to him just for a
cheddars.
casual chat. You getting any good shots? He grinned. I'm trying. The valley shadows are pleasant today, despite the
Oh,
sun being
nah,
too
he
high.
look possessed.
We spoke for a minute about his
Look at his
favorite trails,
eyes.
photography, and the
They
weather.
look.
He has said he is coming to the park for
And
quite
his
some
boots, bro. I wouldn't trust no nigga with shit on his boots talking to me. He don't even care.
years now. I asked
He
if
don't
he
even.
lived nearby. Something like that. He responded,
He got dog
laughing.
shit.
From there, the conversation took a dark turn. So dark that it made my stomach churn. You know, some of the individuals on your missing hikers board look familiar to me. I blinked. Oh, is that so? He gave a nonchalant nod. Yeah, that new pair,
Interesting.
hiking with the blue backpacks. And that lone man in the red flannel. Did he own a drone? My eyebrows frowned. Those were precise details that only the park authority
Bro
and the cops
stalking.
knew. There was no way anyone in the public was aware of it. The cops strictly told us not to disclose any of these findings, as it could hamper their investigation.
Y'all.
How do you know all this? I asked without trying to sound
Why
too
they be
curious.
standing around
He
and
grinned
wait to
once again
ask
as he
stuff?
glanced at me. There was something in his
At that
pale
point,
blue
it's either
eyes that made
fighting,
my skin
like you
crawl.
gotta
He
smack them
brought
in
his
their
face
face.
closer to mine and
Ew,
just
y'all
kept
are
staring
thief.
at me for a few seconds. Then he said, "You know, there are two kinds of people in the world. One enjoys watching crime on screen, and the other enjoys turning all that gore into reality. I don't think you fall into the latter." My hands started shivering
Who
because
says
I could guess
this?
the underlying meaning of his words.
What is he
Which
talking
one are you?
about?
He put his finger
Exactly.
on his
How
lips and
does he know,
shushed very
Keanu?
creepily. Then turned his camera bag over his shoulder and walked down the overlook trail as if he had
He feel
just
like
admitted to
God,
something
bro.
crazy.
He think
I
he him
stood
walking
there
away like
motionless
that.
in fear. Is he kidding with me? Or is he the one behind all the
He
missing
think he
hiker
did
cases?
that.
I couldn't brush it off like just
I would-
another weird interaction.
Boy, me and my niggas though, we would have snuffed him, right? Like as soon as he would have turned his skinny ass head, boy.
I hurried back to the visitors center
You're
security
not walking.
room. At Canyon
You going
View,
down
we
the
just
steps,
placed a
bro. I don't
camera,
care.
not for surveillance exactly, but to keep an eye on crowds and
Talking about
inflict
hell
safety.
no.
However, it captured every single visitor throughout the day. I retrieved the timestamp where I was
Chill,
talking to the
chill,
man
chill.
while standing close to the edge. But he was smart. He stood the entire time with his back to the camera. Not once did he look back, not even by accident. He seemed to have a perfect
Not even
awareness
by
of the camera's
accident.
location and its blind
Oh,
spot.
brother was perfectly calculating this though.
I could be seen nodding, pointing, and chatting in the video, and him, a faceless figure that hardly moved. I went back to the edge, but he was gone. He probably became a part of the crowd now. I documented all I could recall, including his build, voice, equipment, and the precise phrases he spoke. I called the local sheriff and told him everything. Once again, they ran their database trying to find this guy. We looked at the same area's trail cam footage, hoping there would be recording of this man's face, but no success.
Hey, everybody, make sure to follow on the live.
Two things have kept me awake at night ever since. One, someone who may be responsible for at least 3 disappearances.
I'm saying, like, what kind of training do you have to do to just know how to do all this and stuff?
Is still visiting the park. And second, he was aware of the location of the camera and understood how to keep his face hidden. I have watched enough documentaries on serial killers to know that many of the serial killers love visiting the places where they killed or buried their victims. I'm 200% confident that this man did something to those hikers. And maybe, just maybe, he's kept their bodies buried around the park. And now that he's
Your
old
mom
and probably
said,
taking a break from
I just
murdering
followed you.
innocents,
I
he
appreciate
still
you, my
wants to
mom.
cherish those
Your
sick
mom.
memories he lived.
You gonna
That's
fuck
why
me
he
up with
comes
that, man.
back. Also, he is way too confident about
Hey,
his
Asia.
crimes and sarcastically admits to them because he knows no one will find those hikers' bodies
What's good,
except
Zen?
him. To this day, it gives me goosebumps that so many people can actually get away with horrible deeds without ever getting caught. I keep my
Do
eyes open
school
now just in case I
lockdowns?
see him again.
Y'all want more school
I don't have much
lockdowns?
hope.
Alright.
John took my ex-wife Pam and my son Emmett inside the amusement park. It was
No, my screen is not small. Let me see. Oh, okay. You talking about on YouTube that is small. I mean, gang, cause TikTok still got C too, bruh. See, look, and people only started saying stuff. Whatever. Kyra talking about your back hurts, bro. What you been doing? Bro, anytime somebody say that, that's why I just got I gotta like I be on that with him, bro.
This happened when I was in my junior year in high school.
Cause who just says that at a random? They be trying to be funny with it too. Sorry, nah, dog, I'm getting old. My back be hurting sometimes.
We had a group of projects that we were given 2 weeks to work on.
Dude, man got a
Our
period.
teacher let us pick our partners.
You
And I
talking
picked my
about
best friend,
pause,
Peter.
bro? What?
But we lagged, procrastinating the work for an entire
Kyra.
week. When there were only 3 to 4 days left before submission, our rational senses
Now I got
finally
dirty.
kicked in. I asked
Giselle.
Peter,
Oh, so y'all teaming up on a nigga. Okay, but y'all won't hop in the call and say it to my face though. That's just what it is though. It's like the calls are open. The calls are, I just want to hear it though.
well, what are we going to do? It was after school, and we were hanging out at a store nearby. Peter replied in a worried voice, I mean, we have enough time to finish it. We just have to get together and do it. Then let's do that. We don't have enough time left. How about we go to someone's house and work on it there? I guess. But which house? My house isn't free. My aunts and uncles are coming to visit tomorrow, so we can't do it there. My place is too small for us. I share my room with my 2 younger brothers. None of our houses were available to work at. So we tried to pick out some places to work at.
Giselle talking about she would. Bro, 3, leave me alone, bro. You just told me to mess with my camera 3 times already.
Dude, how about we work
How
in the
bougie.
We
Okay.
rarely get time at school. No, I mean like,
Hold on, give me a
let's
sec.
go to school at night.
Everybody
and just
talking
do
to
it
me at
then.
the same time, gang.
Don't they lock the doors? No, there's night classes, so the school is technically still open. What if we get in trouble? Get in trouble for what? Doing our homework?
You know what, K3? Can we just give a shout out to K3, right? You a little, I gotta take care of you, bruh. It's like, everything I gotta cater to you, or you just gonna be on my ass about it. Can we get dubs in the chat for, 3?
No, I mean, come on. Now that we have a spot to do our project, you don't want to do it? Peter was right. We agreed to
I
meet up at
moved
school
it.
at 9:30 p.m.
You said Zen talking about Zen. Alright, any more suggestions, nigga? What, you want me to put a little sprinkle on the top too, bro? I'm saying, bro, and I'm just reading y'all stuff, so it's
The
just
same
worse
time
for
the
me.
night classes started. When we reached there, we barely saw anyone in the school. The guards were also absent at the gate. It was so quiet and dark that I had trouble believing how cheerful this place gets in the day. Our classroom was on the opposite side of the campus. We started walking down the hallway. The only light was one in the very middle of the hallway. And although the hallway had windows, the moonlight wasn't very helpful. We tried to enter our classroom, but of course it was locked. So we decided to just do it in the hallway. We sat down on the floor and started working on our project. Dude,
Thank y'all for 15K. We almost at 20K, y'all. We almost there. I appreciate y'all for getting this far.
I had no idea this place could get so spooky after dark. Shut up. Let's just finish our assignment so we can leave ASAP. Why? Oh, you scared? Brave Tommy is scared of darkness. Peter started mocking me like he always does, and I was about to throw a kick at him when we heard a weird noise. We immediately stared at the end of the hallway, from where the sound was coming from. It felt like something was walking weirdly, almost like taking a step and dragging the other foot in a limping motion. In that light, shadowy atmosphere, we could see the wide, empty hallway.
One leg already don't work. Like, nigga, I'm gonna take the other one if you fucking with me, bro. It's like, come on. You don't even gotta worry about him, bro. Just worry about the other ones.
Standing before
I might be trying to hit that
What
cut.
the hell is that? What is that?
He's
I
talking
don't
about
know.
narrator
I think someone's
definitely
coming.
black.
Here, we kept staring at the empty hallway, expecting to see any teacher or student any moment. But instead, we saw someone else. A man slowly came out from the left, and he was dressed as our school janitor. The man was of average height and had a broom in his hand. There was something wrong with his left leg. He could barely walk, and I finally realized he's the one we heard limping a few moments back.
Yeah, he
At
dragging
first,
his foot
he
the
didn't
whole
notice
way.
us and kept walking.
He looked
But
like a
when he was in
zombie.
the middle of the hallway, he suddenly stopped, then sniffed the air in a very creepy way, and turned his face at us right away. Even though I couldn't see his face properly, I sure saw his eyes. He had big,
3
round
gang,
eyes
you're not about to
with
dictate
great
my
pupils in
whole
them.
stream.
He kept staring at us without saying anything. Not once his eyes blinked. Getting creeped out by this awkward encounter, I decided to break the ice. Hi, we're just doing our homework. Yeah, we'll leave as soon as we're done with it, Peter added. The janitor slowly walked towards us and stopped right under the hallway light. Finally,
Ew! What is in his eye bags?
nothing was striking in his appearance except his facial expressions.
Ugh, gang.
He kept staring at
Those
us
rotten.
like he was doing all the time, and then smiled ear to ear in a very unsettling way.
He got
then spoke in
pimples
a
in them
calm
Jones.
but shrill voice. Are you guys lying to me? What? Why would we lie? No one comes here after dawn. Even the night classes students avoid this wing like a plague. I get so bored.
This nigga has a triple decker chin, nigga. Look, can we count? Can we just take a second and count how many? 1, 2, 3. Is there an extra one hiding? Yeah, I don't know.
Peter and I exchanged a look, thinking how strange this man is. Look, We'll finish soon and leave. We won't cause any trouble. Oh, no. I'm not asking
It
you
might be
to
hope.
leave. Stay. Stay as long as you want. I am tired of being alone. We better finish our assignment. Saying this, we got back to work, thinking the janitor will go away. But he didn't. He just kept standing there, holding his broom in hand and smiling at us. He didn't speak, didn't turn back, just stood there.
He just standing.
Without blinking.
Yo, he's standing over you just, yeah, I like what you're doing. Yeah, just keep doing it.
Is there
just
anything
let me
else?
watch.
Nope. Just enjoying watching you guys. Peter couldn't take his bizarre behavior anymore, so he said in an annoyed voice, "Don't you have work to do? Cleaning and stuff? But I like it here, spending time with you guys."
See?
What? This is so crazy. Come on,
told
Tommy.
you.
We'll finish the rest of the assignments in the night class wing. It's better to ask the teacher's permission to do it there than rather tolerate this creep. Peter, don't talk like that. We got up to leave, and I saw the man's face change. His eyes turned blood red, and the veins in his forehead started to pop out in anger. He started breathing heavily, looking at us. What? What did you call me? Creep. Because that's who you are. No wonder you're alone. Let's go, Tommy. I knew Peter was being offensive,
Fuck this shit.
but at that moment, I too wanted to get rid of this guy. We turned around to walk away when I felt something bad is about to happen. Before I could guess what it could be, a huge blow came right at Peter. He didn't see the broomstick coming at him, and it hit him hard.
No, he
on the
definitely
head.
is a little fruit
He grabbed his
basket.
forehead, screaming and bleeding, and I saw the janitor standing right behind us, laughing in sickening joy. Ah, what the... I'm a creep? I ain't no creep.
Bro, he acting like this changes the fact that he's a creep and he has dirty hair like on his chest. He should definitely get that clip though.
People like you are, who don't understand how to love and care for a lonely heart. But I know how to teach you all lessons.
Oh.
Saying this, he punched me in the face, breaking my nose. The guy sure was limp, but strong enough too. I collapsed to the ground, holding my bleeding nose. And then he
The
grabbed
veins
Peter by the
popping
hair
out his
and started to drag him
forehead,
back to
though?
where he had came from. Peter kicked in the air and screamed, but the man's strength was way more than him. I was so jolted away with the pain that it took me a moment to get back on my feet. Finally, when the man was at the end of the hallway where we saw him the first time, I got up and started to run towards him. Having no weapon to defend myself or my friend, I grabbed the thin hair on his head and pulled it with all my strength. A chunk of his scalp came out, tearing blood from the roots. He let Peter go with this sudden attack and turned at me. He then grabbed my neck and started to choke me.
If you
His
did
blood-red
right
eyes
within the
hungered for my
next
soul
like
as he put all
5
the
text
pressure on my
messages you
neck.
send again,
My face turned pale
bro, you
for
getting
not
muted.
being able to free myself from his grasp, and my vision started to blur.
That's too many within
I
a certain
realized I was
time
going
period.
to die if I didn't do something quick. Peter was still on the floor, holding his bleeding head. The man's wide eyes that never blinked started to get wider, enjoying the sight of my death at his hands. I don't know what came into me. I took out the freshly sharpened pencil from my pocket and stabbed it into his eyes. But the man was a psycho. Even though he screamed
Right
and
in his
bled,
eye,
he
though?
still wasn't letting me go. So I started
She
turning
should've
the
got in the
pencil
neck.
even after it was dead stuck in his eyeball. Blood and gushy flesh came out of his eye socket, and he finally let me go.
I was
fell to the
trolling.
ground, trying to catch my breath, when Peter gave me his hand and said, "Tommy, come on, we have to go." We both ran for our lives and went straight to the night class wing. The teachers and students got shocked seeing 2 boys in such conditions after school hours. They called the cops and the paramedics. Our parents were called too. Moments later, the cops arrested the janitor, who was lying unconscious in the hallway in pain. When he was taken away,
Sorry, I had
he
to
turned his face
leave
right at
fast
me,
soon.
and I could still see my pencil stuck into his one eye, which was completely gone.
Your
forever.
mom, why are you
He
asking
still
me
stared
what
at
do
me
you
with his
want
other
to
wide
eat?
eye and smiled ear to ear. I just hope he never gets out of prison. Ever.
Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the video.
Bro,
If
really
so,
think he
please
my
leave a like.
mom.
And also, a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed. If you want to support this channel and make this channel reach the 1 million mark, please consider subscribing. It's free
When I
and
was
you can
rude
change
to
your
people.
mind later. Enjoy.
I love being a teacher, especially for young
She was
children.
not talking to me at
Ever
all.
since I was in high school, when I used to help my younger brother with his homework, I knew that's what I would do. Right out of college,
Hey y'all, we
I
almost
started
at
working
20K,
as a teacher's
20K.
aide at a school, which is where I realized
Can we tap
I
for a bit?
preferred working with young children. They're sweet, funny, willing to soak up
Once we
knowledge
at
like a
20K, we could
sponge.
really sit for it.
When you offer them love and
I'll let that jump just
understanding,
sit.
they begin to love you back, even end up giving you gifts like apples or cookies. Of course, there are always difficult moments, but once you learn how to calm and support children,
Nah, chat. I can't lie to them big old bitties. Like we can say about anything else, but them big old bitties.
those stressful situations become easy to deal with. That was
Yeah, I
how
have a
worked
YouTube
for
channel.
3 years in a school and became a much-loved teacher. At that point, I thought I had already seen it all, but in the end, there are
Appreciate
always
y'all
things
following me,
that
bro.
surprise you.
Welcome to the family.
More than surprising me, there was
I
an
appreciate
event
any
with a
help I can
child
get. You
that
feel me? Any
still
support.
terrifies me
Love
at
y'all,
night,
man.
because
That's
I
all it
am
is.
not
I do
able
it for
to
y'all.
believe that people like this exist in this
He
world.
He said what
It
in the
was the
chat?
beginning of a new school year. I was helping in the preparations to welcome the students once again. These dates always excited me, as I would have
Be right
a new
back.
group
Alright.
of children in my care, perhaps even new students. Usually, in the case of younger children, the parents used to bring them to their class, give them a kiss on the cheek, accompanied by a few words of encouragement, and then leave. But that day, a little blonde boy walked into my class by himself and sat down, saying absolutely nothing. I didn't think I had seen him at school before, so I figured he was new and walked over. Maybe he hadn't said hello because
Hey
he
chat,
was
we done
shy.
made it to like
Hello,
600
my
followers
little
in like
student. I'm Teacher
2 days
Daphne.
now.
What's your name?
My name
You feel me? Like
It's a
we
pleasure
really
to be
doing
your
this shit.
teacher,
I fuck
Noah.
with y'all, man.
Better
Y'all
let
really
me
putting
check
me
the
up there.
list first to make sure
Y'all
you're
trying
in
to
the
spread me
right
out there, and
class.
I appreciate that. Man. As a content career, that's
He
all I
was
can.
right. According to the list of students I had been given, Noah Phillips was part of my class. Still, the way the little boy had spoken seemed strange to me. The security in his words was rare in him, because he looked more like an adult than a child. Maybe he was very smart, or maybe
The way she
his
describing
parents
him
had
is
accompanied
weird. Though.
him
I don't
and
like.
I hadn't
I
noticed.
don't get it.
Whatever the case, I tried to forget the matter. Perhaps it was a one-time thing. But over the next few days, I became more and more convinced that that was not the case. Noah always had his homework done perfectly, without a single mistake. When I asked him something in class, he answered without hesitation. He was very smart. That was clear. He was also well-behaved, too much for a child his age.
You said his
Even
mom
the
hit him with a
quietest
beer
student
bottle.
sometimes had fun playing
Ooh.
pranks, but Noah didn't. He
Bruh.
was extremely quiet.
What's the
It
worst, the
seemed
beer
like he
bottle
only
not
spoke
breaking,
when
or
necessary.
it actually breaking on
I
your
started
head?
to think that maybe he
Like
was
you can
having
get cut
trouble
up,
relating to others.
but
So I planned
if you did it, it's just
educational
gonna cause
activities
a
to play
concussion.
in class, but he didn't want to.
That's just gonna echo
He
through your
always
skull.
stayed in his chair, as far away from the others as possible. Every time another child approached him, I could see him getting tense and irritated. It was the only time his cold gaze changed to one of annoyance. Before reporting the case to the principal, I decided to take a closer look at him for a few weeks. I noticed that the circles under his eyes were getting darker and darker.
I'm
During
saying,
breaks,
and they
he
getting
would
bigger.
sit down to eat alone. His meals, oddly enough, always seemed to be prepared
He getting
with great
isolated.
care, except on Fridays. That day, he used to bring junk food, as if he himself had decided what to bring to school. His posture, besides, was contracted, with his shoulders hunched, but his gaze alert. At this point, I was very confused. I had never
Bro there,
seen
but he not
child
really
with
there,
such
you feel me?
strange patterns. On the one hand, smart and responsible, apparently well looked after by his family.
He not
But
there
on the other
mentally.
hand, cold, lonely, and irritable, showing no interest in playing with others. In fact, as strange as it seemed, it was hard for me to continue to believe that he was just a little boy, already too worried about the new student. Without any doubt that something was going on with him, I reported the situation to the principal.
She watching him too hard,
didn't
though.
seem to mind too much, but he still called Noah's parents to have a meeting with me. His mom and dad agreed to come on a Thursday
Featherhead
after school.
talking about, yeah, you know it's fine.
That Thursday morning, Noah was much more
Messed
irritated
up, just
than
messed
usual.
up.
He didn't let the other kids get close to him, even a bit. When he started yelling at one, I had to intervene. Hey, Noah, calm down. They're doing nothing to you. You don't have to be violent. Would you prefer to eat inside
So now
the
he's snapping
class?
off?
Only I will be there with you.
Ooh.
Why did you do it?
Huh?
Excuse me?
Why did you do it? I've been good. I've done all my homework.
Oh,
It's
he's
your
snapping
fault.
now.
I hate you. Leave me alone.
Get up.
Noah glared at me with hate and resentment before walking away. I was shocked. I had never seen those emotions in the eyes of a child.
Why Noah get like a little bit of balls right there? I don't know. Something happened.
Still, I left him alone. I was convinced I could help him after the meeting with his parents. When the bell rang at the end of classes, I stood near the school entrance. Noah was there too, waiting for his parents as well as me. At a certain point, a tall, blonde man with big eyes and dark circles under them approached the new student. Behind him was a short, red-haired woman with a neat appearance. They were definitely his parents. I did not hesitate to approach them, introduce myself, and accompany them to the office.
You said shit
Noah waited outside
crash
while I
out.
explained the situation to his parents. The man was looking at me strangely, without blinking. I was very uncomfortable, but I concentrated on speaking. Are very strange behaviors in a child, so I was wondering if...
That's how he is. It's always been like this. Just leave him alone.
Just leave him alone.
I understand that there are introverted children, but Noah is a case that...
Leave our boy alone.
Insisting was not a...
Leave my boy alone.
Good option, considering that the atmosphere had become tense. Without remedy, I accompanied them out of the office. There, the man lifted his son with a push. I watched helplessly as he led him away by the arm. The next day, I turned my attention to Noah. This time, he seemed exhausted for some reason. But what unsettled me most was that when he looked at me, his gaze was as cold and threatening as ice. The boy seemed to have gotten worse, but I didn't know how I could help him. I had chills running down my spine all morning until it was time to go out to eat.
Hey! Get away! Get away!
Suddenly, screams began to be heard within the class.
What's wrong? I just walked past you.
One of my students was next to Noah.
You are close. Very close. You touch me. Get away.
The girl, surprised and confused,
You better back up before he bite your ear or some shit. Wait, bro.
did not move from her place.
Get away. Get away.
In just a second, Noah grabbed a pair of scissors and lunged at the girl.
Dang.
All the students
Hold
who
up.
were present
That took a quick turn. Dang.
screaming.
I told you. I told you. Get away.
The boy began to insert and remove
Why he decided to take all his anger out on her?
the scissors from the student's torso, who was screaming non-stop. I tried to get closer to separate them as fast as I could, but by the time I got there, the girl's uniform had turned red, as had the floor.
You got her like a good damn 3 times, bro. Fuck. He was doing the 2 more for the fun of
Get
it.
away. Get away.
No,
Noah was moving
Where are these
while I
sound
was
effects?
trying to pull him apart when I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I had managed to hold him, but he had stabbed me. Soon, more teachers arrived.
If you see somebody stabbing everybody around them, you're gonna go near them. What a
Took to
genius.
screaming and called the ambulance. Some, frightened, also contacted the police, which led to a police investigation. I can never forget what was discovered. It was in the news for a long time. They found out that Noah's dad was a murderer when his wife
Coco 2000, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you.
finally confessed.
Bailey, get your ass out of my stream.
It was learned that he was forcing her and her son to kill people. From a very young age, Noah had been exposed to death. The boy tried to control himself, but he always felt that pressure of having to kill, so he couldn't stand being around people. If anyone touched him, the boy would lose control, and he would want to kill.
But doesn't he need to be in a private school or something? You feel me? Like, by himself? I'm confused.
My name is Francis.
Leave my boy
Graduating from high
alone.
school next week. I am one of the few kids who is homeschooled, and I can't complain about anything. My parents are very smart and were able to handle my education smoothly. I didn't have any problems
Hold on.
socializing. I have many friends in my neighborhood.
Coco just sent in 3 more roses, bro. Thank you. You didn't even have to do it back to back to back, too. Ain't even saying nothing. I appreciate you, Coco.
And I even went to school until I was 13. I loved going to school, but after what I experienced that Friday, I never wanted to go back. And my parents understood me. I remember that Friday was the last day before vacation. It was quite rainy, but I didn't care. In my head, I was already going to the beach with my parents and my older brother. That day, I had math and literature classes. The literature teacher was grading exams while we were reading. In exchange for being quiet, she didn't give us homework. So we were all more than happy. When
Your
her hour
mom,
was
yeah.
over and we came back from recess, we hoped to have some free time and maybe get home early, since the math teacher, Miss Collins, was almost always absent. This teacher was only a substitute, since the math teacher who was in most of the classes had retired this year. The rest of the professors were too busy to fill their schedules with more courses. So, despite missing a lot of classes and getting along badly with the principals, this girl was their only option. We were playing online games with my classmates on our cell phones, and it was already 15 minutes past class time, and we were wondering if we could leave early. But suddenly, the door opened. It was Teacher Collins, and she...
Okay, before we even get into it, she's ugly as fuck. Let's not even do this. She looks... Why haven't somebody already reported her? Okay, let's go.
As soon as she walked in, she saw Laura standing by the door.
We got a close-up and it looks worse now. Great.
And before she could excuse herself, Collins grabbed her by the hair and spoke in a loud voice.
Laura, you were the one who got the highest score on the exam, so I'll let you out early. Go straight to the nurse's office.
I know, I
and
saw
ask
you in
them
my
to check your
stream
ear.
yesterday, Coco.
Why my ear?
Laura said, confused and sobbing. Instead of answering her, the teacher took a revolver out of her pocket, held it to her ear from the side, and fired it at the wall. All of us students were paralyzed with fear.
Can we just commend her teeth for all being different colors? I didn't know that was possible.
Wide-eyed and shocked. Laura, stunned and deaf from the gunshot, cried and hyperventilated in terror, while the teacher motioned for her to run to the infirmary. Collins then shut the door and locked us all in the classroom with her. With absolute silence in the classroom, the teacher went to the desk, put her gun down, and spoke.
Listen, you fucking brats. I'm having a shitty fucking day today, so I'm not going to repeat myself. If any of you stands up, talks, or uses your cell phone, I'll shoot you in the face. Understood?
The kids were silent, scared, without answering her. In response, Teacher Collins fired a
I know she said some pretty crazy shit, but it's like, we just hit 20K. I just want to say I appreciate it. All right, let's get back. Let's get
shot
back.
into the ceiling. Luckily, The classroom upstairs was unoccupied.
Did you understand?
She repeated, shouting. Before the kids
She
could
10
respond,
tones on that
there was a
jump.
pounding on the door, and on the other side, a man's voice. Collins, what the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of there and get the kids out right now. The police are coming. I couldn't see behind the door, but that was the Percival's voice. He didn't sound scared. He sounded angry.
Pay attention. This is what will happen if anyone tries to get smart.
Without hesitation, Collins fired 3 shots toward the door where the knocking was coming from. Suddenly, there was a thud against the door, and blood began to flow under the door. The children could not stand the pressure and began to cry inconsolably, but quietly. The teacher, aware that the police were coming, got up from her desk.
I'm saying, Featherhead, you done got to 20K, bro. And everybody else, I appreciate y'all.
You usually
Appreciate
behave
all my
well.
likers, you feel
You
me?
better stay still, listen to me, and be a good human shield. Because if you misbehave,
Without the likers, there ain't
I'll
nothing,
kill
I'm gonna be
you.
real.
No words came out of my mouth. I just took a deep breath and cried, frozen in fear. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Surprised by the corpse at the door, an officer shouted, Miss Collins, you're surrounded. Release the children and come out.
You don't give me orders, you fucking pig. I have the children.
She going
Listen
in on
to
them.
me or I start killing them. I have more than 20. Do you want me to start with the first one?
As she spoke, she put the gun to my head again. I still remember the cold metal clashing against my hair, and how I felt it could go off at any moment. Lady, this is not going to end well for you. Let
What's
the
up,
children
V?
go, and we can talk.
I told you to shut up, pig. You want me to kill this little blondie? Stop pushing me.
She does not care. She about to kill them niggas. In GTA, bro.
Okay, ma'am. What do you want?
That's better. I'm willing to release all the children if you bring Officer Carlos Martinez. It won't be difficult. He's in this police station. I want him unarmed and in his underwear. If he's not here in...
Huh? Okay. What is that twist, yo? That just caught me off guard.
Ma'am, don't worry. We'll try to contact
I'm just
you, okay?
chilling. It's like you ruined my
She
whole
said angrily, and bent
vibe.
down again, still holding me hostage.
In my underwear?
15 minutes passed as if they were seconds. I couldn't stop
In my
looking at the
underwear,
clock.
though?
It was the last 5 minutes of my life. Collins seemed to notice this, as she was also constantly watching the clock. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted our thoughts. Miss Collins, this is Officer Carlos
Yo,
Martinez.
I can't.
I'm here.
These.
Let's talk.
You're finally here, hero. I want you to take
She a
off your
freak,
clothes
ain't she?
and come in with your hands up. I'll send a boy to open
Naughty,
the door for
naughty,
you.
you teasing
I'll
me?
release this one when you come in and lock it again.
Oh, she grabbed.
Obediently, the process went as she planned. All
Bruh.
the boys escaped. But
Who watched that episode of Boondocks?
instead of freeing me,
Bro, that's Tom right there. He about to get handled.
Miss Collins, I recognize you.
Woman handled,
Don't
I
follow
guess.
in your husband's footsteps. You became a teacher for the children. Your husband gave drugs to these kids. He took them out of school.
No one asked for your opinion, you fucking pig.
Oh.
This is all your fault.
She calling everybody a
You
pig at this
locked
point.
him up. Now I'm alone. I have nothing to eat. Do you think that being a teacher, I can pay my rent? None of this would have happened if there were
Well,
no
whose
rats like
fault
you.
is that?
Filled with anger, she
Nobody
shot
told
him
you
in
to
the
be a
face, and the
teacher.
officer fell to the floor. As he fell, she let go of me and started kicking the officer, who tried to stop her, but found himself unable to move again, as Miss Collins was pointing the gun at him. Suddenly, the door fell with a crash, and many men came in. Collins looked for
So
me with her eyes at the corner of the classroom and raised her gun in my direction.
Somebody called
But
him in.
before she could even point in my direction, the FBI had already fired a burst of bullets at her, and in the process,
Appreciate
saved my life.
y'all, all
When my
y'all
parents
join the
picked me up,
live.
I was in shock.
Make sure
I
to
started
follow.
seeing a psychologist a few days later, and only last year did I get the courage to visit Carlos Martinez, the cop who almost sacrificed himself to protect me and the other kids.
Dang.
The policeman told me that a short time before, he had arrested her husband, one of the most important drug dealers in the city. Shortly thereafter, it was discovered that his wife Miss Collins was involved in her husband's business. Although she may have once been interested in the children, at the time,
Hold
she was
up.
only using it
Featherhead, you said unloaded on her. That doesn't even sound right. You gotta watch your words, bro.
to cover her dirty business. Martinez and I became friends, and even though I have no interest in becoming a police officer and being so close to so much violence, I will always remember him as the one who saved my life.
As the one who saved my life. Yo, what is this? Did y'all see that preview?
Being a mom to a teenage son is not easy. It's even more difficult if you have to raise him alone. My husband committed suicide when Henry was 2 years old.
He
It was a
talking
Sunday
about
morning,
a
and
hey
he was playing with
story.
his dad in the backyard, and I went to get groceries.
Hey, bro, we just,
When I
I
came
don't
home,
know, bro.
I found the house excessively quiet. I
If
looked
it's
through the
too
kitchen
bad, we can
window
always
and
just
saw Henry
do
was
something
standing
else.
outside, staring at the big tree in the corner. Coming out, I saw the most sickening sight of my life. My husband was hanging by
What
a
does it
rope
show,
from a
though?
branch
I'm
of that tree,
confused.
and Henry was standing under it, watching his dad's dead body like a...
Am I about to see? What am I about to see, bro? Never mind. Let's just go into something else. I don't care. You want to do a Thanksgiving one? Hold on. Why am I getting AOs? AOs and Hans? Do we have a problem?
As Thanksgiving knocks on the door, a dark memory is rushing back to me. I don't celebrate this tradition anymore because of what happened 2 years back. I am a 19-year-old average-height girl currently living in California. My hometown is a small town. This happened in recent times, and I'm still trying to recover from the trauma of it. I rented an apartment in a calm and quiet building. It was a 5-story building. People who lived there hardly talk to each other. The neighborhood where I live is also
Appreciate
not
all y'all following me.
Robberies, kidnappings often take place here. Being a bartender in a local pub doesn't suffice me with a good number of choices where I can afford to live somewhere expensive at this point. That's why this apartment was the only roof over my
I'm
head.
saying, bro.
I lived on the 3rd floor.
They always be having
In
some
the exact
random
opposite
voice.
apartment lived a woman in her late 30s. Her name was Judy. She was a shy, good-looking woman, but everyone avoided her because of her ill-mannered mother. I have seen many cranky old people, but Miss Voorhees was like a cactus in a garden of flowers. She used to yell at Judy all day and all night. I could hear her shrill voice coming from their apartment.
I didn't ask for a salad. I said I wanted soup. Why didn't you wash my handkerchief? There's a yellow stain.
Why is one of her eyes bigger than the other? Let's focus on that first. I don't know.
You never hear me calling you.
Dang.
This is how you repay your mother? I regret the day I had you.
KK says she's good looking. You need a timeout? I'm just asking.
No wonder you'll end up alone.
Being the next-door neighbor, I felt pity for Judy. No matter how disgusting, Miss Judy took care of her at her old age.
Right, you over here tweaking in there.
If one came across her in the hallway, she would just walk past like a robot without noticing the other person. The only time this poor woman gets a recluse is in the evening. Every evening from 6 to 7 p.m., Miss Voorhees went for a walk, balancing her old body, holding a wooden cane. She never missed going on these walks, no matter how the...
Chat, bro, the arch. The arch.
I remember, one time, it was raining heavily, and Judy told her not to go. She screamed.
Of course.
Gee, who you calling boy? And what you... Nah, I ain't mean it like that. I ain't mean arch like that.
Easy for you to snatch my wealth.
She wore her...
Oh, nah, it's all red? Don't trust that.
That 1 hour, I watched television on mute.
Is that anime? Huh? SAO? Sword Art Online? What is going on? Hold up. It's too much. Pause.
I didn't make any sound for that entire 1 hour, as I wanted Judy to have some peace. I wanted her to have at least 1 hour from her entire day where she can cherish the silence or cry silently. There was nothing anyone could do except watch Judy go through the same hell every day.
KK, why you on my dick?
One night, I came home from work.
Who paying you?
I was about to unlock my door when I heard
Just let me
Judy's
know.
voice behind me. Thank you for being a quiet neighbor. It must be a horrible experience living next door to us. Not at all. It's good with me. I mean, I'm a heavy sleeper. I see. Before we could talk more, Miss Voorhees yelled from inside.
If you're done fooling around, then finish the dishes.
Judy's face became red with shame, and she closed the door. This woman is such a pain in the ass. She's driving her daughter crazy.
No,
While I
literally.
was thinking all this, the door opened once again, and Miss Voorhees came out with her cane to go for her evening walk. She gave me a look of pure hatred and walked away.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Things
back.
were going the same as usual when a robbery took place in one of the apartments on the first floor. It didn't shock me though because
Let me get this food
that's
right
how the
quick.
neighborhood was, like I said already. Out of tension and panic, I decided to install a doorbell camera just to be on the safe side. While attaching that, I came across Judy many times and told her to do the same. She gave me a sad smile and said, "My life is already ruined. Nothing else can make that worse." I exhaled a deep breath hearing this, and Judy went inside, locking her door behind. No one would have interfered in her life if not for this terrible incident that happened. After installing the doorbell camera, I developed a new habit. I don't know why. I liked keeping an eye on the screen and monitor the movements on the other side of my door. Because of the camera, I could now hear Miss Voorhees' voice even more clearly. Her yelling and cussing were more prominent to my ears. It was a rainy evening, and I could hear Miss Voorhees arguing with Judy about going on her usual walks. Suddenly, she became quiet, and I saw Judy come out of the apartment sobbing. She stood in front of my door, whimpering badly. Even though I watched her suffer like this, I didn't open up the door because that would have been more embarrassing for her. I stood silently and watched her on my screen. Then she went back to her apartment again. I sat on my couch and expected to see that old witch leaving for her walk after putting her daughter through hell like usual. 5 minutes went by, an hour went by, and she didn't come out. I got up to go to bed thinking maybe she won't go out today in this storm. I might have taken a step when I heard the muffled sound of the door closing. I turned around and saw the screen. There she was, Miss Voorhees, dressed in her same pink raincoat, holding the cane in her hand. What a bitch, I said to myself, and went to bed after switching off the light. Since that night, a few changes took place in my daily life. The sounds of argument and fight reduced slowly. Miss Voorhees stopped behaving like a cruel witch that she was all of a sudden. Every evening, she went for a walk wearing that raincoat and holding that cane without screaming at Judy. Judy's face also lit up as her life finally sunk into harmony. One time I met her in the hallway and she smiled at me. That was the first time I saw her smiling. Don't know why, it felt a bit creepy. Her wide eyes, surrounded by dark circles, sparkled as she showcased her pale white teeth. "Hello, Samuel." "Hi, Judy. How are you?" "I'm good. Finally good after a long time." I had a talk with Mom. Told her she needs to cut me some slack if we're going to live under the same roof. Luckily, she agreed. "Oh, I'm happy for you. Let me know if you need anything." She walked away with a smile and I went on my way. Days went by, and I couldn't help but think how Miss Voorhees became this calm, quiet person all of a sudden. Every time I watched her going for her walk, I wondered, what could bring this change to her? I would have wondered this if not one day I barged inside their apartment. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I saw Judy leaving in the morning. I was making my lunch when I heard the smoke alarm go off in her apartment. I rushed to her door and started banging on it. I rang the doorbell, calling out Miss Voorhees' name several times, but she didn't open the door. Hearing my scream and the alarm, the landlord and 2 other tenants came to my floor. We all thought the old woman must have fainted in the smoke, so without giving much thought, we broke the door and entered the apartment. A tea kettle was placed on the stove, and somehow Judy forgot to turn off the heat. The smoke from it made the alarm go off like crazy. We brought the situation under control and started to look for Miss Voorhees. As soon as we opened the bedroom door, all of our hearts skipped a beat. Miss Voorhees' upper body was lying on an armchair. Her throat was slit open, and she had been dead for quite a while now. The lower portion of her body was missing. It was a horrible sight to witness for any human being. The reeking smell of her rotten body, where maggots have started to crawl, sat right in front of us. I rushed to an apartment and vomited in the sink. The smell was unbearable. Our landlord called the cops and arrested Judy from the nearby grocery shop. It scared me to sleep when I realized that rainy night her tolerance limit gave up and she murdered her monster mother. She knew very well about my installation of a doorbell camera. She couldn't get rid of the corpse directly as my camera will record the footage, so she came up with a more sinister plan. Every night she started to chop off a certain amount of her flesh and dressing up as Miss Voorhees went out to get rid of it. That's why I could never see her face.
What's good, chat?
All this time, it was Judy taking away her dead mother's body parts, pretending to be her. Everything was going according to her plan. She had her perfect alibi. That was my doorbell camera footage to prove that she was Miss Voorhees, when in reality, her corpse was rotting inside her bedroom. I was there in the courtroom. Where the judge sentenced her to life imprisonment for the murder of her mother. She stood in the room silently the entire time.
Just dropped with
when the cops came to take her away, she looked at me and said, "You know what, Samuel? I should have eaten her after cutting her up." I should have eaten her up right away.
This not the right genre to be
Hey
watching
guys,
while you eat.
I see many of you commenting on my videos that this channel deserves 1 million subscribers. But I also see the percent of people who watch my videos aren't actually subscribed to the channel.
Dark Mango just say he a goon. You need a timeout in the corner, sir.
So, if you like the content, want to support my channel, and want to see this channel reach 1 million subscribers, or maybe 500,000 subscribers, then go ahead, subscribe, and hit the bell icon. It's free, and you can always change your mind later.
My parents were abusive to me growing up. My father was the traditional sort, who believed girls like me to be treated like parents' property. I moved out of the house as soon as I turned 18 and moved in with my boyfriend, Tom, who I had to date in secret while I was with my parents. I lived with Tom in his house for a while. During that time, I ended up getting my own job and making a decent amount of money from it. While he wasn't abusive like my father was, he seemed to worry about me focusing on my career.
She's got all the L's in life.
Tom and
I told
broke
y'all
up
it was
after
the
about
pasta
2 years
I'm
of living
eating,
together.
bro. It's
I
good.
moved out of his house when we did. So we parted on good terms, and I continued to text him regularly as a friend. I managed to score myself a pretty sweet deal, renting a small house in a relatively safe neighborhood. Sure, the place was a little worse for wear, but I wasn't picky. Tom even came over to help me clean up and move my stuff. It rained heavily on the first night at my new house, so Tom ended up staying over, waiting for the rain to stop. We watched hilariously bad movies on the couch with a bag of popcorn, just like old times. I almost regretted breaking up with him. He was one of the few people I trusted enough to talk about my familial problems with. But while it pained me to leave him, I wasn't about to give up my aspirations for a guy, no matter how cute. "Hey, Stacy, are you sure you'll be all right alone?" "I'll be fine, Tom. You know I'm a tough gal." I know. I can't help but worry, though. Your parents have been looking for you again. Has he contacted you?" "I think he's been contacting everyone you knew in high school through Facebook." "Good thing I deleted my Facebook account then. Does he know about us? Or my new place?" "I hope not. I didn't tell him anything, but some of our former classmates might have. So just stay safe. All right, Stacy?" "I will, Tom. I will." It was a little unsettling to know that my dad was getting back on my trail, but I thought I'd be fine as long as I didn't advertise myself on social media that I didn't use anyways. That mindset lasted for about a week. I was just getting used to my daily routine. Getting up around 7, arrive at work around 9 in the morning, leave at 5 in the afternoon, and return home around 6 or 7. Rinse and repeat. It might seem
This
boring for
bitch slap,
some,
bro. I
but
can't
I
even
found
lie.
comfort in the predictability
Can't
it
even lie to
provided
him.
me. Until one day, I came back home
I'm
to my
almost
house
tempted to
and
eat this
found an
junk whole,
unstamped
no
envelope
bell.
in my mailbox. Without a stamp on it,
But I'll
I
drink a
knew
little
whoever
water.
sent it to me must have done it by hand instead of through the mail. I initially thought it must have been an advertisement for something being handed out at random. So I opened the envelope expecting to be convinced to buy something I didn't need. Instead, I found a piece of paper with a single scratchy sentence
Bro,
written on it with black Sharpie.
I'm not playing with you with that 6'7" shit. No. No. Y'all think y'all funny. Y'all think y'all still spamming it. Y'all think y'all funny.
I know where you live, Stacy. After what Tom had told me about my father, I immediately freaked the fuck out.
Remember
I checked
that.
the door,
All
and
these people,
thankfully,
I'm gonna look
found
back
it still
to
locked.
all y'all names, bro.
When I
Remember
was
that.
sure no one had broken in, I rushed inside, locked the door, and ran into my room.
I'm gonna look back. Keep saying
I
it. Keep
called the
saying it,
police to
bro.
report the letter.
I got
and while
something
I
for
waited
you.
for them to arrive, I gave Tom a call to tell him what had just happened. He listened to me being a blubbering mess with the patience of a saint, gently reassuring me whenever I got too hysterical. After 2 years of being with me, he'd gotten good at calming me down whenever I had nervous breakdowns over my past. When the police arrived, they
Is
checked the
niggas
letter
still
in my
spamming
mail
it? Hold
and
up.
promptly.
Niggas actually want to get banned? Word. And that's the second one. My fault. There we go.
He told me that they couldn't do anything since no major crime has been committed, and I had no evidence that I wasn't the one who put the letter there in the first place. Of course, I was pissed at that answer, but the lazy police officers responded to my protests with only apathy. Their bored faces told me they just wanted to get away from me as quickly as possible. Once they left to go snack on donuts or whatever the hell
Damn,
my tax
so you
money
acting
was
like I
paying
can't
me
mute
for,
a couple
I
people
locked
right quick.
myself in my room
That's
and
crazy
called
work.
Tom to vent about the whole situation. Again, he listened to me ramble on about how pissed off I was until I calmed down enough to think rationally. I suggested that I should buy a new Ring camera for my door, so that if whoever left the note decided to come back, I'd have some evidence to present to the police. He agreed, and even helped me pick out a decent Ring camera at the store the next day after work. I drew the line when he offered to help me install it at home, though. We were still broken up, and I decided to learn how to take care of myself anyways. It took me way longer than it should have, but I managed to install the Ring camera for my front door and link it to my phone the day I bought it. Not gonna lie, I was pretty proud of myself. I went to bed that night feeling safer. 3 days later, and I had almost forgotten about the letter in the mail. I managed to convince myself that it was just a random prank and that it only had my name on it because Stacy, coincidentally, also was a slang term for a woman in general. But as I was working in my cubicle at my office job, I suddenly got a notification from my phone. At first, I thought I got a text from Tom and eagerly checked it. Instead, I was notified that my Ring camera had caught someone standing at my door. I felt my body temperature drop, but I couldn't just ignore it. I tapped to see the live feed on my Ring camera and let out a shrill scream at what I saw. My phone dropped to the ground, and I stumbled backwards while hyperventilating. My father was a cruel man. He'd beat me whenever I did something he didn't like, and if he felt like I was being especially bad, he'd put on a twisted clown mask to scare me to death while beating me to death too. The visage of that damn mask, with its mocking grin, has been burned into my mind. And standing before my front door, captured clearly by the Ring camera, was a man wearing that exact same twisted clown mask. Seeing it again after 2 years away from my sadistic father's clutches, I felt like a little kid about to be punished by his hands again. Everyone at the office stopped what they were doing to stare at me. My logical brain told me that there was nothing to be afraid of because I wasn't there with that masked man in person. But my body just wouldn't listen. I finally snapped out of my trance when I saw the masked man leave my front door. But by that time, my boss had to come to tell me to take the day off because I was in no state to be working. He was right, but I didn't want to go home yet either. I ended up calling Tom and staying over at his place for the night. He was nothing but understanding and assured me that I'd be okay. Long story short, we hooked up and we got back together. When I woke up the next morning, I found a note on the nightstand from Tom saying that he was out for work.
Do y'all want me to go
Breakfast was on
live
the
at
table.
night?
He really was a nice guy. As I ate the bacon and eggs he left on the dining room table for me, I thought of a way to repay him for all he's done for me. Tom was always bad with laundry while we were dating, so I decided that washing and ironing all his smelly clothes
He always talking about
show
something to
him
goat
my
here.
appreciation. But as I was sorting out his dark and light clothes for the washer, I found something that would shatter everything I thought I knew about him forever. Because hidden amongst his clothes in the laundry basket was a mask. The exact same type of mask worn by my father when he beat me, and by the man caught on my Ring camera just a day ago.
What the hell? Am I the only?
I am
What the hell?
99% sure that everyone in this
Okay,
world
bro.
is battling with a deep secret in one way or another. Some of us more than others. But unfortunately, for me, the dark secret that I kept ate at my soul for over 15 years. As I would lay numerous
15
nights,
years?
sitting awake and wishing that I could throw my conscience away. But like every other person, I learned to live with it. And I kept it buried
Yeah,
away
that's
from
that
everyone.
mess up your life.
But
Bro.
as they say, karma is a bitch. And little did I know that she had the adamant intent of revealing my dark secret to everyone. I was 27 years old at the time of this incident. I was working a normal 9-to-5 job, and I really didn't have any problems in my life. Well, that was till one fateful Tuesday night. I had laid down to go to sleep after a long day of work, and at exactly 12 a.m., I was abruptly awoken by the sound of my Ring camera's motion alarm. This has happened a while back, and I remember going outside to see some stray cats on my porch. I thought the same was happening again, so I ignored it and went back to sleep. The next morning, before I went to work, I decided to be on the safe side, so I poured myself a cup of coffee and I began to check out the Ring camera's footage. I told myself it was nothing, as I fast-forwarded through the hours leading up to 12 a.m. But as soon as the video hit 12, I saw a woman walk up to my porch. She had red puffy eyes.
Yeah, I'm live
She
on
looked
Twitch.
directly at the Ring camera with a death
I'm live on
stare.
everything.
While her face was contorted in anger, she was smiling from ear to ear. Now, immediately when I saw the woman, I felt my stomach clench as I threw up the coffee that I had drank. When I was done, I began to back away from the laptop saying, "No, no, no." It felt like I was suffocating as the room began to close around me. I laid on the floor trying to catch my breath and calm down.
Dang, he tweaking.
Now, I wasn't acting like this because a random woman walked up to my doorstep and started staring creepily at my Ring camera. No, I was acting like this because I knew the woman who appeared in the video. Her name was Olivia Cole. And the reason why I was trembling was because Olivia had been dead for over 15
He said move the chat. My fault.
years. I was pretty sure of this because I watched her die. It happened when I was in the 7th grade. I was 12 at the time, and Olivia was my best friend. It was after school, and we were playing on an old monkey bar in the playground. Olivia was playing dangerously at the edge of the monkey bar, but I didn't say anything as she was having fun. But in the following 2 minutes, I would regret that decision as I watched her lose her footing and fall to the concrete floor. The sound of her skull cracking as it connected with the floor is something that I still hear every time I go to sleep at night. As I was 12,
He said, "What the
the
fuck do you
incident
mean
gave
she
me a lasting
dead?"
trauma as I had to see a lot of therapy.
TJ, what you want? What you
After
want
the
from me, bro?
horrific accident, Olivia and her family moved away, and I
It
hadn't
is
heard
in
anything
full
about them.
screen, bro. What are you talking about?
But now, over 15 years later, I'm apparently seeing someone who looks exactly like their dead daughter at my doorstep. I called in sick to work that day, as the incident shook me to the core. That night, I laid awake in my bed as I was too scared to sleep, and at exactly 12 a.m., the Ring camera's motion alarm
K3
began to
talking
blare
about
like
do a
crazy.
flip. He fucking
I
wrong,
froze
bro.
through the sound of the alarm
Chat,
as my body was
chat. That's
paralyzed in fear.
That's LK3,
The alarm
bro.
stopped after an hour, and I was completely drenched in sweat. I made my way to the living room, and I checked the Ring camera's footage. Once the timestamp hit 12 a.m., just like the night before, I saw her walk up to the door and stare at the camera. This time, she looked directly at it and said, "I know what you did." She began to repeat the line over and over again as she kept.
Yeah, I know I got a
the camera.
Discord.
The footage was terrifying as
I just ain't release it yet, but
I realized
I could
that
put
I
in
was
the
at a
link.
block road
You
as
feel
I
me? I'm
knew
gonna
I
put the
couldn't
link
call
in my
the cops.
bio later.
There was no way I could call and tell them that the spirit of my
Hold
dead
on.
best friend
Time
was
out.
stalking me at night.
Time out
I
to the
also
person
couldn't
who
tell
said
any
I
one of my
need
friends,
that.
as I knew that they'd all look at me like I was crazy. I was alone in this, and I finally came to the resolution that for the sake of my sanity, I had to deal with it myself. I stayed awake that night after that, waiting for her to appear.
They
I
losing
held
their
a metal
mind,
pipe
bro.
in my right hand and a Bible in my left, as I told
Yeah, I
myself
got a
that I
server.
wanted to cover all bases.
Bro, we all gonna be in my Discord server.
I watched the live footage in my room till it was 11:59 p.m. And by 12 a.m., I saw her walk up to the door. She stood there for about 5 minutes before she brought out a pen to pick my lock. Seeing that made me reconsider a lot of things, as I knew that if she was a restless spirit, she wouldn't be hindered by a door. After a few minutes, my lock eventually came loose, and I heard the door creak open behind me. Not knowing that she was a human being, I held the metal pipe tight in my hand as I heard her footsteps in the dark living room. The woman who...
I mean, if y'all really want, I'll really post the link right now. I'll post it. Just go to my profile.
I assumed it was Olivia, then said, "I know what you did. I saw you. I saw everything that
I
happened."
saw you. Damn, chill
Without
out.
thinking, I rushed towards her with the metal pipe, and I swung the weapon at her. She managed to dodge the blow as she immediately reciprocated the attack by slapping me across the face.
She quick
We
with it,
began to
bro.
struggle for a while before I managed to push her off me. Having gotten another opening, I swung the pipe at her leg, and the woman fell to the floor screaming. I immediately raised the pipe above my head to deal the final blow, and that's when the woman screamed out, "Are you going to kill me the same way you killed Olivia?" Those words
You
made me
trying to
freeze,
use it
and before I could do
against
anything, the cops had entered into the house. Apparently, my neighbor had called in a noise complaint, and me and the woman were taken to the station for questioning. When we got there, they questioned the woman before questioning me. They asked me what happened, and I told them the whole story. The police
All right,
officer
y'all
then
gonna
said,
y'all gonna have to help me
into
make
your
the
house
server better.
claimed
So
you killed her
like,
cousin Olivia Cole,
just give me
and
suggestions
she
on what I
said
should add
this
and
was her
stuff.
main motive behind what she did. Is this true?
Cause
I
you feel
hesitated
me? It's
before
y'all
answering.
server too. So
She's lying. She's just a psycho who stalked me for the last 3 nights. As I told you earlier, Olivia was an old best friend who died in an incident. That woman is crazy. The cop then said, "Okay, ma'am, we're sorry for the baseless accusations. We'll lock up the woman for breaking into your house immediately." As they took her away, I watched the woman who was now crying, screaming at me, saying, "Are you really going to keep lying? I watched you kill her and pass it off as an accident. You killed my cousin, and she was like a sister to me. Tell the truth. Tell the truth." I couldn't keep it in any longer as I screamed, "I did it. Yes, I did it." The cops stopped taking her away as they all began to listen to me. And for the first time in 15 years, I began to scream out the secret that had been a huge weight on my chest. I was just a kid. I didn't like how Olivia was spending time and making
TJ
friends
said,
with
"Wait,
the other
is
girls
that
in the
her
7th
family
grade. I was angry, so I decided to hurt her just a little. That's why I pushed her down from the monkey bars.
oh yeah, that's what I was saying, bro. Like, I needed mods for TikTok and I needed mods for Discord too. So you feel me? We gonna have to pick those out later too.
I really didn't want her to die, but she did. I was scared, so I lied. I killed her. I killed Olivia Cole when I was 12 years old. I broke down crying after the confession. The cops who just heard me confess to a 15-year-old murder walked up to me and put me in handcuffs. After a while, when my lawyer arrived, I found out that the woman who was stalking me was Charlotte Cole. She was the cousin of Olivia, and they looked completely alike. Apparently, she had come to get Olivia with her aunt from school that day, and she saw me push her cousin to her death. She said she didn't say anything, as she too
So we gonna
was
talk
also
about it,
dealing with the trauma, and after 15 years, she felt that the only way to be at peace was to get justice and revenge.
I got you. I seen you, bro. I've been seeing you.
So knowing she looked like Olivia, she decided to track me down and make me pay for what I did by messing with my sanity. This incident happened over 2 months ago. As the case is a peculiar one, it's still ongoing.
Shit has fucked up his life,
while I know the
though.
probability of me going to prison is there, I have never felt so free in my life. As for the first time in 15
Never
years,
felt so
I
free.
can finally sleep peacefully.
Hey, man, I mean, that's how you like it. That's how you like it. Alright, right quick, I'm gonna show y'all the Discord server so y'all can join if y'all want. We gonna do a whole bunch of cool events and stuff. How do I share this channel? Dumb. Alright, so this the invite link. Let me copy it and paste it in the chat. If you want it, that's it. And I'm about to pick something different. They talking about some Squid Game. But we gonna do like e-dates and stuff if you interested in that and all that cool stuff. Oh, bro, be ready for the confessions, bro. Confessions, roast battles, all of that. I'm telling you. We about to be lit in that bitch. And we gonna be having different channels for like whatever y'all want. I want the web source. And this IMR. Matthew, what's up?
I have always hated going to the park. And it's not because I don't like nature or anything like that. It's because I can't stand the sight of people playing with their pets. It just makes me want to
Let me know if you join. Who joined?
I know you might be asking, why would anyone not like the sight of cute dogs and cats? But after hearing this morbid experience,
I see y'all,
will never look at animals the same. My name is Taylor, and this horrific experience happened 6 years ago. I was 21 at the time, and I had just finished college. It was on a Thursday, and I had gone to the supermarket across from my apartment to buy some groceries. I barely had up to $10, so I bought very few things. As I walked up to the counter, I saw the cashier Jake staring at me. We weren't friends, but we knew each other as I lived close by. As I dropped the few things I bought, he looked at me and said, "I don't mean to pry, Taylor, but are you low on cash?" I didn't reply as I was embarrassed. He then looked at me with kind eyes and said, "It's nothing to be ashamed about, Taylor, but if you're up for it, I may have a job for you." Hearing being offered a job piqued my interest, and I asked,
Random
"What am I going
jobs,
to be
bro. You
doing
gotta watch
and
out for
how much is
those.
the pay?" He then told me, "We can talk about what you're going to be doing later. And regarding the pay," he then brought out $1,000 and handed it to me. I was stunned, as
Just
I
like
hadn't seen
that,
money
though.
like that in a while. He
Might
then
gotta check
continued
that.
with, "Think of it as an advance. But remember, with pay like this, the job is pretty something." He then asked for my number so that he could get back to me with more details regarding the job. A week passed before I heard from Jake. I had already spent $700 of the $1,000, so I knew I had to do the job now, as I had already spent my pay. But I just assumed it was going to be something like cleaning the supermarket. That night, around 3 a.m., I got a message from Jake saying, "Ready to know what the job is about?" I remember telling him, "It's pretty late, but sure." That's when he told me to download something called Tor Browser. I was confused, but I did exactly what he said. After that, he sent me a link, and he told me, "I don't know if you've heard of the dark web, Taylor, but this is a link to the dark web." He then continued with, "This link is going to take you to a website where you'll see videos of women eating. Think of it as ASMR, but with a more serious take on it." He then sent the last message saying, "This is just to prepare you for what you're going to be doing.
Just getting
And
that
remember,
set up.
that much money doesn't come easy. You start next week." And with that, he went offline. Now, a little feeling of dread began to creep up as he was
I'm
acting
saying,
so
I'm
weird.
really thinking about
And as I
watching
clicked
Love
the link,
Island.
I finally understood what he meant as a horrific
The
realization.
horror
dawned on
shorts
me.
ain't
The
been
link took
hitting
me
like
to a site
yesterday.
called All Natural. The first thing I saw was a slogan that read, Welcome, fellow True Eater. I was asked to pay $20 to see the content, which I did. And when the page finally loaded, it showed videos of women eating raw animals. The first video I played showed a huge man holding a cage, seemed to be filled with kittens. I could hear the animals whimpering like they were scared.
That cat
The woman
noise
in the
threw me
video
off.
sat on a chair, and she had a sick, devilish grin on her face, which displayed her blood-stained, rotten teeth. She looked like she was terribly ill, as she looked pale and feverish. The man then took one of the kittens, and what he did next made me throw up on myself. With his huge hands, I watched him tear the kitten
that's
apart.
on that, bro.
It happened so fast that I couldn't hear the kitten squeal.
Kitten,
He then tossed the carcass of the dead kitten towards the woman, and without hesitation, she began eating it raw. The sight was otherworldly as she ate it whole. I could see the little organs of the kitten spilling out of her bloody mouth as she ate it. It didn't take long before there was nothing left, and the video ended. I screamed and I threw my phone away when the video was done. The noise had garnered the attention of my neighbor, who knocked on my door asking, "Taylor, are you all right?" I didn't want him to know about what just happened, so I quickly replied, "It's fine. I just thought I saw something." And with that, he left. I didn't fall asleep that night.
Kyra, do you even know how to make a
I finally
Discord?
understood why Jake didn't tell me about the job before paying. And I understood why it paid so much, as over 15 million people paid to watch each video. I knew I had messed up, as I couldn't do it, and I also couldn't pay back the money. So the next day, I started avoiding Jake and the supermarket.
You said
After
she
a week,
ate it
I
all.
thought I had gotten away with it. But as I walked to my apartment that night, I was attacked by two huge men. And the last thing I remember was a white handkerchief being forced onto my nose.
Yep, night-night.
I woke up in front of a camera. I was surrounded by bright standing lights, which made it impossible for me to make out my surroundings. A huge man walked in, and with one look at him, all my suspicions were clear, as he was the man who tore animals apart in those horrific videos. And right after him, Jake walked in with a sick grin on his face. "Why are you avoiding my calls, Taylor?" I was scared, but I immediately replied with, "I didn't mean to. I can't do this." "Then do you have my money?" he asked. Fear filled me.
Not really, just to avoid all
but I
that.
said the first thing that popped into my head. "I don't, but I'll
It's
pay you
like
back. I
the other
promise, please.
stuff that comes
Just
with
let
it.
me go." "I'm afraid we can't do
They'll
that,"
take down your
he
whole
said.
server for that kind of
"So
stuff.
what are you going to do to me?" "I don't want to eat the insides of animals. That's disgusting. Disgusting." He screamed before slapping me hard across my face.
You better bite him.
"We are true eaters. Like the lions, we eat the right way, directly from nature. We don't let our meals be tainted by heat. We keep it all natural." Once he was done, I asked him, "So, you guys are cannibals?" And that's when he hit me again. "Don't associate us with cannibals, you dumb whore. Me and the 15 million people who tune in to see these videos are much more than that. We are enlightened.
He talking
We
like a
are
dog.
true eaters." I didn't speak as I was scared to be hit
He
again.
does know
And
to
that's when he
slap.
gestured to the huge man that was standing in the corner of the room. "Ivan, it's time to begin." And as the huge man picked up a cage, I started to count down the last moments of sanity I was going to have that night. The creature in the box squealed as it was taken out, and when they brought it closer, I could see that it was a huge gutter rat. The animal struggled, but it was hopeless as the man began
He is
to
like,
pull it apart.
bro,
It didn't take long before
what
it
is
tore
wrong
in
with
two.
him?
The man walked up to me with the carcass of the dead rat. I tried to run, but that was when I realized I was restrained.
What's wrong with this
He
dude?
finally reached me and tried to force the carcass down my throat. I screamed and resisted, which led him to hit me. My vision had become blurry, and I felt them force my mouth open and force the furry carcass down my throat. No words can ever describe what I felt, but I felt like I was tasting hell itself, as different things that I assumed were the organs of the animal rolled down my throat. I began to vomit profusely, but that didn't stop them, as they just continued right after.
Dang, imagine trying to spit it out and you still got the taste in your mouth.
And I just
They
stayed
punching him
quiet,
every
as I
time he
had
try
lost all
to
zeal to
turn
fight.
his head.
They
That's
untied
crazy.
me and took me to a small room.
You just
where they
gotta
kept
take it.
I
That
threw
point.
up all night, and I laid there in my vomit. Every night for the next week, I was taken to eat another animal, from sloths to puppies to little birds. Each one was worse than the last.
Yeah, it's
It
getting
didn't take
worse
long before I began to
progressively.
feel ill. It was on what I assumed to be Friday. I started hearing loud noises from outside, followed by, "It's the police!" Hope filled me, and I was about to say, "I'm here." I began to convulse. The last thing I remember that night was being surrounded by cops as I finally passed out. I woke up in the hospital to see my mom, a doctor, and my neighbor all standing around me. The doctor began to tell me how lucky I was, as a lot of harmful bacteria like
Appreciate y'all
Salmonella
following
and
the
Listeria
live.
that are normally found in raw meat were found in my system. I asked my mom how the cops found me, and she said my neighbor had noticed I had been missing for a few days and had called the cops, which led them to track my phone. I thanked my neighbor, Mr. Match, for saving my life. Some cops then walked in and asked me some
You
questions.
never seen
and
a
I told
horse
them
short
everything I knew.
TikToker?
They then told me
I
that I was
mean,
lucky,
I'm
as
doing
over
stuff
70
that's
women were
different
found in the
though.
warehouse, and half of them were dead. They said the case was
I
still
mean,
ongoing,
isn't that the whole
and they were
point?
trying to get to the bottom of it. At that moment, I knew to myself that there was nothing they could do, as over 15 million people out there were true eaters. And there was nothing anyone could do to fix that. It's been 6 years since this incident. I moved back in with my mom, and even with all the therapy, nothing can ever take away that trauma. I can't eat right, as I only eat when it's necessary. I also can't look at animals right because every time I see a dog or a cat,
Nah,
while
that'll
people
scar
see
you
the
for
beauty and
life,
the cuteness
bro.
of these animals, all I really see are their insides.
Neighbors.
Hey guys, before starting the next story, I would like to suggest to you guys to subscribe to my channel. Also, I had no idea my life is going to change forever soon. For the last few months, I'm struggling to earn a single penny. I lost my job during the pandemic. I'm drowning in debt, and my landlord has already given me the final warning. If I don't manage to collect $200 rent today, he will throw me and my pregnant girlfriend out of this house. Till now, we're living on Twinkies and vendor machine snacks. But now, I don't even have money to buy that as well. All of our furniture is gone, as I had to sell them to sustain ourselves in this tough time. My girlfriend...
Hey chat, y'all was getting mad at me earlier for not going live later.
in this condition.
So
But I can't do a
basically,
thing for her. Being disgusted with myself.
who
my life,
wanna watch
I left
Love
her
Island
early
later?
today. Now, I am wondering.
Let me know right now.
Looking for one opportunity to earn some cash so that we don't end up in these streets. But fate is not.
We in like the finale
I am
stage.
exhausted. Can't tell if I have a fever since last night. After walking for 3 hours straight, when I didn't see any ray of hope, I sat down.
Because if not, I'm just about to watch Tom
I felt like
and finish it.
I'm going to faint soon. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Kelly. I picked up and heard her sobbing voice from the other side. Jimmy, the landlord said he'll be coming around 7 p.m. and throw me out of this house. Where are you? Please come home and do something. I could hear the bundled up pain choking her voice, but there was nothing I could do to save the day. I put my hands into my pocket, and a damn cigarette, a matchbox. There's no cash in my hand, and only $50 I left in my bank account. I don't remember when I passed out. I probably lied on the corner of the sidewalk for hours like a garbage bag. When I woke up, cars passing by the daylight was gone. I quickly looked at my phone.
You gotta stop
saw it was
slobbering
6
on the
p.m.
tip,
already.
bro. I keep telling
An hour
you.
more,
You
my
never
pregnant
gonna get through
girlfriend
life
will
without it,
wander
bro.
these streets like a beggar. Such a man I am. Throbbing pain in my
Notice
head
how this
made me
nigga's
nauseous.
name's Silly Goose,
I
but
vomited on
not
the
one of
street
his
right
jokes
away.
has been funny yet.
Somehow,
That shit
I
crazy.
still managed to get myself up and look
You
for
still
some
dick
water.
eating some way that
I
you
took a
don't know.
dingy alley on my left and found a tap. I drank as much as I could. Water is now my only option to suppress hunger. My phone kept ringing. The screen lighted up with missed calls from Kelly, but I didn't pick up once. What will I say to her? I don't have any money, any food, anything. After washing my face, my eyes went to a broken bottle lying on the ground. Yes, that's the only way out now. I can't tolerate the pain anymore. It will be a relief if I end my life and set free. I broke the bottle to get a piece of glass. I said to myself, one deep cut and all my pains would be gone. This is the only way out. I sat down in the dark alley and lit up the last cigarette I had. It tasted a bit funky, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Also, I'll cut my wrists once I finish this smoke, so it doesn't even matter. But what about Kelly? How will she survive on this street without me? Should we commit suicide together? No, I can't say that. She's with my child. A life growing inside of her. Oh, God. Please show me a way. But I knew no one is going to hear my cry. I remembered how I used to surf the dark web during my high school days while smoking just like this. I still have the Tor browser
Yo,
on my
he
phone,
hitting that
but it
sig
has
like
been a
it's
long time since I
a
went there.
vape or something, bro. You
Cluelessly,
gotta chill.
I opened up the Tor browser and
That's
started this
gotta
old
be some
hobby
type
once
of
again.
crime
I
somewhere.
don't know what I was looking for, but something kept telling me I will find a solution here. Only here. After surfing for 10 to 15 minutes,
I don't like
an
the
ad
way he
popped up
hitting
in the
that
corner.
sig back to back to
Looking for
back.
recluse?
He
Hire
chain
hitman
smoking that
with only
sig, bro.
$50. I don't know what
That
got
don't piss
into
me
me.
off.
I clicked on it. A sketchy website opened and started asking for victim details and addresses. Once you fill in the details and make the payment, the hitman will contact you. I saw a way out. I can't let Kelly struggle in this cruel world after my death. She too has no one, just like me. And I can't approach her with this idea of suicide. My only way out is to hire a hitman and set her free from this blood-sucking world. I filled in the details.
Oh, the
Gave my house
Discord
address.
mod's already on that shit,
My
bro. I
hands
can't even
trembling
lie.
while I booked murder for the love of my
Yo,
life.
W's in
My
the
unborn
chat.
child.
Not W's in the
Just the
chat,
only
but
one.
W's to the
But I had
Discord
my
mods,
back
bro.
against the wall. As I made the
They hooked
payment,
that shit
a
up. I can't
message
even
popped
lie.
on the screen. Hitman will contact you in a second. Remember, once you finalize the deal and disconnect this call, there'll be no turning back.
I'll just
Why?
probably need to do the
Why
rolls and
will I turn
stuff.
back now? There's nothing left for us here. It'll be better to end our lives than to spend it in humiliation and poverty forever. A call came from an unknown number, and I picked it up immediately. Hello? The job will be done in a half hour.
Ew, where's
Is she
Tooth
alone in the
go?
house? Yes.
Where'd
Once I
your
disconnect,
tooth go, nigga?
we will have no contact
Sound
whatsoever. Is the deal final? I exhaled a deep breath.
Bruh, you shouldn't let
Tears rolled down
nobody
my
talk to
cheek
you like
as
this.
I tried to say yes. The man with a dense voice spoke again.
Especially
"It's the
not with
deal."
those chapped
I
lips.
know. I took one deep breath and replied. Yes, the deal is final. The phone got disconnected, and I noticed the time was 6:30 p.m. Kelly might be sitting home, waiting for me to come back with money and save the day. I put the cigarette butt in the dirty ground and picked up the broken glass. Bid goodbye to this world.
Eat this band,
Life is
bitch
not the
ass
same
nigga.
for all in this world. I looked at my phone one
I'm
last
still
time.
talking.
Once the clock strikes 7 and our doorbell rings, Kelly will rush to answer me, thinking I've finally returned home. Poor Kelly. She won't be able to guess death is waiting for her on the other side. I wiped my tears and went to slash my wrists with a sharp piece of
Oh,
broken
that ain't no
glass.
band.
Just then,
Shit.
my phone rang again, but this time it was from my bank. Out of confusion, I picked up saying, "Hello?" A female agent said from the other side, "Mr. Andrews, we are happy to inform you that you have won our lucky draw this month. Congratulations. Your account will be credited with the prize money within hours." What? How much money is that? $10,000. You'll be getting the update soon. Thank you for banking with us. Have a nice day. The call disconnected, and the
Yo.
broken glass fell from my hand. What? I have won $10,000? Finally, all our worries will be gone. I sprung up in joy. I couldn't believe this. I looked at the sky and screamed. Miracles do happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. But then, my heart dropped into my stomach.
It's too good to be true,
6:45.
bro.
The hitman is on his way to my home. Holy shit. I started to run like a mad dog. What have I done?
Dang,
What
now
was
he's
I
trying to
thinking?
jog to his
I
crib.
cursed myself while making my way through the busy street. I have to
I'm
reach home
saying
before
it
him,
is a
or else
little confusing.
everything will be over. A few moments back, I had a family, but no money to take care of them. And now, when I have money, my family
He
is
talking
life
about the
essential.
game is
I
rigged,
bumped into
bro.
people while running. Some of them hurled at me with anger, but I didn't care.
He's
I need to
friend,
reach home
bro.
before 7. I have to. I was sweating like hell. My heart was beating in my throat. I knew the end is near. Each second is a step closer to doom. Oh, Kelly, my love, I can't let you die because of my incompetencies and failures. I was almost near my house when I accidentally tripped on a rock and fell hard on the
Alright, bro,
floor.
you not that focused.
My ankle
If
twisted
you
and
tripping
I
over
entwined
shit.
in pain.
Come
I tried to get
on.
myself up, just when I heard a loud bang and a scream.
He fucked up the foot.
From my
He
house.
cooked.
I took out my phone with shaking hands. The time was 7 o'clock sharp. I saw a guy wearing a hoodie coming quickly from my house and jumping into a camper van parked on the side of the road.
Who is that?
The lines of the hitman echoed in my ear.
Mm.
Once the deal is done, there'll be no turning back. I started crying as my world broke apart. I had no guts to walk up to the house.
That's
and
it,
witness
bro.
Kelly's bloody
That's
body
it.
lying on the doorstep. I lied
He
there,
done got
hiding
him.
my face into my palm, sobbing like a low light.
They
when I
talking
heard
about
a familiar
Kelly.
voice. Jimmy, what are you doing here? Thank God you came home.
Bro, what?
I looked up and saw Kelly standing in front of me.
Huh?
Fear was all over my face. I got up in extreme shock and said,
Chat, they not about to keep hitting us with the switchamaroos, bro. They not about to, I know what they trying to do to us, bro. Okay, it's not working.
You're alright? But that gunshot. I was packing bags when the landlord came. He was pestering me to leave right now, so I went upstairs to get my stuff when suddenly the doorbell rang and the landlord answered it. I heard a loud bang and now he's lying dead on the porch. I don't even know what happened. We have to call 911. Cops came and took our landlord's body. They interrogated us, and I didn't mention a single detail about the
He hit the lawyer.
I'm glad instead of Kelly, our landlord opened the door. It scares me to think how ruthless these hitmen are. He didn't even risk confronting someone else. One payment, one kill. Doesn't matter who he killed and what impact it left. Kelly and I are in a better lifestyle now, but I haven't told her anything yet. Every day before going to bed, I try to muster up the courage to tell her the truth, but when I look at her smiling, holding our baby daughter in her arms, I step back. This one secret is going to be with me till the day I die.
Hey, y'all, make sure to follow the live for better ones in the
This
future.
happened
We
to me
got
last
you.
Monday when I came back from school. I'm an introvert who has no social life and no friends either.
It's different
So as usual,
animation.
when I came
Okay.
back, I got myself some light snacks and got hooked on watching anime. I was so engrossed in
Got
it
hooked
that I
on
didn't
watching
notice when it became
anime.
dark. I was quite bored of watching, so I decided to try something different for once. All my classmates were talking about watching various videos up on the dark web, so I thought to myself, why not? I had no clue about how I may access it, which is why I searched up on Google. I learned that regular browsers couldn't access dark web websites. I needed to download a certain browser that was undetectable from search engines and offered users complete anonymity while surfing the web. Some websites suggested using VPNs while surfing to hide my IP address, and I thought it was wise to do so. I downloaded the suggested browser and started scrolling randomly. I found certain people who had posted videos titled in extremely unsettling words. There were certain forums such as the Cannibalistic Forum, which was about eating people and being eaten by people. Some members even chatted and arranged meetups there to eat each other like, I need someone to eat my fresh meat. I am juicy and tender. I then found a
I
site
am
that was about a
juicy and
woman who
tender.
couldn't
Come
deal with the
on,
fact
man.
that her babies had been stillborn.
We have to do better
It was
as
filled
people.
with pictures of dead fetuses dressed up and placed in baby cots. I dug in deeper. My curiosity had gotten the best of me. Disturbing images and videos played before my eyes. I then realized that it was legitimate child porn and rape and torture content.
Oh,
It was
no.
all over the dark web. It was terrifying.
In
They had live
GTA,
cams,
in
too.
GTA.
This was all too much for me. I wanted to stop right away, but instead, I scrolled unconsciously. I saw certain chat rooms with various titles that had unsettling words such as midnight stalking, the morgue, live gore. I didn't believe that these were actually real. I was curious, so I clicked on one. The live stream opened up. It was a dark room, and there was a guy tied to a chair in the middle. Beside the chair was a table. It had various items on it, ranging from weapons to tools like hammers and axes. I didn't know what was going on until a man appeared in a mask.
He said, Pet Squeezer said, I claim no negative energy.
In his hand,
Nothing
he held
from
a
this, bro.
blood-stained knife.
These
It was
people
then
terrible.
that I noticed carefully that the man who was tied was hurt. He was bleeding and his wrists had deep cuts on them. His blood dripped, drop by drop, into the small pools of blood at his sides.
Should I finish him?
The man said in a strange voice. It sounded as if he was using a voice changer to deepen his
Hey,
voice.
y'all, we made it to
Was this a
30K.
stage show? I wondered.
Can
I
we
looked at
start
the comment
tapping?
section.
Can we get to
Everyone was
40K?
telling him to finish him. There were comments which were extremely brutal, like shoot him in the head, put him in boiling water.
Noah said this
But
not
most
a
of the
church,
people
y'all.
wanted him to use the axe on the guy. I saw the masked man pick up the heavy axe. My body froze as he raised it above his head and brought it down on the guy who was
Yo, straight like
the axe
that?
got stuck in his head, and there was a shower of blood spraying out of it. The man was presumably dead, yet the one with the axe kept striking him over and over again. I could hear his dying screams. I could hear the mushy meat sounds that the axe made where it touched him. The floor was splashed with blood. He did not stop there. He went lower and struck at his abdomen. It was sharpened to an extent where only one strike made his organs spill out into his lap. I actually saw his guts flowing out of him. I was frozen in place, unable to move a finger.
This is
I
bad.
then realized that I had just seen a man.
Appreciate you liking the stream.
I felt sick and closed the stream. I regretted that I clicked on it. I wanted to close the tab, but it wouldn't close. Instead, it redirected me to another page where there were loads of other disturbing and horrible videos. There were several rows. In each row, there were 4 to 5. What was really disturbing about them was that they were like a series. I kept scrolling, hoping there'd be an exit button at the end, which was stupid. When I finally reached the end, I saw a familiar face in one of the videos of the last row. It was that man, the one I had just witnessed being killed. The first image was just him staring at the camera and completely normal. After that, there were pictures of him on the street, then of him sleeping. Finally, there was the video that I had just seen. It had been uploaded just now. When I looked under it, I saw a new row had been formed. The first picture was me, staring into my webcam, in the same clothes I was wearing now. I got scared and began to press the power button. Then I heard a beep and a notification popped out of nowhere, which said, "We see you." Finally, my laptop shut down. It had been there 3 days since then, and I couldn't help but look over my shoulder every now and again. One night, while I was trying to sleep, my phone
That's what
buzzed,
I'm saying,
and I go up and
Kira.
checked who
Y'all
it
heard
was
her,
at
bro?
that time of night.
She said,
It was a
follow
message.
ass up, bro.
It was a video of me. A video of me asleep in the exact same clothes I was in right now. I was frozen in place and couldn't breathe. Then came the sound. From right beside my bed, heavy footsteps went running out in the hallway and eventually faded. Startled, I got up and flipped the lights on. My heart raced and my body was shaking because of the adrenaline rushing through my veins. I was scared to death because someone had been standing right beside my bed while I slept unaware.
Bro, what?
I hurriedly grabbed my phone from where it had fallen. Quickly dialing 911, I peeked outside to see who it was. There weren't any signals, and I had 0 bars. Frustrated and scared, I ran outside, conscious of the other person, sneaking my way to the lounge. I picked up the telephone as quietly as I
Oopsie
could.
Penguin, how you gonna get scared?
It was dead. The wire had been cut. What were the odds, I asked myself. The best thing to do, perhaps, was to run out of the house for help, which I immediately did. To my horror, there was a padlock instead of the regular lock. I had never seen it before in my life. "What do you want?"
Exactly, you always need a blick, bro. Don't ever go without a blick on y'all, chat. I don't never want y'all to be not safe, bro.
I screamed in agony and told him to let me go. He was huge, and I was thin and weak. I stood no chance. He dragged me towards the basement and ruthlessly dragged me down the steps. I felt like that broke every bone in my body.
He just dragged,
My head hitting it,
getting dragged all across the floor.
For a few seconds. I felt him tie me up. My hands, feet, and legs were bound. I drowsily opened my eyes and saw him setting up a video camera, turning on all the lights in the basement.
Let's take
That's
some
when I knew who he
pictures.
was. It was a dark web video that he was shooting. Let me go. Please. He didn't give me time to finish before he slapped my face.
Dang.
He went and got a brick from
Slapped
inside the
you?
washing machine and hit it with all his might on my feet.
A
The
brick?
mushy sound it made was horrifying. The bones cracked so loudly. I screamed so loud, I'm sure anyone who
It
was
won't
awake at
work
the
for
time
all
would have
that,
heard
bro.
me. To stop me from screaming, he hit me on my throat. It was so hard to breathe. He adjusted the camera and started cutting at my abdomen slowly. Hot blood started soaking my shirt, and I kept on
He
screaming.
trying to make an
He
example out of
laughed
him, bro.
maniacally and cut deep at my arm. He kept on going, and I could feel the bone grinding as the knife rubbed against it. I could hear it. There was so much blood. He stood up and stomped on my face.
He doing all this before he even
He came forward, holding the knife, coming for my throat. Loud sounds could be heard upstairs, and 2 police officers came running down with guns, seizing the intruder. Apparently, some of the neighbors had heard strange sounds from my house and called for help. I was barely breathing, and the world grew darker. I woke up in a hospital. Turns out, the intruder was in fact the psycho serial killer they had been searching for. I was the only victim who escaped his wrath alive.
Lucky.
I would have ended up on the dark web dead.
I'm saying, we're in the video, bro. They talking about some Disney, where it go? It pissed me off. Alright, whatever.
As I offloaded the last of our belongings from the moving truck, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It had been a long few weeks packing up our old house and getting everything ready for the move. Now, standing in front of our new home, I couldn't have been happier. It was perfect. Exactly what we'd been looking for. My little boy and girl were running around in the yard, playing with each other and laughing. After my wife had died, it was moments like these that I cherished the most.
I'm saying, 'cause we
As
different.
I watched them, my daughter suddenly stopped and looked toward the house next door.
Daddy, who's that?
She asked, pointing at the house. I followed her gaze and saw a young girl standing in the window, staring back at us.
Ew, what's that?
She
Young
looked
lady, go
sickly, and
to
her
bed.
skin was a yellow hue with yellow eyes. I smiled
Younger
and
old
waved,
lady,
but
I
she didn't
guess? I don't
respond.
know.
Instead, she stared at me happily with a strange smile on her face, for a reason I couldn't quite figure out. I wasn't really sure why she
This
seemed
shit's
to be
a
so
creature.
eager, but she stared at me with a grin smiling on her face. Maybe she was just excited to play with the new kids on the block, I told myself.
That's the neighbor's daughter. Maybe you can go over and introduce yourself later.
My daughter nodded and went back to playing with her brother. I didn't think much of it then, but I should have in retrospect. Especially because the neighbor's house was vacant, as I would realize when I saw the for sale sign in the yard a while later. A few days later, as I was unpacking boxes in the living room, I heard my son running down the stairs. He eagerly asked me if he could go play outside. As soon as I had told him yes, he darted out the door and was away before I could ask him my next question. Where was my daughter? The 2 children usually hung out closely and were inseparable, so I wondered where she was. Sighing, I got up and walked up the stairs to go find my daughter and see what she had gotten up to. I looked in her bedroom, but she wasn't there. Then I checked the bathroom, but she wasn't there either. Where could she be? I was starting to feel a little worried, so I went to check my son's room to see if she was in there.
Who says giving
She wasn't
smile?
in there either.
I can see
Started
it.
to panic and had already reached the stairs before I heard a noise. I heard her voice. Running from room to room, I followed the sound of her talking before I realized where it was coming from. The open attic door. I slowly walked up to the door and peeked inside. My daughter was sitting in the middle of the room, talking to someone in the dark, but I didn't see anyone.
Who are you talking to, sweetie?
Daddy, come here. Say hello to my new friends.
She pointed in the direction of the dark attic. As I stared into the darkness, I dismissed her words as the product of an overactive imagination. But then I saw it, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. 3 pairs of eyes stared at me from the darkness of the attic.
3 pairs though?
Human
Come
pairs
on.
of eyes.
That's OD.
Anna, listen to me. I need to talk to your friends. Go downstairs right away.
Okay, Daddy.
I tried to keep my voice from being panicked, but I was terrified. What were 3 people doing in our attic, and how long had they been there? I waited until I heard Anna running down the stairs before I began to slowly back up. I would call the police as soon as I gotten out of the house. But as I retreated toward the attic doorway, I saw the 3 pairs of eyes grow nearer to me. They were following me. I was about a yard or 2 from the door when I turned and began to run. I heard their feet pounding the floor behind me as they chased me. I was about to reach the door when I felt something grab my ankle, tripping me. I fell hard and hit my head on the floor. As I drifted into unconsciousness, I heard the footsteps getting closer to me. I woke up and jumped back involuntarily. I was bound to a chair, and just a few inches from my face was one of the most disturbing faces I had ever seen.
And she drooling though?
Thin,
Come on,
hollow
time out.
face with sunken,
You ain't
sickly
touching me
yellow
like
eyes
that.
and yellow teeth bared at me in a grin. What the heck do you want?
Boy, I pepper spray that ass.
It was just one word, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. The man in front of me, his hair long and tangled, yet sickly thin, pointed toward me with a bony finger. Food! He repeated
Imagine
the
somebody
word,
point
but
at you and
suddenly
say
I understood.
food.
He wasn't
That's
just
crazy,
saying the
bro.
word, he meant me.
You ain't about to eat
The
me,
hunger in
nigga.
his eyes was
What you
too
got
much
going
to
on?
bear, and I couldn't help but cry out in terror. Please, no, please don't eat me. But it was too late. The man lunged forward, his teeth sinking into my flesh. I screamed and writhed in pain as he tore a chunk off my arm, wildly grinning as he held the flesh in his hands. He gestured toward me. Food! And the 2 other pairs of eyes emerged from the darkness. Their sickly
Nah, they coming out
skin
the
similar to
woodworks
that
now?
of the
Come on.
man who was devouring my arm. They began to advance on me as I screamed and begged for mercy. Suddenly, however, I heard sirens from outside. The police had arrived. The 3
I know,
figures in
Lana,
the
you been
attic
here all day.
froze and then scattered like rats, running in
I
different
appreciate y'all
directions.
coming out though, you feel me?
I was found bleeding and barely conscious, but I survived. The police never did catch the 3 people who attacked
The same way y'all here, I'm here, you feel me? So like we here together. I fuck with that though.
me, but they did have previous information about them. Apparently these people had lived in the walls in the attic of the house I had bought, and had since been connected to a string of disappearances in the area. Apparently, they moved from house to house, living in the walls, the attics, or even abandoned houses in the area. They would live in houses that were for sale and wait for newcomers to fall into their trap. I was lucky to be alive, but I will never forget the hunger in their eyes. I owe my life to my daughter.
Angie, don't
Angie,
don't try to play me. Don't try to say I'm
the
talking
terror
to
I
myself,
felt
bro.
when I realized that these people were after me.
You're a loser.
It's just something to think about, isn't it? Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I saw their eyes in my dream. The worst part about it is that sometimes, on very
Bro,
rare
lucky lover.
occasions, I think I can see
That's
their
how long
sickly
I be
yellow
streaming
eyes,
though.
even when
People
I'm
don't
not
even be
dreaming.
knowing that.
The police never did find them after all.
I'll be
And from the
streaming all
look
the
on
way to
that
like
crazed face,
8
I think that he
from
really
12.
enjoyed the taste of my flesh. Maybe he wants more.
Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the video. If so, please leave a like. And also, a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed. If you want to support this channel and make this channel reach the 1 million mark,
If you want to support my channel, please give me all your critical
please
information.
consider subscribing. It's free and you can change your mind later.
How many more does it have?
Enjoy.
Hey, after a lot of arguments and discussions, my parents permitted me
Right,
to stay
fine.
there. The reason they were reluctant at first was because of what happened to my great-uncle Frank while he stayed in that house. Uncle Frank was my grandmother's only brother. He and
But
my
y'all little
grandma
people
grew
that
up
get
together.
up late
Uncle
in the
Frank
day,
was a pretty healthy,
y'all
normal guy,
weirdos.
a popular boy in
Y'all
high
probably
school, and had
right-handed
plenty
too.
of
That's the
friends.
problem.
Maybe that's why no one saw it
But
coming. Uncle Frank had a
I
crush
stay
on
up
a
later
classmate.
for
Her name
y'all
was May. The day before
because I know
prom,
y'all
Uncle
probably
Frank
don't be on
finally
stream
gathered
early.
the courage to ask out May for the prom, but May rejected him. This is where the story takes a dark turn. It said that Uncle Frank didn't handle the rejection well and kidnapped May on prom night. He brought her into this house and took her to the kitchen. While my grandma and her parents slept upstairs, Great Uncle Frank severed May's head from her body and ran away. According to the reports of the locals, some anonymous caller told the cops about seeing a teenage boy dressed in a tuxedo jumping off the river bridge. May's headless body was discovered in the kitchen along with a big, bloody kitchen knife, and my uncle's body was never found. No one knows what happened to May's head. The people around the town say my uncle had her head with him while he committed suicide.
What?
So it was more than enough reason for my parents to prevent me from living in that house. But after this incident, my grandmother
That's
lived alone in this
traumatizing.
house all these years, and not once did she talk about anything weird happening to her.
No, that
Within
wasn't
a
a
week, I
Tyler, the
moved into the
Creator
house.
reference.
My parents got me some paint and basic repair tools to set up the house. One warm summer afternoon, I was working in the kitchen. I was scraping the dirty paint off the wall when I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. I quickly
What do y'all
turned
take me
around to
for?
see no one. The long, empty hallway stood behind me. I didn't bother.
Don't
Even
piss me
though
off,
I
though.
ignored the footsteps, I
We was
couldn't
having a
ignore
good
the
day,
thud.
okay?
I grabbed the hammer and headed up. The sound came from my grandma's bedroom. I pushed the door and it opened with a loud creaking sound. The room was in darkness. Even though it was daytime, the big curtains over the windows stopped the light outside from piercing in.
Hello? Anyone here?
I scanned the room and got sure that no one was there.
Vivi, if
The
this
rest
shit
of
was
the day, the
real,
weird feeling of not
we would
being
have already
alone
been
stayed with
outside
me. After a
and waiting for
tiresome
our
day,
Uber.
I
No.
filled myself with
I
leftover
don't play that
lasagna
shit,
and went to
bro.
bed.
Like, no.
I decided to sleep in my grandma's bedroom as it had the biggest window. I left the window open. Curtains are drawn to one corner of the room to cool down. I don't exactly remember the time, but I woke up hearing heavy breathing. The
Yeah,
moonlight from the window made the room visible in the dark. As I looked around me, my eyes suddenly noticed the curtains. A head was peeking behind the curtains, looking directly at me.
What?
It had wide, glowing eyes, and its mouth opened. I've never been that scared in my whole life. Whatever was watching me sleep behind the curtains wasn't supposed to be in my room. The glowing eyes didn't
And
blink.
she's standing
I
up in
couldn't
her bed,
scream.
too.
All I knew was that I locked my room before coming in,
I
and it was
mean,
impossible for someone to get
I
in from
don't
that
know,
window.
bro.
The creature made
People
a
are
growl
always
when I
doing
got
too
back
much
to
at
my
night.
senses. I screamed and jumped from the bed. Without wasting a single second, I unlocked the door and ran downstairs. The entire night, I remained awake, sitting in the living room. In the morning, I checked the entire room and didn't find any proof of a third-person presence in the house. Soon, I started to believe that the house is probably haunted. I didn't tell my parents anything
May
because I have
found
already
her.
invested money in this house and I can't move out. Many times, I've seen in movies
We
that a
watched
deceased
Llama Arts
soul
a little
tortures the
bit
living
earlier.
because they want to convey a message. Long
He was
back, my
trying
cousin
different
gave me a
people out.
Ouija board. I knew it was risky and to some people makes no sense, but that evening I sat down in my grandma's room to get some answers. I turned all the lights of the shadow, lit up the candles, and started the seance.
Is anyone here?
My voice trembled. Except for the hooting owl and crickets outside, I heard nothing. The wind around the house never felt this heavy before. I sat in the dark, waiting for something supernatural to happen, thinking that the malevolent entity that visited me last night might reappear to give its message. Maybe it's the unfulfilled spirit of May who was murdered in this house at the prom night. Minutes went by and nothing happened. I was all set to give up when I watched the closet door open. A clattering sound came from inside, and then I saw the entity from last night. An average height human figure, extremely skinny,
And it's
like it was only
crawling.
made of
Is that two
bones
heads?
coming out of the closet. It walked like a
Oh
four-legged
no, it just
animal.
got those
The
heads. I'm
sight
tripping.
gave me chills. I was going to scream
What's
when I
up,
noticed
Lacey?
the dark figure with glowing
Not
eyes
Lacey,
holding
Lana.
something in its hand. As it surfaced into the dim candlelight, I found out what it was holding. A human skull. Suddenly, the creature ran to me at full speed.
Hey, y'all, Lana and your boyfriend,
I
bro.
screamed, and it lunged at me, making me fall on the floor. I turned on the flashlight
So
of my
no, this ain't
phone,
no
and
Tinder.
at last, got a good look at the creature. It was a miserable, creepy-looking old man.
Oh my god! Who are you?
The man looked at me in the eyes and said in a groggy
Yo,
voice,
cracked
"Where
out
is
Tinder.
my sister?"
Who Who is your
His
sister?
teeth is Dunzo.
Matilda. Matilda was my grandmother's name. The mystery of the haunted house became clear in front of my eyes. This man is none other than my great-uncle Frank. I pushed him over and he fell on the ground.
Bro, he got
making
a toilet
painful
seat on
grunt.
top of his
I
head,
ran out of the
bro.
room and locked it behind
He
me.
had the death
I
bowl
called my
cut.
parents and they called
Yeah,
the
that's
cops.
true on.
A decades-old murder investigation finally reached its end.
Y'all keep calling
Great-uncle
me
Frank
that's
was finally
right
put
there.
behind bars for the murder of May Summers, his high school crush. He
I've been
admitted that
calling.
after
What you
killing
talking about?
May and was caught by my grandma
Does
in the
bro wanna
act.
go into the
But
corner?
what shocked the hell out of all of us was the fact that Grandma, instead of calling the cops, hid his brother in the attic. Once the case turned cold, she built a secret space behind the walls of her bedroom where Uncle Frank stayed all these years. She was the anonymous caller who misled the entire investigation to save her brother. It creeps me out to think that till her
So
death,
she planted
she
that.
shared the house with her killer brother, who lived in the walls and kept his victim's skull as an asset. Yes, that skull belonged to May Summers. Great-uncle Frank died in jail 2 years after getting caught. We demolished the house and sold it to a proprietor of a law firm. I now live in my own house with my girlfriend, but often at night I wake up having bad dreams. In my dreams, I see my uncle standing near my bed and staring at me with his flowing eyes and wide open mouth.
For as long as I can remember,
Bruh.
I have always been a person who cherishes my freedom. While other people my age were happy with the comfort of living with their parents, I fantasized about living on my own from a very young age. While some people fantasized about dream jobs, fame, and money, all I wanted was to stand on my own 2 feet. My father passed away when I was very young, so from then on, it was just me and my mother. We had no family or contact with anyone else. It was just the 2 of us. This would normally form a great bond between me and her, but to tell the truth, the opposite happened, as she was a monster. My mother always mistreated me and forbid me to have
Long
friends
ass
or talk to
mouth.
women.
What the hell?
I'm not going to lie to you. I had a very complicated childhood, but luckily, everything was over, because when I was 21 years old, I was moving to a
Hey
new
chat,
house.
we at 34K. I appreciate
problems
y'all for
started
giving me
in the middle of the
34K likes.
You would
Can we get
think
to
that with
40K
such a
right
bad
quick?
relationship with my
It's
mother,
like 6K
I
more.
wouldn't talk to her anymore
Y'all
the
already
moment
got
I
that
stepped
jump, bro.
foot out of the house. But it wasn't
Hey
like
Naya,
that.
what's up?
Growing up with her, it was
Who you
very
talking
hard
about?
for
Oh
me to lose
gosh.
contact. I wanted to keep her in my life, but she was acting very strangely and
No.
unnaturally, even for her.
Mom, you didn't have to come with me. I could have invited you after I moved out.
Oh, but I did. I could never leave my only son alone.
Okay. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome, son. You know I'll always be there for you.
Whatever I lived through with her, my mother never made me feel this
Can't
way.
trust that.
It was as if she had stopped being my mother and had become a character in a horror movie. Always staring at me with a creepy smile, constantly moving her fingers as if she was up to something. She was making me feel very uncomfortable. Maybe she was having a psychotic break. When the move was done, she had to go back to work, so I could finally have some peace and enjoy being alone. I laid down, closed my eyes, and without rearranging the furniture, I fell asleep. My sleep in my new home was suddenly interrupted. I didn't know the sounds of this house yet, but I remember that was the
He said he
intruder
looked
alarm.
60. That's crazy.
I approached the front door, but it was locked. No one had entered. Was it
Bro
failing?
gained the extra 30 years
Hello,
because
we
these
just
niggas are
noticed that your
bullying him in the
alarm went
comments.
on. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Why is he
Please tell me your password.
crawling on the
Apple
ceiling?
3223.
Thank you.
I said we needed Rose. I said if y'all didn't know how to do it, I would just have to do it if y'all couldn't.
As soon as I cut the call, another strange noise caught my attention. This time, it was coming from my room. Had some boxes fallen down. I thought about calling the operator again, but it didn't make sense. I knew I was being
He talking
paranoid.
about I ain't
I've never
joining
lived
till
alone.
I know what it
Strange
is.
noises
Shut
and
up, bro.
unwarranted fear is
You want to be
normal,
different so bad.
right? I
If
nervously
you want to
walked to my
join,
room,
just
and to
join
my
it. We gonna have fun in
surprise,
there, bro.
my fears had been justified. Someone was crouched down next to the bed, with his back towards me. I was about to quickly call 911, but that person revealed her face.
Mom, what are you doing here?
What a nice house you picked out for us. This will be our room.
What? Mom, I'm gonna live here by myself. How did you get in?
You will never live alone.
Y'all look at her legs,
Son
gang.
always needs his mother. You'll never get rid of me. You'll never get rid of me. You will never get rid of me.
I didn't know what was going on, but that
I don't
wasn't my
want nothing to do
mother.
with that.
I ran out of the room and closed the door. Luckily, I still had the keys in my pocket, so while whoever that person was banging on the door, I managed to lock it. After that, I just walked backward and, terrified, stood there, watching the door take more and more knocks until suddenly, it opened.
Mom knows better.
Mom knows better.
Hey, you woke up. Are you okay? What happened?
Mom? I'm home. You have no idea what a nightmare I had. I dreamt that I moved out, but a demon version of you replaced you, and her face started to melt, and... Oh my god, what a real and terrible nightmare.
Oh,
Y'all make sure to
stay
follow up.
calm. That will never happen.
Y'all want more
You
content
will
like
never
this, we can
move
give you it.
What? What am I doing here? I was really
Y'all gotta
moving
let
out.
me know what y'all
It
fucking
wasn't
with,
a
though.
dream.
You see, son, I called the realtor. You can't move
Why are
in.
eyes shaking?
You need someone to take care of you after your accident.
Accident?
You're...
What?
Dang.
I'm really sorry about what happened.
Dang.
The fact that I was driving makes it
getting
so much
backdoored
worse.
by his
But I'll make
mom?
up for my mistake, my baby. I'll take care of you forever.
Is this backdoor the Century?
A child always needs its mother.
But when I recover, I can just go, won't I?
I think you're still in shock, silly. You're missing the point. You'll never get better. Not as long as I'm alive.
Oh,
Shocked,
that's just
I couldn't
sad.
scream or fight. I
You
just stared
said
at the
he
wall
chopped
without
that.
understanding what was happening. Eventually,
The only thing he
I
can do is
understood
call
that my
on
mom was
Jesus.
right. I
And
was
she got a
never going to
hunch.
be able to live alone. I was never going to be able to be calm. There were no relatives to rescue me, and we
Telling you
lived in the
backdoor the
middle of
Century right
nowhere.
there.
No one could hear my screams. Most of the time, I was either dozed or crying. It was really a dead end.
Backdoor 2025.
Today, I have something similar to a normal life. I finally live alone. But that cost me more than 30 years of my life. My mother is no longer with us, but I still see her in my nightmares. Every day I dream that I'm
You
young
said
again.
this one not
I dream that I can live a normal life.
scary.
But she is always back, ready to torment
Not to
me
skip
until
this
the end
one,
of
though.
my life.
And the rest of the other ones. Get the IG.
Instagram is a popular platform to become famous in a short period, but this craving to be popular can turn into madness, because I have seen that, and that's why I'm here today to tell you the story of my daughter who took social media too seriously. Sophia is my only daughter. When my husband left
She about
me
to
for
be
another
doing
woman, she
OD
became my
shit, bro.
world. I moved to Florida
You say
for a
6'7"
fresh
one
start.
more time, bro.
I took a job in an advertising
Whoever
company.
says
Sophia
6'7",
grew
bro,
up to be
you
a
getting timed
beautiful
out.
girl. I still remember her
Just
being nervous
like that,
on her
bro.
first day of high
We gonna do it
school,
like that.
but I knew she will get along, and she did with time. Sophia became one of the most popular girls in school. Teenage is such a confusing age where you are not a kid and also not an adult. Sophia liked to buy clothes and do her makeup all the time.
They're
This
dressing up
obsession
like a
to
doll,
look pretty
though.
is quite common in teenagers, so I didn't pay much attention to that in the beginning. One day
J
when I
Movement,
came
your
home from
band.
work, I saw Sophia applying melted chocolate on her face. I asked her, what is she doing? She
And
replied she read at some websites chocolates make your skin look younger. I mean, I was surprised to hear that. But aren't you already young, darling? Oh, Mom, you won't get it. Please leave me alone. I could have scolded her for talking like that, but I always went easy on her, thinking she needs more love, as her father is not there for her. Being a single parent is not easy, and I didn't want to drive her away. She's everything I have. As more time passing, I noticed Sophia leaving for school wearing new clothes every day. I thought maybe she is earning for herself from her babysitting job. One day, I accidentally entered her room while she was taking a selfie standing in front of her mirror. There was nothing wrong with it, but just to keep an eye on her, I opened an Instagram account with a fake name and followed her. It was an open account, which means everyone can see her content. I realized she almost posts on everything from waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. A picture of her doing almost every basic thing there is on her Instagram profile. But there was nothing wrong in her pictures to hold her accountable for. So I commented in one of her pictures. What a lovely lady. That night I received a notification that she liked my comment. It was a picture on the beach. I took that one. My dear girl looked so pretty in that yellow dress. I was admiring how beautiful she is becoming when another comment took place in that picture. A guy named Monty commented, "Your hair needs red highlights." Some people are overly opinionated in social media, irrespective of others' choices.
What are you
Anyways,
talking about?
Sophie and I had dinner and went to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I heard the shower in the
Don't talk
bathroom
about stuff
going
like that in my chat,
Sophie
bro.
never wakes up that early, so I thought there must have been a water leak. But as I tried to enter, twisting the doorknob, Sophie said from the inside, "I'm in here." I got surprised to see her wake up so early. I went to the kitchen to fix her breakfast. After 15 minutes, Sophie came out of the bathroom. "Are you feeling all right?" As I turned back, I saw the streaks of red highlight in her brown hair. She turned her hair red after that comment in her Insta profile. She left for school as if it wasn't a big deal. I wanted to say something, but again, I couldn't. With more days
I'm gonna post the
passing, I started to
Discord
realize my daughter is
on
severely
my
obsessed with her
profile.
looks, and she gives way too much importance to what people say on social media. I thought that this will pass, but had no idea things will get out of hand. She started to lose weight quite rapidly. She stopped eating her meals and only drank liquids. I couldn't stand the sight of her becoming a skeleton wrapped up in human skin. So I sat her down and decided to stop this nonsense once and for all. "Sophie, what are you doing?" "What? You barely eat. Look at yourself. You're becoming malnourished." "Oh God, this is a trend, Mom. I was becoming fat anyways." "What? Who told you that? Your fake Instagram followers? You know those people actually don't give a damn about you. How do you know? Do you follow my account? You're sick." "No,
Appreciate
it's you
y'all
who's
following me,
becoming
man.
sick.
Enjoy,
That's it.
bruh.
I'm taking
I
you to a
appreciate the love.
psychiatrist tomorrow." "I'm not your fucking toy." She
Ooh.
slammed out the door on my face and left the
She
house.
said, I'm not your
I
fucking
sat on the
toy.
couch
Tell
weeping.
him.
I never
She
thought
put
my
some sass
daughter
behind
could
that
talk to
joint.
me
Go
like
ahead, bruh.
that. An hour went by and she didn't come back. I was about to call 911 when my next door neighbor called me and said Sophie is lying unconscious on the sidewalk nearby. I rushed and saw she passed out on the street due to her poor health condition. We took her to the hospital, and the doctor said apart from malnutrition, she's also suffering from bulimia. Whatever she eats these days, she even vomits that out secretly in her room. And all this because someone on Instagram called her fat. I took her to therapy after that, and she started to recover gradually. Her psychiatrist, Miss Miller, gave her some really good advice and tried to talk her out of the madness over social media. I was getting my hope back. The old, happy, and cheerful Sophie was coming back. After a month, she joined back to school. I returned her phone, thinking she will be fine now. I don't know what happened at school, but after coming home, she didn't talk. She just finished dinner and went to bed.
Dang, it got
Before
worse
going
when
to
she
her
came
room,
back.
she looked at me and
That's
asked,
not good then.
"Mom, am I beautiful?" To which I replied, "You are the most beautiful girl in the world, my dear." I did the dishes and went to my room as well. I don't know why, but I casually opened my Instagram account and searched for Sophie's profile. As soon as her account opened, I saw her last picture received too many comments. It was a picture she took during her poor health phase. She was looking really skinny in that picture. I scrolled down to see the comments, and I saw people flooded the comment section with negativity and hatred. People were calling her the skeleton girl and making fun of her. Some of them provoked her to kill herself because she's too ugly. Tears rolled down my eyes, thinking people could be this heartless and cruel to a 17-year-old teenager. The more I scrolled, the more I felt bad for her. I decided to tell her to delete her account and get rid of all of this. I was going back to bed when a new comment popped up in the same picture. It was from Sophie. As I read the comment, my heart sunk in fear. She replied, "Ending my ugly life. Goodbye." I sprinted out of the bed and ran to her. I twisted the doorknob, but Sophie locked it from inside. "Sophie! Sophie, open the door!" I started banging on her door, but she wouldn't open it. I took out the key from the wardrobe nearby and opened the door in one go. Sophie was lying on the floor, covered in blood. She slashed her wrist with a cutter. I called the ambulance and admitted her to the hospital. She's still unconscious. Doctors are saying she'll be fine. I've decided to take her somewhere far away from the city. I will keep fighting for her as long as I'm alive. All I want to request to the people of this generation is please, please be kind to each other. It doesn't matter how you look from the outside. Beauty has no face to it, only a loving heart.
Damn.
Hey guys, I see many of you comment.
So did that shut all of us up or something, bro? That was one of the actual real ones that they made, bro. The other ones was just like they bullshitting us. And now I guess they decided to guilt trip us, but whatever.
On my videos that this channel deserves 1 million subscribers. To the channel ahead and friend on it. Actually, I was the one who called it off. For the sake of this story, let's call him Ed. Ed and I met in college and dated for a year and a half before
I'm saying she was fighting for her
He was
daughter.
into music, and in the beginning I loved the way he talked about pursuing it. But soon I figured out that he was just a talker and not a doer. Everyone started to gear up for the next phase, as in what to do with life, which job to choose and where to settle. But Ed had no such plans. He was too laid back and depended on his father about his future. I, on the other hand, had always been a careerist. I wanted to become a writer, hence pursue higher studies. I told him that I'm going to apply for my PhD, and I'm planning to settle down in London. I asked him if he would like to come with me, because there are several options there if one wants to pursue music, but he gave me the same lazy reply that he will think about it. As the last semester came knocking at our door, everyone started to grab a job or internship or whatever they could. I too got a scholarship to a renowned university for my high studies. My professors and friends appreciated me for this big achievement, but Ed went all jealous and started to keep a distance from me. One
Hey
day,
y'all, we
went to a
almost at
local pub
40K.
and he was short on cash, so I pulled out my wallet to pay. Suddenly, he got all furious and started screaming at me. I got so embarrassed that I left the pub in tears. I was staying at his place back then. I stormed inside the bedroom and made up my mind that the next morning I'm going to leave this guy. Ed came home really late and really drunk. We had a fight again and things went out of hand. I left his house heartbroken and humiliated at 2 a.m. in the morning. I called a friend of mine and the next day left him a text that I was done with this relationship. A year went by and I shifted to London to do my PhD, but I kept following him on Instagram. A few months later, he posted a picture with another girl named Ashley, and that's how I came to know that she is his new girlfriend. I had no grudge against Ed, but I can't help but following Ashley. She is a pretty blonde girl and I think she comes from a very simple background. Her most posts revolve around makeup and dressing up for parties. No hate or judgment, because she is also a woman like me thinking she found the man of her dreams. The first 4 months of following Ashley, I didn't see anything different. She used to post a lot of pictures of her and Ed, and I could always see them drinking and hanging around with people. But as time went by, her pictures changed. Or rather, her way of looking at pictures changed. She started doing loud and heavy makeup, which made her look like a creature from another world. Before, she used to put light-colored
from another
lipsticks
world.
and
That's
nude
hating,
makeup
bro.
mostly. But now, she only wears blood
Is
red
that
lip
jealousy
colors,
coming through?
and the
Cause she
blush
took
she
your
uses
blue,
is too pink to be
your
called
boo.
beautiful. I could tell she was trying to
I
look
think she
different,
mad, yo.
or I don't know what was happening in her life. A week went by and I was trying to stay out of whatever I was doing. One day I was studying and making some notes for my research paper when I received a notification on my phone. I opened my phone and saw it was from Instagram. It was a post by Ashley. She was lying on a couch with plaster in her hand. Well, what the... These people post anything and everything these days, I said to myself. I read the comment section where someone asked her what had happened to her, to which she replied, "I fell down from the stairs. Thank God my boyfriend was home. He's the one who took me to the hospital. I don't know why, but it felt like too much info to me." A week after that, Ashley posted a video flaunting her wedding ring, and I came to know that Ed and she is about to get married that too, in London. She later shared a video of her doing makeup. That's when I realized I have to meet her to stop her from taking this wrong decision. Yes, marrying Ed is a wrong decision, because I could see he was doing the same thing with her that he did to me. The night Ed came home drunk and started the fight, I took a stand for myself. Eventually, he slapped me so hard that it resulted in bruises on my cheek. I haven't told anyone about this, and I didn't take a step against him, which I know I definitely should have. I kept following Ashley's every post, and one evening I saw her uploading a video where she's seen partying in a nightclub in London. I realized that this is my chance. I have to meet her. I drove to the club and waited in the car for her to come outside once. I waited for 2 hours, and finally, at around 1 a.m., I saw her coming out. She stood on the sidewalks and lit a cigarette. I walked to her. "Ashley." "Yes? Do I know you?" "No, but I know you. I don't think you should marry Ed." "Excuse me?" "He hits you, doesn't he? That's why you have this loud makeup, right?" "I don't know what you're saying." She turned to walk away, and I grabbed her hand. "Ashley, please, I'm saying this for your own good. You can't keep tolerating this guy." She freed her hand from my grasp and smiled at me. I was stunned to see her level of stupidity. She said in a calm voice, "Thanks, but I can take care of myself. Stay out of my personal life, please," and walked away. I came home with a sad face. After hearing her, I couldn't overstep anymore. I got married the next month, and I stopped following Ashley. Time went by, and I almost forgot about this too, when a piece of shocking news reached me. Someone posted on the Instagram page of our college about Ed's sudden demise. He died last week in his own home. Everyone knew he was an alcoholic. He drank too much one night and stumbled down the stairs of his house, hitting his head. His wife, Ashley, was sleeping in her room and didn't know until she came out in the morning, but it was too late for Ed. The college group posted about the time and venue of his funeral. I won't say I was happy to hear this news, because no matter what, a person's death is always tragic, but I felt a little relieved that Ashley got saved from his physical abuse. She also inherited Ed's property, and I was sure it would be enough for her to start fresh. I attended the funeral yesterday. Ashley was standing near the open casket, wiping her tears, while everyone consoled her for her husband's death. I went to her with an awkward face and said, "I'm sorry, Ashley, I didn't introduce myself earlier because..." She took my hands into hers and squeezed my palm, saying, "Thank you for your concern. Didn't I tell you? I can take care of myself." I don't use Instagram anymore,
Obviously
and the
push
reason
that
is my
nigga.
fault. In high school, I started modeling. I had to tie up with lots of media pages and brands to update my
Oh
experience
yeah,
in the
he
field.
said, "Oh
For
yeah, I
that, I
know."
uploaded
Okay,
almost every other
I'm
day.
posting
But to
the
avoid any
Discord link
negative
right
attention
now,
and
y'all.
creepy comments, I tried to keep a low profile. I never
If you
posted
want
any
to
explicit
join the
photos
Discord,
because almost
and you'll
everyone
know
in
the
my
link that I'm
family
posting
followed
right
me on
now.
Instagram. One day I was going through comments on a recent picture I
Just go to my
uploaded.
profile.
I was casually scrolling when one comment caught my eye. It was from a profile named Your Wish, My Command. I kind of liked the name, but the comment was a bit odd. It read, "Whenever you need help, being famous is competitive these days." I opened the profile to do further research and saw pictures of Gothic art. Most of his contents were based on voodoo rituals, witchcraft, and occults. But people try to gain attention in every way possible these days, so I ignored it. A few weeks later, my uncle came to visit with his daughter. I was close to my cousin until she went to college and got into modeling too. She got aloof from me, and once I started modeling, her jealousy went to another level. Let's call her Jill. So Jill came to stay with us for a while. My father and my uncle were planning to sell our family home, hence they needed to work together to prepare the papers and other official necessities. My mom kind of forced me to share my room with Jill, because the guest room was given to my uncle.
She
She
forced
wanted
y'all
to
to
be a
sleep in the
bitch,
same
but
bed, bro.
chose
Come
not
on.
to. Probably she couldn't gather the courage to tease me while staying under my dad's roof. Anyways, we both had to click pictures for our profiles and upload them, so there were times when Jill and I both used to dress up and stand in front of the mirror to get a nice click. Things were going fine until one day I crossed 10,000 followers, while Jill remained at 5,000. Needless to say, she followed my account. She was pissed off the entire day and didn't say a single word to me. I didn't bother much. I was making a video thanking my followers for their support and love when Jill walked into the room with a glass of orange juice and intentionally spilt it on me. It took a fraction of a
That's how it
second
be.
for a huge brawl to take place.
Well,
I
damn.
screamed at her,
A
calling a
ruined
jealous
moment.
bitch, and she called me a slut bag. Our
Damn.
parents stepped in to stop
This
our
turned
fight,
quick.
and I stormed out of the house in anger. I went to the local park and sat on a corner bench. I was feeling very angry, and suddenly, I remembered about that weird account on Instagram. Your Wish, My Command. I sent him a text. Hi.
Player
I got an
222.
immediate response.
Stop dick eating, bro.
Well,
Why would I
hello
delete
there.
my account?
Can you help me?
Why
Depends
would you
on what
even wish
kind of
that on
help
a
you
nigga?
need.
That's crazy word. I should
Can
come
you
find
hack
you,
into
bro.
an account and remove it, like, forever? Haha, I can do so much more than that. What is the name of the account? Jill Craig _1 and only. I'll need the phone number for that, and her email. I know what I was going to do wasn't only wrong,
Who looked like
but a
somebody
criminal
uncle?
offense. But I did it anyhow. I was out of my mind, no doubt. I gave him my cousin's phone number and email ID. Just after that,
Your wish, my command.
blocked
Yeah,
me,
that's crazy
and I
word.
realized this guy was just messing with me. Although I was calmed down by then, I told myself. I returned home and my uncle
Alright,
made
y'all
Jill
bullying me.
apologize to me.
I ain't even about to say nothing to
Eventually,
y'all
I
no more.
apologized too, and the matter got sorted out that night. But it was always in the back of my mind that I have indeed shared her phone number and email to God knows who. I wanted to tell her, but I knew she will play the victim, bringing out the previous fight, and I will be in huge trouble for doing what I did. Few days went by and I
XJ, you
almost
can get
forgot
mod.
about the account, when I suddenly overheard a
You're
phone
doing good,
conversation
so
between
I fuck
Jill
with
and
you,
her
gang.
boyfriend one night. She was saying, "Yeah, I've reported this account, but every time I block it, someone reopens it with the same username and drops creepy messages. I'm telling you, it's the same guy with the name Your Wish, My Command." As soon as I heard that, my hands
Exo the
turned cold in
4th.
fear.
One more mod to
Shit.
go.
I have
Who gonna get that
appointed a
last
stalker
mod
on my own cousin.
before
I
we
could
get
see
into
the
the other
tension on Jill's
Discord
face,
mods?
but still kept quiet. I was making mistakes after mistakes, just to keep out of trouble, but that only led to more trouble in the upcoming future. It was a Saturday night. Jill and I went clubbing with some of our common friends. We were partying really hard, and I got pretty drunk. What happened next is a combined memory of fragments, but overall, it was like this.
Hey y'all, feel free to join the Discord. We're gonna be doing a whole bunch of good events.
Jill was dancing in the crowd. I could see her
If you
jumping
like
and
events with
tossing
other
her
people
hair
playing the
here and
game,
there,
you feel me?
when suddenly
We're
I
gonna be
saw a
doing
man
them.
dressed in a robe
We're gonna be playing together,
standing
bro.
behind her. I mean, I was intoxicated, but trust me, I didn't hallucinate that. For a moment, the entire club shifted to a slow-motion movie scene, where everyone is dancing on the floor, except the man dressed in a creepy black robe. He noticed me seeing him, and he lifted one arm to wave at me. At the time, he whispered something to Jill's ear, and she started to follow him like stupid. She was drunk too. I got up because I knew that man had bad
Ego
intentions,
man.
but there
What?
were crazy party animals everywhere. By the time I reached the exit, I saw Jill being abducted by two men. They grabbed her and forced her into the back seat of the car. The man in the robe stood near the car and waved me goodbye before hopping into it. The car then drove away at full speed, and I collapsed on the floor crying for help. My friends came out and they called 911 hearing what happened. By the time the cops reached, the car was gone, and so was my cousin. I received a text after 15 minutes. It read, "Wish granted. Target destroyed." I freaked out and told everything to the cops in the presence of my parents and uncle. After a
What?
tedious search of one long week,
Don't ever
the
say
cops
nothing to
finally
the
found
cops,
Jill
bro.
unconscious near a roadside dumpster.
You gotta keep.
She was
You gotta
beaten
protect
badly
yourself, bro.
and
Don't say
can't
nothing,
remember a
bro.
thing that happened to
I
her
don't care
or
what they
where
say
she
they
was
got on
taken
you.
by those mysterious men. The cops left no stones unturned to search for those men, and I gave them every detail I could. Finally, they caught them, and it came out to be a group of kidnappers who are also associated with women trafficking. Jill hadn't been physically assaulted, but her wounds are enough to make me live a life full of guilt and despair. My uncle has cut all ties with us, and my parents don't see me the way they used to earlier. I'm now just a jealous bitch who shoved her
What?
cousin
Damn.
into a terrible fate out of anger.
Alright, I'm
I
gonna put
hope those guys
the
rot in
link
jail
in
forever,
under here so you
that
don't
they
have to
can't
keep
hurt anyone
spamming it.
anymore. For me, I will spend the rest of my life in culpability and solitude.
Hello? Alright, it's working.
I was in college when I met Nina. She was my roommate. We became good friends in a very short span. She was bubbly and cheerful. We two became popular in no time. Her boyfriend, Matt, often held parties at his farmhouse. We used to go there, get drunk, and pass out. I mean, we were young, and who thinks about the future at that age? Nina was a jolly, cheerful girl. Every boy in college had eyes for her, and every girl envied her for her popularity. It was a rainy afternoon. We didn't go to college that day. Nina and I were chilling in our hostel. I was watching videos on my phone lying on my bed. Suddenly, I saw Nina coming out of the bathroom wearing revealing clothes. "Hey, where are you gonna go in this rain?" I asked. "No, stupid. I'm not going anywhere. I have to click some pictures for my OnlyFans account." "You have an OnlyFans account?" "Yeah. How else do you think I buy all these clothes and
Why is
jewelry?"
it bugging?
Nina's a shopaholic because she spends a lot of money to buy clothes, makeup, and all. But I didn't know she has an OnlyFans account. I said in a worried voice. But, Nina, do you think it's a safe way to earn money? I mean, there's so many creeps out there, and what if someone takes advantage of your photos? Relax. I don't show my face in those pictures, and anyways, no one is interested to see my face here. I felt a little relieved that at least she is keeping her identity hidden. Since that day, Nina often dressed up and clicked photos to post on her account. She didn't tell her boyfriend about that, and made me swear not to tell anyone either. She was my best friend. I had to listen to her. One day, Nina and I went to work out in the college gym. We were exercising on our own when suddenly we heard a squeaky voice behind us. You girls come here often? Turning back, we saw Miss Stanley. She's our librarian. Hello, Miss Stanley, I said in a cheerful voice, but she didn't even look at me. Instead, she said to Nina, You have a beautiful figure, darling. Nina smiled, saying, Oh, you are so sweet, Miss Stanley. She checked her out from top to bottom and said, Is that a mermaid tattoo on your waist, Nina? Yes, Miss Stanley. You like my tattoo? Miss Stanley laughed and walked away. She is fond of you, it seems. She didn't even reply to me. How rude, I said in an upset voice. Oh, my little Portia, you are beautiful too. But you need to be attractive to catch people's eye.
Is she
I won't
talking?
lie that it didn't feel insulting, but I knew Nina said this casually. She didn't mean it like that, so I shrugged it off, smiling awkwardly. Let's go. We'll be late for the party, Nina said. That night, we went to Matt's house. It felt like the entire class came to this party. People were going crazy. Some were jumping in the pool and getting drunk, while some vomited on the floor and passed out. Nina drank a lot that day. I tried to stop her, but she ignored me, so I got a bit aloof from her too. I saw her dancing near the pool with Matt when suddenly her phone.
It's 8:01 for
She
me
left her
right now.
phone with me, so I saw an unknown number flashing on the screen. I walked to Nina and handed her the call. Yes? Who is it? Wait, there's too much sound here. I can't hear you. Just wait a second. Nina went out to take the call. I came back to my seat and started to talk to my friends. That night, most of us stayed back at Matt's house. I woke up hearing Matt shouting out loud. Then where the hell did she go? How come none of you saw her leaving? Come on! Someone say something! What happened, Matt? There you are, Portia. Where's Nina? You must know where she is. I scratched my sleepy head and said, I don't remember. She was here only. But what happened? Matt replied in a panicked voice. Nina is nowhere to be found. Since last night, no one
Just
has seen her.
disappear
I
like
even
that,
called
though?
the hostel. She didn't go there. Neither is she in class. I have called 1,000 times since morning. Her phone is on switched off mode. That was the last night I saw my best friend. Nina went missing. The college ran searches
Never
all
heard
around
from
the
her.
area. The cops got involved. We were all questioned and interrogated several times.
What's that?
but
Annie
no one could
Black
get
with
any
the 6
information about her.
roses. I appreciate
3
you,
days
Annie.
went by. Nina's parents were
You
crying
didn't
all
even
day.
need to send the 6
Everyone
roses
in the
in, but
college
you did.
was shattered in fear.
I
What
fuck
happened
with
to a
you.
young girl all of a sudden?
Thank you.
I told the cops that she got a phone call from an unknown number. She went to take the call outside, and since then, no one saw her. I had to tell them about her OnlyFans account as well. Various kinds of rumors started to spread in the college. Some said she got abducted by a creep from this OnlyFans site. Some said she probably
Switched
went
off
somewhere and would
mode.
be back soon. But I knew something bad happened to my best friend. Suddenly, the cops found footage from the CCTV cameras placed on the light post near Matt's house. In that footage, they saw Nina coming out of the house. She stood on the sidewalk and looked left and right as if someone was going to arrive. She talked for some time more, and within a few minutes,
Annie, thank
a
you
truck
for the
came to
5
right.
more. Hold up.
She got close to the truck to see who
What's
it
that?
was.
5
and
more
suddenly,
roses?
The driver's side window
Back to
rolled
back
down.
though, Annie?
The driver didn't come out of the truck.
Back to back though?
but
Who you
Nina
trying to
got
show
into
out
the
for?
trunk. It implied that whoever was in
Dang.
the
See,
truck
look. She
was
said,
known
I
to
ain't
her.
done.
Even though the
I
cops
ain't
didn't see
done.
the truck
She's still
driver, they
going.
could spot the license plate number of that
That's
truck.
2
And the
roses.
next day, our
3
college
heart
campus
puffs.
got
Hold
flooded with
up.
cop cars.
3 heart puffs. Thank you. Thank you, Annie.
Cops
I
came
appreciate
and
the
arrested
support.
Miss Stanley.
Truly, truly,
Yes,
truly.
it was her truck. She picked Nina up in front of Matt's house.
You ain't have to
And
come
once
trick
Nina
on
got
the
inside
nigga,
her
but you
truck,
did.
she
I
never
appreciate
came
that.
back. The cops searched her house and found 2 dead bodies in her basement. One was her husband, Mr. Stanley, and the other was Nina. The entire college was shocked as hell. Miss Stanley
Annie
murdered
back.
Nina? But why?
Annie
After
with
2 days
another
of strict
5.
interrogation, Miss Stanley finally confessed.
Another
She said her
5.
husband was
Another
cheating on
5
her with me.
roses.
He first saw her in OnlyFans and got into an affair with her.
Tell me to
Miss
stop
Stanley said
pausing
her
my
husband was
video
spending a
again.
lot of
See what
money on
happened,
me.
bro.
She fought and told her husband to leave her many times, but he never listened. I saw her confession tape. She was screaming and yelling. These girls think they own this world. I recognize that this is the bitch who's wooing my husband the moment I saw her mermaid tattoo. I had so much fun.
Annie, I appreciate you for the 5 roses.
Screamed.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Annie. You still
I even
going.
made my husband watch her
You
die.
big ballin'
I
now.
said to him, "Are you not enjoying this, darling?
You just
You
stunting on
enjoying
me
it when
like,
she
dang,
poses
bro.
for
Okay,
you
we
like
get
a
it.
slut on OnlyFans? Are you not enjoying this now?" My best friend was beaten to death by this psycho woman. She stabbed her husband to death.
Damn.
Sometimes I...
Hold up. Hold up, damn. She has got us to our goal, though. Annie, you broke the goal. You just broke the goal by yourself, though. Alright, my fault. That's on me. That's on me. It was too easy. Alright,
in
Annie.
my room and rewind that
Thank
moment
you,
when Nina
Annie.
went to take the call outside. If only I could rewind time and make things right again.
She ain't
Before
done.
starting the story, I would suggest you guys
Annie
to go
ain't done,
subscribe to
bro.
the channel. It turns out that
Hold
most
up.
of you guys
Every time I put the... Bro.
who watch me aren't actually subscribed.
Annie.
So, if you like the content and want to support the channel, go ahead and
Annie.
subscribe and hit the bell.
Bruh, I appreciate the
It's free,
support
and you can
so
always
much, bro. I
change your mind
promise.
later.
You said... I told you it was
There was a
8.
time when I used
It's
to
8
visit this
o'clock.
OnlyFans account.
Why are you spamming? You about to
I
get
was a
muted.
rich, spoiled kid back then. My dad bought me a car for my 18th birthday.
You're a
Maybe
troll,
because
bro.
of my parents'
Stop
too
trolling my
much
chat.
affection, I cared less about others. I went to college, made new friends. My roommate George was a funny guy. He always seemed to joke and be pulling the legs of others. One day, George told me, "Do you know Molly runs an OnlyFans account?
Annie,
Her
back
posts
with more
set
roses.
fire in your heart."
Annie, how many roses do you have, bro? Why are you storing so many roses away? Thank you. Thank you for giving me your roses. I appreciate them. I really do need them. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I mean. I came home and
Anna,
logged
what's
onto
up,
this site,
Annie?
OnlyFans. I
Thank
didn't
you.
intend to search for Molly, but somehow I got lost in this site.
2
I
heart
was shocked to
puffs.
see some girls willing to go to any extent just for some money. I mean, at times, a lot of accounts felt way creepy and disturbing to me. There were this one girl's disgusting videos of licking her partner's blood. I couldn't even understand why she did that. Honestly, I still don't.
Annie gonna have to hit me with a
Let's get back
follow.
to the story. So, one day I was scrolling through the site. My parents went to see a friend, so I was alone in the house. While randomly checking the accounts, I noticed a profile named Sleeping Beauty. I subscribed with $5. The name made me curious, so I didn't think much before subscribing. The page started loading, so I went to the kitchen and grabbed some chips. I munched on the first chip, and the screen opened, flashing a beautiful girl's images. The girl looked so young that I was sure she lied about her age on this site. I did not
2
doubt that
more
she was a
roses
minor.
too from Annie.
She was wearing revealing clothes and posing for the
Thank
camera.
you, Annie. Thank
But in
you.
all her pictures, her eyes were closed and she was lying on a bed. The way she posed, it looked like she was sleeping. I kind of liked her style. She was mysterious and different from most of the girls in OnlyFans. I texted her saying, "Hi, Sleeping Beauty. There is no doubt you are beautiful." Within a minute, she replied, "Hi, Jack. I like you already. I like the way you clicked your pictures. It's creative. Thanks, love. Would you like to see more?" Sure. She sent me a picture with a $10 unlock fee. I unlocked it and saw it was a picture of her barebacked face to the camera. Wow.
Annie
Your
with
skin
2
is
more
flawless,
roses.
I texted.
I appreciate
Wanna
the
see more?
roses, Annie. I
How
promise.
far are you willing to go, Jack? She texted. As far as you can take me. I was
Who is
talking
this
to her
trying to
without
get
hesitating
getting
because
requested?
this is how this site works, right? You like someone's content. You ask for
Throw
more,
me
and
off.
they ask for money. If you want, you pay. Otherwise, you go for someone else. That night, I spent $100 on her photos. But in every photo, she kept her eyes closed. I wanted...
They said, what are we watching? Y'all don't want to watch again. Alright, bro. She said, who taking the pics? Good question. I don't think it needs to be answered, though. Getting sore.
I've always been an avid Disney fan, so I decided to audition for any Disney role available at Disney World. Luckily at the time, the character of Boo from Monsters Incorporated was up for grabs.
Y'all like playing Roblox and stuff? Y'all wouldn't mind playing Roblox as a group and stuff?
Felt an instant
Just put in
connection
the
with
chat.
this character. I knew that I had a chance of getting the role because of my theater education and experience, small facial contours and petite body with a height of 4'7", and adorable anime-like features, which I often used for cosplay back in college. 3 days after the audition, I received a call from Disney World, telling me I already got the job. It was a moment of sheer bliss. On my first day of work, I met with 2 other actors playing the roles of Sully, the giant blue monster whom I would refer to as Kitty, and Mike Wazowski, the little green monster who's Sully's one-eyed best friend. The man playing Mike Wazowski was a funny guy who tells stories about his travels worldwide. Meanwhile, the man playing Kitty was always on point with his character. After our first show on stage, we were assigned to walk along the cobblestone roads of Disney World to greet families and kids, take photos, and interact with the children by giving a few playful scares. Once we finally ended our shift, Mike invited Kitty and I for a couple of drinks. The man playing the role of the green monster was Richard, a guy with a height of 5'5" and moderately pigmented brown skin. As we sat in the bar, I was surprised to see the man playing Kitty still wearing his costume. Hey, buddy, isn't it, hot in there? Richard asked, a bit concerned.
You say you need or you don't need your teeth
better.
like that.
Then he gave us a thumbs up, gazing at the face of the blue monster whose expression was vacant. Having a fake smile that matched its dead eyes made it impossible for Richard and I to know what he was thinking about. But Richard didn't seem to mind. He simply shrugged it off and said, "Alright, whatever floats your boat, dude." Being a former cosplayer, I understood the eccentricities of artists who became attached to their favorite characters, so it didn't bother me at first. However, as the weeks passed, I wondered why I never saw the man behind the blue monster. Even after work, he would still wear the costume, but it only got more bizarre when he would always follow me to the bus station. I attempted to engage in a normal conversation to mitigate the awkward situation. However, it would always end up with him staring at me for a long time or saying something like, "That's really funny, Boo, but don't stay up too late. Growing kids need more sleep." What was up with this guy? I've met a lot of weird guys in the cosplay world, and I've known a couple of method actors who would fully immerse themselves in their characters to provide a more authentic performance. But none of them were as uncanny as he was. It was like he was in kitty mode 24/7. It was beginning to creep me out. One night after the work shift, I approached Kitty in the dressing room and told him,
"Hey, can I have a word with you?"
I sincerely asked. He kneeled down like he was talking to a kid and said, "Sure, Boo. Anything for my little girl."
Look, I understand how much you love James Sullivan, aka Kitty.
That's
Trust
nasty,
me,
bro.
I know
What the
the
fuck?
feeling and experience, but maybe you'd like to cut down a little and be more acquainted with reality.
I replied, attempting to avoid any aggressive reactions. For the next couple of minutes, he just stared at me. It was extremely unsettling. I was about to turn around and leave, but he grabbed my wrist and said, "Boo, I'm sorry. Did Kitty do something to make you angry?" I yanked my arm, completely baffled.
Let go of me, you freak!
The words came out of my mouth without any careful thought. "I just want to be with you, Boo. There are other monsters out there who aren't as kind as Mike and I." He then hardened his grip and said, "I need to keep you close to protect you from them." My heart pounded as my mind went blank. Then, moments later, we heard the door open. It was Richard in his Mike costume. Seeing that Kitty clutched my wrist, he asked, Sully, is everything okay?" Kitty slowly let go of me and said, "I need to keep her safe, Mike. You understand, don't you?"
Bro, they
"Yes,
ugly
good
as shit.
guy, I
That's what's throwing me
understand.
off.
But she's a big girl now, so I'm sure she can
She's
handle
a big
herself.
girl now.
Alright?" Richard tried to keep the blue monster from exaggerating even further. "Mike, what the hell are you saying? Randall is still out there and he can get his hands on Boo at any time. I need to keep an eye on her." Kitty argued, his voice prominent. No, you don't. Look, I really think we should go to the... Before Richard could finish, Kitty violently slammed him against the locker.
I thought you were my best friend, Mike! Why won't you listen to me?
Then, he punched the locker an inch away from Richard's
They scrapping
face,
it out
creating
now.
a dent that left Richard and I to our imagination. If that fist had ended on Richard's face, he would have been badly injured. To ease his belligerence, Kitty took a deep breath before banging the door behind him as he left the room. At that moment, I understood how Richard felt. We were silent, confused, afraid. The following day I went to work, ensuring that I was never alone with that creep. From a distance, I saw Kitty conversing with other staff members from the production team. They all seemed to be laughing and enjoying themselves. When I finally reported Kitty to the manager, he thanked me and told me that he and security would look into it. For that, I was extremely grateful. One night, I was relieved to arrive home safely after clocking out. I did my usual routine of having dinner and watching television in my bedroom until I hit the set. Moments later, I jolted as I woke up to the sound of banging and growling coming from outside my bedroom. My heart throbbed in trepidation as moments later, I could hear the mysterious person say,
Open up, Boo! It's me, Kitty! Come on, let me in!
I grabbed my cell phone and hid in the closet. My eyes were focused on dialing 911 when I suddenly noticed that the banging had ceased. When I looked through the narrow slits of the closet, I saw a large
hell no, he on
directly
some
outside.
demon shit.
Then, the shutter doors were forcefully opened.
There you are, Boo! I found you!
Why are you over here talking about some what the fuck with the nerd emoji?
The next story is a legendary tale that has surfaced the internet for a while now. A lot of you might have heard of quote-unquote Mr. One-Way. The video shown here doesn't seem like much has happened, but something eerily disturbing has happened before your very eyes. More context will be disclosed during and at the end of the story. Here's a bizarre, dramatized version of the occurrence.
Let me see, Danny. That's her name?
If you look into the history of the Disneyland theme park, you're bound to come across the legend of a Mr. One-Way, a ghost who is bound to ride Space Mountain for eternity. I'm an inside perspective that's been missing for all these years. I just haven't been able to speak until now. I was recently laid off by Disney, and after working with them for over 40 years and agreeing to go under their NDA, the crooks managed to find a way to swindle me out of my entire pension. Eventually, of course, he was fired, but even then,
nah, Chad, did y'all just like block me, bro?
Guy. Bob wasn't his real name either. I worked mechanical construction with him, where we were part of the team of engineers responsible for the
It's not
construction,
about celibacy, you feel me? It's like,
renovation of all the theme park's many rides. Back
y'all
in the old
evil, bro.
days,
Fuck
it was
y'all.
a sweet gig, but even then, we all took it with about the same amount of enthusiasm as we would with any other job.
I'm saying though,
Not
but she do
Bob,
look
though.
good.
Bob was different. Bob
Ew,
was a
why
roller
his
coaster
chin look like that?
enthusiast. He worked on
That's
the rides
scaring
with
me.
the same attitude that I imagine a spoiled little kid would play with toy models.
Yeah.
The man was a little psychotic.
Brother too
and I mean
old though.
that
He not
seriously.
a kid no
But when
more.
we moved on from the carnival type rides to the real roller coasters is when things became severe. The first coaster we ever worked on together was Space Mountain. For some reason, Space Mountain was special to Bob. He would never take breaks, and he expected us all to do the same. Hey Bob, it's lunchtime. You coming? There's no time to slack off. I'll
He's
come
not
once this baby
human.
gets built. I can't work when I'm hungry, Bob. Neither should you. You're all just a bunch of slackers. You do not care about this ride like I do. You're just here for the money. Why don't you call Aladdin, go on his magic carpet, and get the hell out of my face? The rest of the
Aladdin,
guys
though?
and
Come
I
on,
just
man.
brushed him off. At first, we didn't mind that he was picking up the slack, but then his passion became an obsession. None of us really talked about it, but I definitely noticed. When we left in the evening, he stayed behind just to finish up, and when we arrived in the morning, he was already there, slaving away. His only reason for visiting the break room was to make a whole pot of coffee, pour the entire thing into his thermos, then walk out. I figure it must have been around 20 cups of coffee every day. One day, I decided to arrive to work about 20 minutes early just to see what was up, and you wouldn't believe it. but I caught Bob sleeping in one of the ride cars. He was fully clothed and still holding his tools, like he'd been fighting the urge to sleep but had finally lost. I nudged his boot and he shot awake. His eyes were wild and bloodshot, and he immediately started back up on work like I cracked the whip at him. I tried to calm him down, but it was of no use. Bob, you know it's okay to sleep, right? Maybe you should go home tonight and recharge.
This roller coaster ain't gonna build itself. Magic isn't real.
Bob, calm down. Rome wasn't built in a day. You're starting to look a little crazy now.
You see this right here? This
He's
car
been
is
looking
like
crazy.
my
What are
baby
y'all
boy,
talking about?
and this track, the bosom of
Don't
my
act like he was
matronly
normal.
wife. She gives birth and cares for my children. In return, I grease her gears, tighten her bolts, weld her joints, and most of all, I prepare our children for the responsibility of the life ahead of them. Are you gonna do that, Wilson?
Oh,
That boy need to get checked.
No, Bobby, I'll leave all of that to you. You just remember to take care of yourself, okay? Up until then, I never
He had to get away
understood the
from him.
extent to which Bob had demented himself. Despite the sleep deprivation and the insanity, he was doing exceptional work. We ended up finishing the project a few months ahead of schedule because of Bob's extra effort. But that was not the end of Bob's obsession. He was assigned to work on the next roller coaster project, but he never showed up. He was caught several times riding Space Mountain with the park patrons instead of working. Eventually, of course, he was fired, but even though they revoked his free pass
I'm
into
live
the
every
park,
day at
there were
12.
daily sightings of Bob in the line to Space Mountain. He probably dumped his life savings into park tickets. That, or he was using his knowledge of the park to sneak in illegally. One night, I got a call at 3 in the morning, and who else would be up at that hour but Bob? Dude, why the hell are you calling me at 3 in the morning?
Well, I'm so glad you're up. I'm sorry to surprise you, but I'm getting married. I've called all the guys and told them to come, but I want you to be the best man.
Okay. I'm really happy for you. When's the wedding?
King Bob. That's what we calling him now.
Mountain. Don't worry about ironing your tux, because I want the ceremony to take place on the ride itself. The wind will blow out all the wrinkles.
Bob, I don't know if this is the best idea. Strictly speaking, none of us are allowed on site after working hours.
Forget about that. I'm headed over there now. You better be there.
I was reluctant to go, but I felt like I had to be
Where's
there to
Berry
make sure things
Avenue?
didn't go any worse. I threw on my old tuxedo and drove anxiously to the park, using the employee entrance to get in there after hours. There, I met Bob at the start of the ride. Bob, how did you get in here? And where's the bride?
You're looking right at her.
What?
Jeez, not more of this crap. Come on, Bob.
Don't judge me, Will. None of the other guys showed up, so you'll have to do the ceremony, okay?
Ceremony? I'm no reverend.
It doesn't have to be official. All you have to say is, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
I now
Keep
pronounce
tweaking,
you
bro.
husband and wife. There. Happy? All of a
He's
sudden,
trying
he
to
was
push
kissing the roller
everything.
coaster, but not in a tasteful, modest way like in a proper wedding ceremony.
Okay,
it was like
yo,
some
he's
hormonal teenagers
just-
going at it in a very objectionably immoral way. Lots of tongue.
When is he
twirling
gonna
and
get his life
moaning.
straight?
Ugh, I couldn't take it anymore. Bob, hey, cut
Why?
it out.
Sorry. We'll save it for the honeymoon. You're still the best man, though. Would you please join us on our final ride together as husband and wife?
Fine, but then I'm leaving. What the hell am I
How do
doing
you
with my
stand
life? I
and
climbed
do
into the
that?
seat
Like, and
behind
look at him
him.
seriously.
Then we blasted off and zoomed through the ride. The whole time I was thinking I was going to lose my job over this, but Bob was hooting and hollering and screaming like a little kid, even though he probably knew every twist and turn by heart. However, about halfway through, Bob's head and arms whipped back towards me. He was
Is this
completely
the
stiff
time
and motionless, while flailing
to, like,
around with
croak?
the turbulence
I'm
of the ride.
confused.
As soon as we finished, I jumped out to see what was up with him, but I immediately recognized that he'd passed on. He was gone. I called park security and a whole parade of ambulances, police cars, and firefighters came through. I thought I was about to be accused of murder, but the death was ruled a heart attack, probably from his constant overuse of caffeine and his general instability. I expected it to come out on the news the next day, then the whole thing was swept under the rug, as Mr. Disney didn't want to harm the popularity of his newest attraction. I was put under non-disclosure, but even with my silence, the story got out that there was something unnatural, even supernatural, going on with Space Mountain at Disneyland. People swearing they'd met Bob in line and even rode with him, only for him to disappear. Even security footage showing his shadowy presence. Now, I've never been one to believe in that stuff, but in this case, I make an exception. There really is something unholy haunting that ride.
I think bro was just ugly at the end of the day. They was dragging it.
We just had our final exams, and after a grueling week of study and no play, I was itching to celebrate with a friend. So after school, my mom dropped me and my friend Sam off at Disney World and told us to give her a call once we were done. As we entered the theme park, dancing lights and bright smiles surrounded us. I couldn't help but marvel at the magnificence of this kingdom. When we laid our eyes on the dog whose elastic body carried jolly children as it strode along steel bars, we knew we wanted to go on the Slinky Dog Dash. Swinging my hands in the air, I shouted, "Best day ever!" Sam, sitting next to me, was also screaming in sheer bliss. But as we left the platform, I had a nagging feeling that someone was watching me. I looked over my shoulder, and amidst a sea of people, my line of sight caught a familiar figure standing erect in front of a candy store a few meters from where Sam and I were at. It was a
this
mascot
art
of a
style
famous
is a
character
little
that
weird.
most children my age would instantly recognize. Disney's Mickey Mouse. I never had any qualms or phobia over mascots before. And in a theme park like Disney World, it's no surprise that we find a myriad of mascots frolicking the area to entertain zestful kids like Sam and I. So why did I feel restless about this one? Well, for one thing, while all the other Disney characters were singing and dancing as they interacted with the visitors, Mickey Mouse was just standing there, his hands neatly tucked into his suit pockets, staring at me the entire time. Like a shadow overhead, I was clouded by uncertainty and anxiety. So at that moment, I diverted my attention. In the hours that passed, we were captivated by several other attractions such as the Triceratops Spin, the Barnstormer, Astro Orbiter, Tomorrowland Speedway, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, and many more. We went on several spinning rides that made me want to puke. So me and Sam dropped by the food court, which made him anything but pleased. My mom just called and told me that I've only got an hour left before I have to head home. So pull yourself together and let's ride some more, you wimp, he said with a sullen look. Sam was my best friend because of our love for games and theme parks. However, I would sometimes be offended by his tone and treatment. So this time I tried to speak
bro
my mind.
talking crazy.
Hey, you know, that wasn't very nice. He gazed at me still glowering and said,
see you later.
Yeah, whatever. Stop acting like you're in kindergarten and man up a little, okay? Come on. I reckon we can still go on 2 more rides. He took a sip of his drink and told me he had to go to the restroom. I sat there in the food court, drumming my fingers on the table, feeling a bit irritated. Since I was looking down, I couldn't see if anyone was approaching me. Then, suddenly I heard the piercing sound of metal as the chair in front of me moved. Finally, you took so long! I stopped midway, realizing that it wasn't Sam, but a mascot sitting right in front of me. It was the same mascot I saw earlier, his eyes an endless void of darkness. Mickey, what are you doing here? I asked, fiddling with my fingers. A couple minutes passed and he remained silent,
He got
making me
sharp
very
ass teeth
uncomfortable.
too.
So I said, "Well, Mickey, thanks for joining me, but..."
Come with me, Tom. I'll
Man,
take you
take
somewhere
your ass on
fun.
before you bite you in
Finally
your ass,
spoke.
boy.
Aghast, I stepped away from my chair and ran towards the restroom where I bumped into Sam. Hey, what's wrong
You
with
went
you?
to
Why
the
are you so fidgety all of a
restaurant?
sudden?
Dead
He
end,
asked,
easy.
concerned and annoyed at the same
He about to
time.
get you.
Sam, there was a Mickey Mouse mascot earlier today. At first he was just gazing at me from afar, but now he asked me to come with him somewhere. Something's not right, dude. I finally told him. He looked at me, puzzled. Yeah, something's definitely wrong with you today. I mean, it's freaking Mickey Mouse, dude. Everybody loves him. I struggled to snap out of it and said, I don't know then. Let's just go for another ride. As we exited the platform, someone yanked me to the side. When I turned to look, it was him, Mickey. His grip was firm, and this time he said,
"Take me with you, Tom. Is that your friend over there? Trust me, Tom. He's a rotten egg."
Instinctively, I backed away. But instead of scurrying, I asked him indignantly, "How do you know my name?" With a joyful yet sinister tone, he said,
"That doesn't matter, Tommy. What matters is that your friend is planning to get rid of you for good. And you won't let that happen, will you?"
"That's not true! Stay away from me!" I yelled as I ran away to meet up with Sam. Something didn't sit well with me at that moment. I felt the sudden urge to leave, but Sam insisted that we go on more rides. That's when I pitched the idea of taking an Uber to another local theme park that I searched on Google Maps. It took some convincing, but Sam eventually broke and followed suit. We ended up at a park called Icon, and were immediately lined up at the first attraction that caught our eyes, the Drop Tower. I knew we'd have some of the best views from up there, but as we were lining up, I heard a voice behind me say,
"Huh? He's gonna kill you if you don't get to him first, Tommy."
Looking back, I then saw Mickey hovering over me. I yelled,
"Leave me alone, I'm calling the cops."
Ooh, you got a raccoon in Grove Garden?
Sam punched me on my shoulder and said,
Let me get that,
"What the hell is
bro.
wrong
Let me
with
get
you?
that.
Next time I'm coming back here with Ryan and Chuck, and you're not
I
invited.
really treat you
Got that?"
some. I got the
All guests, please begin aboarding the
the
drop
blood
tower.
I
moon
was seated
stuff.
between Sam and Mickey. As the ride rose to its peak, Mickey kept egging me on, saying,
"He's a bad kid, Tommy. Do it."
Outraged, I replied.
"No, I can't. Do it now."
Then, in a split second, I reached over and unbuckled Sam's seatbelt.
"Hey, what the hell are you doing?"
I then grabbed Sam by his neck and pushed him off the ride. I watched him plummet from a height of 400 feet. Sam bellowed like he never had before. The next thing I knew, a pool of blood painted the pavement down below. Everyone let out a horrifying scream except for me. The staff rushed in, attempting to save him. Then, Mickey said,
"See, Tommy? That's how you man up."
But when I looked next to me, Mickey had vanished. As I watched the commotion happen before my very eyes, my lips curled into a smile. But
"Come with me, Tom. I'll take you somewhere fun."
Where are these videos, gang? This be like you be reacting to the Minecraft videos or something, and they just had that weird ass twist to them at the end. What's up, Kyra? Yeah, I was talking about do another one. I don't mind doing another one for y'all, but it's like, if they get tired, y'all still gotta understand that, bro. I've been on for 8 hours now, about to be 9.
the next story has got to be one of the most chilling stories ever told on the channel. Here you can see what looks like a couple of innocent-looking females riding a carnival ride. But there's something extremely disturbing going on that you probably may not be aware of. Here's a dramatized version of the occurrence, as well as more context during and at the end of the story. I've always been a huge fan of carnivals, and I would attend them every summer. The majority of rides, such as the roller coasters, were an obvious choice for thrill seekers such as myself. And one of my all-time favorites is the classic steel roller coaster with its steep drops, sharp turns, and of course its exhilarating loops. As I fell in line, I could hardly breathe from the congestion. but convinced myself that it was worth the wait. I was always wary for my safety because of movies like Final Destination, but more importantly because of an actual death that occurred at this very same carnival. The majority of rides, such as the roller coasters, were an obvious choice for thrill seekers such as myself. I made sure to always keep those thoughts in the back of my mind, though, considering I didn't want to tarnish the experience. As I gradually moved along the lineup, I had this nagging feeling that someone was gazing at me from amongst the crowd. Looking across a sea of people, it was difficult to pinpoint where that strange aura emanated from, and this feeling of being watched was really creeping me out. But as I got on the coaster, I felt a tingling sensation down my spine. I turned my head and saw a deranged woman with a bloody gash on the side of her face.
Get off the ride now!
What?
Dang.
Is everything okay?
Get off the ride now!
And why would I do that?
She began repeating herself.
Yeah,
while
no, you gotta
forehead
put her to
against the
sleep
ride's
on that
handlebars. And then I got startled by the sight of an obese old man. His shirt didn't
She not
fit
even gonna
right,
get to
and
enjoy
he
the ride
lifted
with
it
me.
up, exposing a hairy belly soaking in sweat. As I gazed my eyes back towards the woman, there was no sign of her. I shook my
What
head
is
and
that
tried to get it
thing?
out of my mind, convincing myself it was nothing but mere imagination. Approaching me little by little, I averted my gaze, hoping the man would skip the vacant seat next to me. However, my worst fear was realized when he forced himself to fit in the vehicle's frame. Annoyed by the simple fact he was too big, he yelled at one of the staff, saying,
Hey, you! Why are you just standing there? Help me fit into this thing!
The staff reluctantly replied, I'm sorry, sir, the vehicle has a maximum limit, but if I may...
What the hell are you trying to say?
The old man interrupted, his eyes glaring at the staff. Then, two other attendants arrived at the scene, persuading Mr. Piggy to get off the platform, but to no avail. And so, with all their might, they squeezed his body, pinning me to the side. As the coaster was getting ready to launch, I felt the old man's greasy body pressing against my arm. I don't know what condition he had, but he appeared to have pus-filled bumps underneath his skin, which caused my stomach to churn even
Hey y'all,
before
could we
the
get
coaster
the
was
60K?
launched. Upon eavesdropping, I heard some operators talking about a slight technical glitch, raising a couple eyebrows and pulses from the riders. However, that wasn't the only thing that bothered me though. Since it was going to take longer for the coaster to start, it meant that I was stuck here next to a guy who was anything but attractive. Then, he whispered in a seductive but revolting way.
Hey there, cutie. Don't worry. At least we'll get to spend more time together.
What? Look, we don't even know each other, okay? So stop talking to me.
She is not trying
Oh,
to
it's
get
my
you,
lucky
bro.
day. I never thought I'd sit next to a girl who tickles my funny bone. You're so
What?
hot. You must like a lot of things.
I ignored him after that. Then, when the operators had given us the thumbs up,
You gotta
the
slap
coaster
one of
finally
his jelly rolls,
slowly
bro.
climbing up the slope. But with
Make
the
him
introduction of the
vibrate.
ride gradually taking place, there wasn't much to distract me nor the creepy old man who was adamant. He thought I was playing hard to get, and so he pursued me intending to get my number, social media accounts, home address, and all other personal stuff, which made me more uncomfortable than I already was.
Hey, babe! Look how high we are! Unbelievable! This ride is still going up!
She probably
Take
not
a
even
while to
scared
guess
from the
what else
ride
is
no
going
more.
up?
He said, drooling on his belly. The stench of his breath was so unbearable that getting to the highest peak felt like forever.
This is the only time I'm gonna say this, so make sure you get it through your thick skull. Stop talking to me.
Whatever you say, pumpkin.
He replied with a wink. Then, as we finally reached the summit, convinced he'd already filmed the tower, the man lifted his face out of the blue.
Did he just
My skin
forcibly
felt
make
covered
out
in
with her,
nasty
bro?
goo.
On
I
the
desperately
ride?
wanted to get
Wow.
off the cart, but we were so high up that I couldn't take my hands off the handle. Besides, at any moment, the coaster would resume and release the entire vehicle, allowing gravity to take its course as we raced through the tracks. In a nutshell, I simply had no choice. People from the other carts were now glancing at us like we were a couple in the middle of a lover's quarrel. Then, seconds later, I took a sidelong glance and noticed the old man was annoyed by all the other wanted attention. And with a surprisingly swift move of his arm, he placed it around my shoulders and yelled,
Piss off, alright? Mind your own business! I know my girlfriend's chickening out, but that's why I'm here! All she needs is me!
I looked him
This
in the eyes and
nigga,
said,
he
Cut it
confident,
out,
bro.
will ya? When was the last time you looked at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah,
Who
I'm
would have
definitely
a sweaty,
throwing
stinky
hands.
wild boar for a
6'2"
boyfriend?
character.
Oh yeah, no one.
All the others chuckled, eyeing the creepy old man with prejudice. I was afraid I might have struck a wrong chord, but it was too late to worry about that now. Besides, this would all be over in a jiffy. Then, as the ride was released, allowing momentum and acceleration to guide a thrilling experience, seconds, the creep beside me started trying to unbuckle my seatbelt. Amidst the air resistance, I yelled.
Are you nuts? What the hell do you think you're doing?
His eyes never left my seatbelt. Then, as his gaze returned to me, he smiled a sinister grin and said, "This is gonna be a wild ride, baby!"
Stop it! Get your hands off of me!
He continued to yank the seatbelt until it finally came
Bruh.
off. And the next thing I knew, my body was swinging around like a twig.
You should have already been whipping his ass. There's no way you just watching him unbuckle it.
I held on for dear life, certain I would end up in a hospital bed, dead, or barely breathing. But by some odd miracle, I managed to survive this ordeal. The ride came to a stop, and that's when the other riders started engaging in a fight with whom they still thought was my boyfriend. Then, moments later, the attendants came to my aid. I wanted so badly to run after that creep. However, he found a way to escape unnoticed. And even after consulting with the security team, it was impossible to hold him accountable since it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But after reflecting on the incident, I truly believe that he was the very same man who took the life of that young girl in the carnival years back. But what still gets me to this day was the warning her spirit tried to give me. Here's the footage that you saw earlier. If you take a closer look, you can see a female ghost sitting beside the two girls wearing pink. The female ghost appears to be wearing a white shirt, and clearly has a bizarre burn look on the side of her face. But what makes this footage eerie was how the female ghost suddenly vanishes from the camera shot.
What the hell is going on? Possessed ass park. I'm never going to that jump. Busch Gardens is not that damn fun.
Come on now. If you walk through the hood, does anybody ever point at you and go Godzilla? There goes Tokyo. Oh wow. What were you doing? Bowling for cheeseburgers?
The next story was inspired by the classic dunk tank clown tormenting the guests, which you can see in this video clip. The clown says some pretty harsh insults with zero filter, so you can imagine how badly one would want to hit the target. We wanted to create a nightmare fuel that may lead future fairgoers to perhaps keep it shut and let the clown do the talking, because you know, it may be a nice jester. Last summer, I moved to a new town during the break. It kind of came out of nowhere, so I really wasn't able to say goodbye to any of my friends, and since I hadn't gone to school in my new area, I didn't know anybody in my neighborhood. I was really by my lonesome, and since I was an only child, I didn't even have a brother or even a sister to hang out with. All I had was the ancient original PlayStation and a handful of games. As you can imagine, I got bored of playing the same games I'd been playing for basically my whole life, so after a few weeks of cabin fever, I decided to go for a walk around my neighborhood to see if I could meet someone by chance and maybe make a much-needed friend. One of the first things I noticed was a bunch of weird sounds, like some kind of theme park was hiding in the trees. I thought it was a little out of place for me being in the middle of a suburb, but I walked on to try and find it. A few blocks down, I ran into this kid named Victor. He struck up conversation, and we talked for a little while, and things seemed pretty friendly. I was excited to have finally found a friend after spending so much time cooped up by myself. I asked to trade numbers since he was pretty cool, and I thought we might hang out later. He agreed, but to my surprise, he wanted to hang out right then and there. You want to go to the carnival down the road? You'll need a few bucks for tickets and stuff. There's a carnival in the neighborhood. Yeah, can't you hear those sounds? Well, I did bring my allowance, so yeah, I guess I can go. I was interested to see this hidden carnival, and I figured I'd never get a better chance to meet my neighbors until the school year. We followed the sounds until we reached the end of the cul-de-sac, then walked through a decorated path in the woods until we rounded a bend and the flashing lights finally appeared. It was a decently sized carnival, and it was pretty packed. There were
Hey y'all, appreciate y'all for the 60K, man.
Rides, a Ferris wheel,
this shit took a little minute because I know it was like
particular game that he wanted to play. It was
like a little gap between it. That's on me. But y'all still got it, and y'all got it from me right aside on now.
The tank, I couldn't help but notice that the clown was giving me a really weird look. $5
y'all the goats, bro.
boys.
My
I
nigga.
usually give the males only 2, but y'all fit
He
perfectly
said,
in the
there you
female
go,
category.
60K.
Come on.
I
Hit me with your
know.
best shot.
You got $5? Yeah. I mean, if you're
Y'all
in.
did
Come
it, though.
on, it's only $5. Don't worry, I won't tell your mom that you spent $5 for a new pair.
We both entered the contest and decided to stagger out throws. Victor had a good arm, but he just barely missed. I screwed up my first throw when the ball slipped out of my fingers. Victor almost hit the target again, but he still hadn't dialed it in. I had a feeling the balls were tricky somehow, or that the game was rigged. I got a better grip, but the ball still didn't go where I thought it would. Then, Victor and I both missed our last shots.
You saw my smile.
Better luck next time.
What about my smile?
But right as I was about to walk away, Victor ran up to the tank and punched the target with his bare hand. The clown went straight down into the tank and immediately started flailing and freaking out, screaming and cursing at us.
You little rats! Do you know how long it took me to become a clown?
0 seconds? He made me do it.
What? No, I didn't. I'm gonna throw you in the tank and make you wet like your mother. Run, dude!
We both sprinted away from the clown as fast as we could, weaving through the
Y'all mess
crowds
with
and
this or
rides
no?
to get him off our trail. Once we were sure that we'd lost him, we got in line for the best of...
Naya trying to get to 8K, 80K though. See, she trying to push y'all. I would say 70K at most. Then we can see at 80K. But we gonna be up here for a minute since y'all not letting me go, bro. But I don't think we messing with this. It's way different from where it got off.
Ethan was the kind of guy you didn't notice, which is a damn shame because he was brilliant. He blended into the background, whether at school or at home. Our classmates barely knew he existed, and his parents weren't much
very
better,
disturbing.
treating him like a ghost. But I knew Ethan. I was his only friend, the only one who saw the depth of his pain and the sharp edge of his intelligence.
Thank you.
That night of the senior ball, everything changed.
Thank you, girl.
Ethan had gathered enough courage to ask Sarah to be his date. She was pretty. The two had been to the same classes since ages, and he had a massive crush on her. It was a bold move,
I'm not lagging, I'm telling you, that's
but he was
y'all.
desperate to break free from his isolation. She laughed in his face. The rejection was public, brutal, and devastating. I tried to comfort him, but Ethan had already begun to retreat into a dark place. He was caught staring at her on multiple occasions by teachers. He started muttering to himself one day while in class and didn't realize until the students told him. His mother complained once that he would keep talking with a childhood clown toy for hours. His father was typically out hunting with his buddies to even care. I should have seen the signs, should have done something, but I didn't. On the night of the ball, Ethan wasn't there when I arrived. I figured he was too embarrassed to show up after what happened with Sarah. The gym was decked out with streamers and balloons, the usual cheap decorations for a high school dance. Kids were dancing, laughing, and I tried to impress my date Jenna with my dry humor, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. It was about an hour into the ball when the lockdown alarm blared. The lights flickered, plunging us into semi-darkness. Panic spread through the crowd, cries of confusion growing louder. I had a sinking feeling in my gut. Ethan. The gym doors burst open, and there he stood, a twisted figure in the doorway, wearing a clown's mask. He held two of his father's hunting rifles. He walked in with a deliberate calm, a man on a mission.
2 hunting rifles, though? Is that not OD?
Don't. They will see
He was doing it for the drip.
They will all remember my name. Screams erupted as he fired the first shot, hitting a kid named Mike square in the chest. Blood sprayed across the dance floor, and chaos ensued. The crowd scrambled, ducking under tables, pushing each other in a desperate attempt to escape. But there was no way out. Ethan had locked the doors. I was frozen, watching as my friend turned into a monster. He moved methodically, shooting indiscriminately.
Yeah,
I
he
saw
done
him
lost
shoot
his
Rachel,
mind.
the cheerleader who had mocked his weight the
He doing it
previous
like it's
year.
normal,
Her
too.
lifeless body crumpled to the floor. He turned and fired at Mr.
You said
Thompson,
this is
our
ghetto?
math teacher,
Yeah, it
who
really
tried to
is.
shield a group of students. The bullet tore through his shoulder, and he went down with a scream. "Ethan, stop! This isn't you!" My voice was lost in the chaos. Ethan didn't hear me, or he didn't care. He kept talking to the voices only he could hear, justifying his actions, condemning those who had wronged him. I saw Sarah huddled under a table, sobbing, and I knew he wouldn't stop till he had her. I pushed through the panicked crowd, trying to reach him. The closer I got, the clearer I could see the madness in his eyes. He wasn't the Ethan I knew. This was someone else entirely. Whatever demons he had in his head, they had conquered
This
him.
isn't you,
I just wish
Ethan.
someone would have called
Ethan, this isn't
911.
you.
"Ethan, it's me, Jeremy. You don't have to do this. Let them go." He turned to me for a moment. I saw recognition in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the same cold rage. He raised his gun, and I felt a sharp burning pain in my side as the bullet tore through me.
He got him
I
in the
fell
shoulder.
to the ground, clutching my wound, the world spinning around me. "You'll all remember me now." He continued his rampage. The gym was filled with screams, gunfire, and sobbing. Bodies lay scattered, blood pooling on the polished floor. The horror seemed endless.
Bro, none of my
but
streams are
eventually the
lagging
police
but
stormed
TikTok.
in,
That's y'all.
ending the nightmare. They brought him down in a single clean shot. As I lay there, bleeding and helpless, watching as they dragged Ethan's body away, the gym looked like a slaughterhouse. 13 died and 26
I
were
don't know how
injured.
many times I gotta say that,
survived,
bro.
but I'll never forget the look in Ethan's eyes, the screams of my
Ethan
classmates.
Senpai is crazy now. Alright, we not e-girling up in here. We don't
I
do
didn't
that.
see it coming. No one did. One moment we were cheering for our kids on the field, and the next we were plunged into a nightmare. I was on the sidelines, my second year as the coach of the Sherwood.
You sound lagging a little. I just adjusted it. It's good.
Covent soccer team. The sun was high and the heat
Just
was
let it
making
play
the
out.
day
It's gonna get
drag.
better.
Parents chatted, laughed, and shouted encouragement. It was just another Saturday at the soccer field. My team was gearing up for the big tournament, and I had to finalize the roster. Not everyone could make the starting 11. That was my job, to pick the best. Donald stood out in the crowd, tall, broad-shouldered, with a perpetual scowl etched into his face. He had played some soccer himself during his time, from what I had heard. Everyone knew him as the dad with temper. His son, Billy, was good, but not quite there yet. I knew this would be a tough conversation. So when I picked the lineup and kept his son in the subs, Donald stormed over.
What the hell, coach? Why isn't Billy on the starting team?
"He's a good player, Donald, but he's not ready yet. We've got some tough competition." He didn't take it well. His face turned a shade of red I'd never seen before. He started shouting, hurling abuses at me.
"You think you
Bro,
know everything,
now
don't
you're
you?
a Zez
My boy's better
ball.
than half of those kids
It's
out
like,
there."
why are you even
The
still
other
coming up with
parents
stuff
backed me
too?
up. They tried to calm him down, told him it was just a game. But Donald wasn't listening.
You like
His
that
rage was
part.
palpable, and I could see it in his eyes. Something was off. Finally, he spat at my feet, grabbed Billy, and stormed off. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. Horribly wrong. Minutes passed, then maybe half an hour. I heard a scream from the parking lot. I turned just in time to see Donald marching back towards us. But this time, he wasn't empty-handed. He was carrying a semi-automatic rifle, eyes wild, face contorted with fury.
"This is for my son. You think you can humiliate him? Humiliate me?"
Panic erupted. Parents scattered. Kids screamed. I froze. He opened fire and the world exploded around me. I felt a searing pain in my leg and crumpled to the ground. Blood soaked
Yeah,
through my
alright, that
pants,
is
and I could
70K.
barely think
That's
through
10
the
more.
agony. I
See,
crawled
I
towards
ain't
the
even
nearest
think
cover, dragging my
I didn't
useless
even
leg
think
behind
like
me.
we was about to get it
Around
this
me,
fast, but
the scene was chaos. People
I'm gonna
running,
let y'all
bodies
vibe out, you feel me?
falling, screams of terror. Donald kept firing everywhere. I reached a concession stand and huddled behind it, gasping for
You
breath.
talking about the dad
My vision
overreacting
blurred,
like the
but I
dude
had to
ain't
keep my
walk
head.
around for
I had to
rifle.
survive. I peered around the corner, trying to get a sense of where he was. He was close. Too close.
They snatched my dream, not my son!
His voice was a mix of rage and madness. He picked out one of the parents who had spoken up in my support earlier. Pointing the gun at him, he made him sit on his knees in submission. The poor man was crying his eyes out, trying to bring up words to reason with Donald. But Donald paid no heed. He pulled the trigger, and a single bullet went through the man's head, his body swaying slightly and crumbling to the ground. He spotted me and started towards me. I could hear the crunch of his boots on the gravel, the heavy breaths of a man on a mission.
Donald, stop! This isn't gonna solve anything. Think about Billy.
I was desperate, trying to reach any part of him that was still sane, but he wasn't hearing me. He raised the rifle. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end.
Make sure to follow
rang
y'all.
out, but it wasn't from Donald. A police officer had arrived, aiming his weapon at Donald. The bullet hit Donald in the shoulder, spinning him around. He dropped his rifle, falling to his knees.
You ruined everything.
He collapsed, the fight draining out of him. The police swarmed in, disarming him and securing the area. I lay there, pain throbbing through my body,
I'm trying to
relief
hold
washing
it.
over me. Paramedics rushed over, tending to the wounded. I was loaded onto a stretcher, the world spinning around me, faces blurred,
There ain't no beef.
voices muffled. The last thing I saw before passing out was Billy, standing alone in the chaos, tears streaming down his face. The horror of that day was etched into my soul. I had faced death and emerged alive, but I knew that I would be scarred for life. I never believed in ghosts, even though I taught at St. Mary's Covenant School, right next to an old graveyard. Local lore said the nuns roamed in the grounds after sunset. Supposedly, these spirits belonged to sisters who had tragically perished in a fire decades ago. They said if you stayed late, you'd hear the prayers mixed with cries for help. Despite the chilling tales, I never experienced anything myself.
He said,
until that fateful day. It was a Friday afternoon when the principal announced
bro, that's
lockdown.
not me
Apparently,
lagging.
mass
That's
murderer
your
had escaped from
bro.
a
That's your
nearby
shit.
psychiatric
That's your
facility
shit.
and
I'm
was
on full
reportedly
bars,
on the
bro.
loose.
Full
The authorities
bars.
advised everyone to stay inside.
That's only
and
you
so,
TikTok
we were
niggas.
trapped in the school until further notice. The school usually emptied out before sunset, but that day I found myself in the eeriest of predicaments, locked in with a handful of students in a graveyard just outside our windows. The sky darkened rapidly, and the hallways felt increasingly oppressive. The students, ranging from nervous to outright
Bruh, I'm
terrified, huddled in the assembly hall. I tried to keep them calm, but I could feel the chill. The principal asked few teachers to take a round and find if any kids were still left in their classrooms. I volunteered and grabbed a flashlight from the supply closet. The power was still on,
it's raining
but
for
the
you?
long corridors seemed unnaturally dark. My footsteps echoed as I made my way through the silent halls. Classroom by classroom, I checked. Empty desks, silent chalkboards, nothing unusual, until I reached room 212. The door creaked open, and I was hit by a sudden, inexplicable cold. My breath fogged in front of me. The room was dark, save for the thin beam of my flashlight. As I scanned the room,
Nigga, I got
the
that
beam
cock.
caught
Stop
something
playing.
reflective on the floor. I moved closer and gasped. It was a tiny, silver cross necklace, lying in a pool of dark liquid. Blood. My heart pounded. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut. The temperature plummeted, and I heard a faint whispering, words I couldn't understand. I yanked at the door, but it wouldn't.
So why are niggas in chat dick eating? Are you gonna come in Discord about it, or I'm just confused? Cause why does your shitty ass Wi-Fi can't even connect to a TikTok stream? Let's get that straight.
Budge. Panic surged through me.
Help! Someone please!
No response. Everyone was away. The whispers grew louder, now mixed with the soft sound of footsteps. I spun around. In the dim light, I saw them. Shadows moving across the walls. 3 figures in nuns' attires, their faces dark like rotten skin, gliding towards me. Their whispers grew stronger, distorted. I backed against the door, desperately pulling at the handle. The figures grew closer, their prayers louder. One reached out to me, and I suddenly
You say you want to
felt an
mute
icy
who?
grip
EXO?
around my wrist. I screamed and yanked my arm free, but the force sent me falling to the ground.
I mean, if she bothering people, you feel me?
Pain
Or
exploded through
he.
my skull. Darkness edged my vision, but I fought to stay conscious. The whispers grew deafening, and the figure stood over me. One of them bent down, and it looked into my eyes,
Oh my
letting out its
god, now they talking
disoriented
about
whisper. It raised its dark, rotten hand towards me, but suddenly stopped.
It's a whole nun movie going on, and y'all worried about a nigga Wi-Fi. It's like, get off my shit, bro. Please and thank you.
As it spotted the cross around my neck. That was the window I needed. With a burst of adrenaline, I crawled towards the door. My hand found the handle again, and this time it turned. I ran into the hallway, slamming the door behind me. The whispers ceased, but the cold lingered. I stumbled back to the assembly hall, clutching my bleeding head. Miss Jenkins, who taught languages, looked up, her eyes wide with fear.
Caroline, what happened? We need to get out, now!
That is when the lights in the hall started flickering. The wind, which was blowing, suddenly ceased. And then, suddenly, the children at the back started screaming. Everyone saw a dark figure.
Top Chase, hold
clothes,
up. Shut the fuck
standing
up,
there for
bro.
just a few seconds before it
Fuck out my
suddenly
shit,
glided to the other
bitch.
side and disappeared towards the back door. There was chaos everywhere. We gathered the children and huddled together, moving as one toward the main entrance. The lockdown was still in effect, but staying inside felt more dangerous. As we reached the main door, we found a police car outside, and a policeman walked up to us. "Everyone stay calm, we're here to evacuate you." They informed us that the escaped murderer...
Mind you, this isn't even taking up 10% of my network. Y'all talking about I'm lagging. My Wi-Fi isn't even
had been
using
caused very close to
anything.
the school, but everyone was safe. Relief washed over us. We filed out, the cold night air biting.
So it's
but
sad that
welcome.
y'all can't even
I
connect to
glanced back at the
TikTok
school,
for
its
a
dark
stream,
windows
bro.
like eyes watching us leave. The local
And then trying to
wars
project
no
it on
longer
me.
seemed like mere stories. I left St. Mary's Cottage shortly after that night.
Sorry.
It was just past midnight when we pushed through the pulsating
I'm
crowd.
not about to watch a prime horror movie. What's this? Thank you. I'm sorry, I ain't see y'all.
AMP guest diversion. Today we'll be figuring out who is lying about their sex life.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it every fucking day, okay?
You get out.
Who said that? Who said bless you?
God-fearing woman would not say that, bro. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Kira. Thank you. What's your name, Naomi? Thank you, Naomi. And I saw though. Featherhead, you was fighting with the other dude too, cause he just came out of nowhere and stole it. This AMP. Y'all mess with AMP, right?
Oh, AMP.shop too. If y'all want some real live merch like this right here. You know, we got, man, listen, man. You go get some AMP merch, you gonna really put that shit on. You can't get this right here because this sold out.
Nah, homie.
You lose,
Okay.
you can get some of this right here and goddamn put that shit on for school time comes back too. So tell your mama, tell your folks, your grandma, whoever you live with, whoever your legal guardian. AMP.shop.
Bring him out! Hey, how's everyone doing?
Good.
Okay, number one, what's your name?
Judea.
Judea, good to meet you.
It's her.
I'm not going to sleep till
Number two, what's your name?
Kirsten.
I don't know.
Kirsten. Number three, what's your name?
Kate.
We could probably go to sleep when we hit on the couch.
K10.
Maybe.
K10. Yo, what the fuck?
I didn't expect
How you doing,
to
Kane? I'm good. How are you?
Good.
stay up for so long, but
McLean.
because I'm telling y'all,
Wow.
It's McLaren. It's
McLean.
y'all see how I get on live at 12. Y'all don't see me till 12. You feel me? Like I be slumped the whole day.
Playing. Guys, are you trying not to listen?
He's dead trying to listen.
Okay, number five, what's your name?
Talia.
Talia, okay.
Talia.
Why do you say that? Why you say that? Why assume that though?
Number six, what's your name?
Shantae.
Shantae.
Oh,
Can we just have a quick meeting real quick? Like,
that was some thirsty shit, Kyle.
how the fuck are we gonna do this one? Okay, let me tell you something.
Come on.
Shantae is bugging.
Okay, I'll trust you on that. Okay.
Nigga, how do y'all know? Because nigga, you fuck the shit. I fuck the shit out of you. You fuck the shit out of me too, nigga.
Wait, it's not the same one though. Oh, I'm not just saying. I'll just say, Shantae is just a common name. Okay.
Bro, y'all niggas evil. Every time I be like, I'm about to get off stream, you're like, just do one more. And then that junk be like 2 hours later, bro. I'm telling you, every stream.
How do we feel about Kirsten?
And I'll let you do it every time.
Yeah, I think so.
Sad.
McLean!
Alright, let me stay on stream with my niggas for a little bit more.
I'm from Orlando, Florida, but I recently moved to Atlanta earlier this year with my twin sister.
What's your twin name?
Shyler.
Cool.
You black?
Huh?
You black?
I'm not, no.
I know it. McLean? What the fuck? Judea, number one. Do you like to be dominated? If so, why?
Yes. I don't know.
Type shit.
I don't need to. I'm not tired right now.
Oh.
I don't know. This isn't what I thought it would be. I didn't expect that. I want to find some better
Took me to
voice.
become a clown.
Yeah, when I get 80K, I'll top off. What be happening at a water park? That's so disturbing. I appreciate y'all grinding me to 80K though. I really do.
I was
y'all.
8 years old when my parents took me to Disneyland during my summer vacation.
Oh, I sound tired? Probably. That's because, like,
the food, the kids going crazy.
dang, y'all already at 80K? Nah, don't say for real, bro. I promise I'm not tired. Shit, I could really do, like, I could really do an all-nighter if I really wanted to for y'all. You feel me? Shit, just I fought with streaming for y'all though. It don't matter. That's the only thing I be excited to do is shit. So I'm locked in. It don't matter. 80K, 80K, man. Appreciate y'all. I love y'all, man. That's all y'all. I couldn't do nothing without that. Without y'all help right there. You said I sound fine. Dang. So if I actually fine then, why I do that? You said go on later. Yeah, I will. I'm about to take me a little nap though. I just need some. I'm saying, bro, you whip that Discord server up. Look, my joint was pretty much blank, but she already made it, fixed it, and everything. That's the first couple of mods. So that's the mods, honestly, because I can't even take no credit. That's all her right there. That's all EXO. And then, you know, I could just set the stuff and it's whatever. This whole live, y'all just now doing gifts. Oh, Naya just sent in 5 more. I didn't even see that, bro. Thank you for the 5. Love you so much, Naya. You already a mod though. Why you keep asking to be mod if you mod? But yeah, I'm probably about to get off in a little bit. I just want to talk to y'all real quick. I'm tired, so I know y'all tired, bro. Good night, y'all. I appreciate y'all coming out. You feel me? All y'all support, staying through, watching it, everything. Hope y'all have a good night rest, so y'all can get up in the morning and actually do what y'all supposed to. I'm just a little tired, that's it. It ain't nothing. Ain't shit. I'm telling you. Girl, boo, I'll wait for y'all. Alright, man. Good night. Bye, y'all. She talking about take your ass to bed. Like, little girl, who you talking to? Naya, you just wanted to join in. He said what?